myself on deafen for like 15 seconds just to be like, hello, we're doing it. Okay, there. And I have
Okay.
11 seconds left, so just
Whoops.
give me a little.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, Endless Cemeteries live.
Oh, I
I
hate
gotta
that
check that.
guy.
Let me touch this push notification.
I
I
heard that guy's a clout chaser.
heard he was an anarchist.
Okay, hold on.
Ooh, spooky anarchist.
Yahoo! Okay, so now we're here. You guys are on my line. So hello. Welcome to the third iteration of this panel. Everything's part of our History on Black History Month because a lot of times people talk about all these different things within the Black community, or basically don't know a bunch of things that we know within the Black community. So this is our opportunity
Thank
to
you, Polar.
educate, I guess, non-people of color about some things. And one thing that I commonly get irritated about is when I hear things like conservatives
What up,
explaining a
Weather
certain
King?
phenomena is due to Black culture, because I'm like, what are you talking about? Especially because there's this idea of Black culture being monolithic within America, and there's a lot of diversity amongst us. So that's why I have gathered all of you today. We're going to go around and do introductions to also add to the whole idea of letting people know that there's going to be a variation of different types of perspectives. If you could just kind of explain your background. So, for example, if Fluff were on the panel, which he's not, haha, your moderator today, he would have said, hello, I'm Fluff, and I'm Dominican. Yeah, there you go. But also, yeah, just I guess introduce yourself and what do you do so that we can have shout outs within our channel as you go around. So Fluff, you can start with doing the moderation. I'm done. I'm a panelist now.
All right. Mad Lad, you can go ahead.
Sure. Hi, I'm Mad Laden. I stream on Twitch.
Yeah, I feel that, Weather King, though.
I'm a professional chess coach. Teach people how to play chess, and then I stream
Big
chess.
Richie.
But lately, actually, it's been dating and relationships. That's been a thing that just took off the last few months. So if you want to check out my stream and watch me have some incredibly awkward banter with a variety of Twitch personalities about their relationships and awkward sex things, you can. I also have a YouTube channel where I'm uploading all these awkward conversations, so you should check that out. It's twitch.tv/madlad_n, and I'm also on Twitter without the underscore. My background, yeah, so half black, half Persian. I'm probably I'm pretty close to like the most assimilated you can possibly be in terms of like
I want to ask him if he speaks
having
Urdu,
a
but I
black
also
dad
don't want
and
to
then, like,
interrupt because I
growing up in,
interrupt people all the
I grew
time.
up in like a really rural area of the country, so like I have like all sorts of culture clash going on. So I'm like really excited to like deep dive because there's gonna be some things where I'm like, yeah, I know this, I recognize this, and there's gonna be a lot of things where I'm just like, yeah, I've been completely ostracized from this aspect of like my culture and heritage. So it's interesting.
Do you speak
Awesome.
Urdu or Farsi?
Right.
Just really quick, I'm curious. You speak Urdu?
My mom speaks Persian, yeah, Farsi.
Okay.
So
Okay.
and I'm not fluent, but I can beg in the streets if I needed to.
That's cool.
Say Namakia, Namakia, and it means salt, like please.
That's cool.
All right. Next up is Alex.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Alex. I'm just a chatter that is really interested in these kinds of topics. I'm black, white, and Mexican. Like there's a little bit of Native American in there. Um,
American.
and
It's thoroughly
I
American.
just wanted to talk about these things because, as Kat said earlier, when conservatives talk about, oh, black people don't talk about this, or the black culture does this, it's really I think it's really disingenuous, and it's good to show people that we talk about everything. And yeah, I just wanted to be a part of this. Oh, and I'm an artist. I design stuff. This is my clothing brand. It's good. I'm not gonna disclose anything yet. We're still. It's just me and another guy, so it's taken a while. I've been at it for 2 years. It's a really cool process. So hopefully I'll be sharing more of that with you guys later.
All right, next is Aston.
Hey everybody, my name is Aston. Contrary to what pops up on your screen, you can catch me on Twitch. I stream at Aston Mac TV. I am a activist in the city of Orlando, Florida. I'm the founder of the Orlando Freedom Fighters, which, by the way, I do want to bring up since I have the time and space. Thank you guys. Thursday will be the funeral of Amir Locke. We will be standing in solidarity in downtown Orlando on Orange Avenue. For those of you that are interested, please go ahead and reach out. I will also be leaving the GoFundMe for Amir Locke in the chat, in Catch Chat as well in just a moment. So if you could, guys, Black Lives Matter. It's why we're all here. It's why we always have to stand together. Remember, one of us was killed recently, murdered in cold blood, and never forget. Thank you.
If you give me the link, I'll also be able to throw it inside the announcements for the Discord as well.
Bet.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. All right, next is Endless Cemetery.
What's up, everyone? I am Endless Cemetery, pretentious essayist and clout chaser extraordinaire. I am from Baltimore County, Maryland. 32 years old. I spent the vast majority of my life creating art here, making music, playing death metal, playing punk, playing synthwave, playing outrun. That's actually kind of the way that I got involved in politics, also through like computers and stuff. I'm really into computers. I do 3D printing stuff. As far as my content goes, a lot of it is video games, a lot of FGC content. I am a world-class Mortal Kombat 11 player, one of the best Jax players on planet Earth. I will, pop my collar on that one. I play a bunch of other games, first-person shooters and such, and I like to talk about, I guess, what would be under the umbrella of like leftist politics, but it's mainly just black people stuff that affects black people. So, I identify as a black anarchist. I am very much from the school of your Eddie Conways and Huey Newtons and Angela Davises and, Sada Shakur's and so on and so forth. So that's kind of where I come from politically, and yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, next Gamma.
What up, Umpaswee?
Hi, I'm the Wiz Gamma. I'm a streamer here on Twitch. You could follow me at the Wiz Gamma.
If you're from Sweden,
the whole thing.
Yeah.
I guess my content is mostly gaming and entertaining kind of content. But we do have times where we talk about issues going on in the world, and that's something that I like to talk about from time to time. I myself, I identify as African American, and I know that I also am Native American. We have it in my family. I've never connected with that part of my family. So I mostly identify as just African American, Black. Yeah. And I'm excited to be here. I'm nervous as hell. I don't know if you could tell that from how I'm talking, but it's not usually how I talk. I'm not usually a robot. So thanks.
You sound great.
Oh, thank you. I like that book, Endless.
Alrighty, next is Aton. I'm sorry, I don't want to say your name wrong.
You can say honey.
Is it George Floyd worshipping? What is George Floyd worshipping? No, it's about Amir Locke. You're getting timed out for that.
But now I mostly just model, and I'm also currently
so you get 3 minutes to think about what you did.
Seniors. My background, I pride myself in calling myself a Black Puerto Rican. It's really difficult being an Afro-Latina, especially when you have people thinking Black is a race and Hispanic is a race. So it's like, oh, you're Black and Hispanic. And I always pride myself in saying, no, I'm a Black Hispanic. So I'm really, really proud to be here and bringing some of the Latin spice to this conversation.
Alrighty. Next we have Law Playbook.
Actually, I
All
shouldn't
right, what's
time
up,
him
y'all?
out.
My name
Maybe
is
it's a
Law
language
Playbook. I'm
barrier
a
thing.
Twitch streamer, twitch.tv/Law Playbook. I play
Well,
mostly
whatever. He
games
has.
that are
If he
like,
likes the channel, he has 10 minutes to.
where I'm like just dropping my commentary. I'm a very loud, very animated individual. So if you like that, then you should come mess with me. I am just I'm black. Both my parents are from Belize. I'm a first generation immigrant. So since I'm from Central America, I fall under like the Afro Caribbean / Afro Latino umbrella. Um, so
We got a
a
nice.
lot of different intersectionality right there. But I'm really excited to be on this panel. Thank you for inviting me out. I'm really excited to talk to all these cool people. We had a really cool conversation before any of this even started, so I already know it's about to be a really
I
good
am a
time.
nerd.
Oh, also, when I'm not streaming on Twitch, I am a U.S. history teacher, and I am totally fucking up the course content, doing everything illegal here. You know, they don't, but don't tell my boss that. All right.
Can I add that I'm
All
also
right.
a teacher? I teach science, but to little kids.
All right. Last but not least, Kat.
Hey, hello. I'm Katarana. You could call me Kat. I am also a scientist. It's now official. I'm moving to Berlin in 12 days. So soon I get to do from the Black European perspective. And I am Jamaican Haitian. But I also identify with my Chinese side and Ashkenazi Jewish side. So I grew up doing Hanukkah and stuff. And also, we always went to all the Lunar New Year things as kids. So
That's actually
yeah,
really
but
fucking cool. I don't know why I didn't know that.
more
Maybe
like
she said that
heavily, I guess
before,
I'll
and I.
say like Haitian because I lived in Haiti, but Jamaican because that food busts up. So what can I say? And yeah, I just happy to be here with all this whole group. And yeah, I'll pass it away
L'chaim.
to Fluff to introduce himself and start us off.
I want to say that, but I don't know if
I
it'd
am
be
Fluff. I
offensive.
will be your
What up, Sheldon?
moderator. I teach after school in inner city programs. I am currently a master's student in psychology, and I like doing this a lot. It's very fun. So, what we're going to talk about first is what you feel culture is and what Black culture means to you. I'm going to give everybody an opening statement to kind of say what you feel about that, and that way we can all interact with each other, have a similar idea of where we're coming from, and after that,
This is
after everyone
good.
does their opening,
This is
we'll
very
start
good.
making it a bit more free flow, and I probably won't be talking very much. You probably won't hear from me very much the rest of it. So we'll go reverse order, except Kat will still be last. So we'll go Law Playbook.
Oh man, straight into the fryer. Okay, so what is Black culture? All right, so in my opinion, like Black culture, uh I mean, it's the things that all of us like kind of experience together. I mean, although Black culture is not monolithic as a whole, there are definitely things that as a Black person, you know, you will almost definitely experience just off of the straight force that you're Black. Like that might be uh having those microaggressions in school or in the workplace, or when you're walking down the street and somebody look at you a certain type of way. uh but it's also like when you interact with other Black people, if you get the head nod, you know, kind of like those simple sorts of things. But as far as like culture in general, just like all of the things that we have as a people have had to like form together, uh you know, coming out of American slavery, and then like
I
all these
thought you were,
little like
Bink. I
different
wish you were on this
things
panel.
that we've just gained over the years that have
It's
just
cool
become
though,
kind of
because
powerful. Uh,
I reached out to
but
Professor
you know,
Flowers,
I'm interested to hear what
and I
everybody
told her
else
I
got
want
to
to
say.
talk
That
to
was a
her,
little short thing.
All right, next is Honey.
and she responded. So if you want to talk to
So in
Professor
terms of
Flowers, let's do that.
culture, I think culture, I could give the basic example of music, arts, entertainment, blah, blah, blah. But what's specific with Black culture is just something that, like you said, it's not monolithic, but it's like something that we can all relate to as Black people. Like It's one of those things like you don't know why it's like relatable as a black person, but everyone knows it's relatable as a black person. Like I guess a great example can be when you see like a meme about like mac and cheese, and like every black person's like, oh yeah, black mac and cheese has to be look a certain way, and everyone's like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? It's just something that we know and that we can easily relate to, not monolithic, but eventually, one way or another, we're going to find ourselves relating, whether when we're young or when we're adults. I think that's what I see as a black culture. That's how it's simple but complex at the same time, which is what's so great about it.
Yep, Justin.
That was beautiful. All right, Gamma.
I feel like I can't even say more than what Law and Honey said, but just to add on to that, yeah, for sure, Black culture is about like I think the trends we set and things of that nature. I feel like Black culture is super influential in our music and the way we dress and just the things we bring to other communities and it's like that's the culture that's recognizable and like really easily visible to know that that comes from Black people and it could be mixed in with other things and get really confused and it could be taken really easily without any credit and but I feel like we at the end of the day know like what Black culture looks like feels like to us. Yeah.
All right, next is Endless.
Cool. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to articulate this adequately, but I was just noticing, like, besides myself, like how many black and indigenous people there are, and that's hella common. And when we talk about black culture, it's very obvious, I feel like, when people are dog whistling about it, but there's also kind of the slippery slope of when we talk about black culture, because capitalism commodifies everything, we risk talking about just the things that have been commodified, that have been taken from black people and become commodities. So things like music, food, so on and so forth, which is like valid and true and correct. But I would say, I would kind of feel like that a lot of what is unique to black people, like us as in like having grown up with black family members or like being descended from people who were enslaved, African enslaved people in this country, black culture is tools for survival first and foremost. Whether we're talking about like certain religious things or certain I'm gonna say cultural, but we're literally talking about culture, so it's silly. Like etiquette, you know what I mean? Like ways to exist and move in the world. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I want to throw out there.
I think what you said made perfect sense. Next is Aston.
Hey, everybody.
Black culture equals black adaptation,
So
innovation,
what I
assimilation.
want to
Yeah.
say when I say black
Commodification.
culture, I think that all of us are kind of hitting on this kind of point here, which is we are not a monolith. We are a plurality of
Right.
diverse ideas, thoughts, and opinions, but we are unified, and we're unified in one thing, and that's the fires of liberation.
Facts.
Every single black person
I
on
love when
this
Aston
earth
speaks.
knows what it means to be black. And that in itself creates a culture. It creates a culture of overcoming, of triumphing over odds, of always making sure that you have to fight for your place. And that's evident when you see our culture, whether it be the Afro-Caribbean style,
thanks, Fed. I'm excited
whether
too.
it be the Southern, Southern rap, whether it be, the people in Morocco that have been there for thousands of years. You can see in all of our cultures this unity in this idea of liberation and shaking off the oppressor. And I don't like to, always frame things in the framing of, the oppressor and the oppressed.
You have to,
I do
though.
think that's a little reductive.
It's not.
But you cannot deny that that's what it is. And further, when we were talking earlier about appropriation, That's what they're buying and selling, my friends. They're buying our struggle and selling it on the street every single time, whether it be jazz, whether it be the gangster rap of the 1990s, and whether it be today, you see many female artists that aren't of African descent with braids and things in their hair. Our culture of struggle in history has always been something that's kind of been bought and sold. So that does have to kind of play a part in it. But when we're talking about the thing that is blackness, when we all say, hey, listen, I know that that's black culture, it's because we all of us have seen from the perspective of oppression. And so we all can recognize it when we see it immediately. And it's not just unique to us. There are many other cultures that are oppressed as well. And it's actually why a lot of us see a lot of similarities between us and them. I see a lot of similarities between myself and the Hispanic cultures of Latin America and South America. I see a lot of myself
How do you feel?
in the Cambodian and the Vietnamese.
Was there a language barrier?
And
I'm sorry. I apologize for timing you out.
And even India. So there is a universal culture of oppression that has been brought upon about a worldwide hegemony of white supremacy. So
what did you mean by George Floyd worship?
Thanks.
I love when you slam dunk my alley-oops like that, Aston. I'm just saying.
Teamwork make the dream work.
That was beautiful. All right, Alex?
Yeah, so I mean, Aston, and I mean, all of you have amazing points, and I think that is one of the overlying points that really is getting hit on the head right now, is that we all have relatable experiences and different experiences, and that is underneath the umbrella of Black culture. And Kat actually used a word that I didn't know, which was homogeneity. Is that how you say that right? Yeah. And I had to like look into it because I thought it was really interesting. And when I looked into the definition, I kind of saw that it was more of like the things are pushing together to just move as one. And I found the term heterogeneity, which is like everybody is like what we do, which is we all have our related experiences and we use those experiences to stand in solidarity with one another, no matter where it be around the world. And I think that Black culture is absolutely fucking beautiful. And I think that there's also things that, you know, the way that we've been oppressed over the centuries.
I fucking love these panels so much. I love these panels. I really do.
Like hate, and there's a lot of
disdain,
and there's a
we
lot
did
of damage
high key
that's
talk
in
about
the
this
community,
on
and
Kev's panel.
it's really good for us to sit down and talk this stuff out, because I know that I apply these things in my daily life, and I know that you guys do as well, and it's good to spread these messages out. So,
all right, and Madlad.
Yeah. So for me, I think I'm going to define it a lot more anecdotally than everyone else here, because for me,
I love anecdotes. I love when people describe shit.
Is what my dad. It's my dad's stories. So like he became a man. Like he turned 18 in 1967, right? So his entire manhood happened simultaneously with the civil rights movement and then everything that happened thereafter, right? So he has, like, you know, he lived the experience. He lived the riots in Detroit. He lived joining the military and how African Americans were treated in the military. He insists on he's insisted for a long time on not calling it Black culture, because, like, you know, at some point in his education or whatever, somewhere in the 70s, everything became African American. You have to use the term African American. You can't say Black, right?
I'm gonna be charitable.
And, like, that's like one of those things that, like, I think there's actually
just say that you were wrong.
Some debate over this now, right? But like for him being, like, you know, one of those
George Floyd died because the police killed him.
Say, like, first gen, like, you know, civil rights.
It wasn't the drugs in his system.
Growing up in the first generation,
it wasn't him being a criminal.
Rights and being able to do.
It was because the police killed him. Even if he was a criminal, here in America, we have a thing called habeas corpus.
And, you know, it's also like what he learned in the university. It's like what Afrocentrism was back in the 70s, and, like, you know, I got exposed to that.
I'm gonna turn him down for a little bit.
Like, learning, you know.
George Floyd did not die because he had drugs in his system. And even if he was a criminal, here in America, we have a thing called habeas corpus. Everyone, no matter what the crime they commit is supposed to have their day in court.
The one in the
One in South America?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Guyana,
Guyana.
right?
Yeah, it's Guyana.
Okay, good. Whew. I thought I was gonna blow that, but yeah, Guyana. He grew up in Georgetown, and he was a professor in the United States, and he was pushing like this, like these notions that like Africans discovered America first, right? And like there's this Afrocentric, like rediscovery of like he went through this era where folks were like trying to struggle to figure out what does it mean to be Black in America, right? And all those stories were like passed down to me, and like I took some, left some of it behind. We have like and we always debated like the cultural ramifications of everything that he went through, but like those stories like really stick with me. Like what was it like to dance with a white girl in Georgia in 1968? Like dangerous, real dangerous, right?
Yeah.
And there's like other things too.
Jesus.
Like the riots, of course. I mentioned that already. Being prepared for Vietnam, right? And then like having uncles that were sent to Vietnam and like fighting for a country that I think Muhammad Ali said it best, right? Like the Viet Cong doesn't call me the N-word, right? Like this shit like this, like the end result is that like my father was like particularly jaded.
Don't ban
like,
Umpo yet. Don't
very
ban
realistic.
Umpo.
He understands that like being in America is great.
Don't ban him. Don't time him out.
But there's a lot of hardships that we all have to like be aware of, and we can't trust anyone because you never know who's going to betray you in terms of being racist. And then me growing up in this culture, me having his stories, not necessarily believing at first, right? And then being exposed to situations where he was completely right, like right on the money. Racism did not end in like the 1990s and like when I was growing up, in like this predominantly white school. We're talking about like how racism is over, like celebrate Martin Luther King Day, all this other stuff. And like I was buying into this sort of idea that racism is finished, like this is all old stuff. And then I'd be exposed to like the kid who called me the N-word in the second grade, or like racist staff members who didn't want my little brother to date their daughter who went to like the same school, right? They just shit like that. So like Black culture for me is sort of like hearing all the stories of my dad going through these various like traumas and like these various like just situations. And there's like some wild, crazy stories that you can't really even believe actually happened in this country, right? And then comparing it to like
check DMs,
what should be, and then trying to figure out like what's the difference between the two, I guess. Like that's like my exploration of Black culture. I kind of went on a I kind of took off with that.
Very well. I will. Don't you talk as long as you feel you need to get a point across. And if it's going too long, I'll step in. You don't need to worry about yourself. I'll also real quick because I'm a complete nerd and bookworm. It is pronounced Guyana. I triple checked. I even checked from a video with the Guyanese speaker talking about the country.
What did I say?
Did I say making Cat wrong? No, it's not because you said it wrong. It's mostly because Kat gave you the wrong thing. I'm just messing with her.
So Guyana, not whatever I said.
Yeah, but that's fine. It's really not a big deal.
Is it better to get everyone's?
Remember earlier when we were talking about black on black violence?
So, we don't have cancel culture here, Sweden. The people who get canceled get rich.
And I'm curious if you could add on to how you talk about culture.
Why would I listen to someone who is wrong?
You feel is
especially
commonly
if I try to
attributed to black
educate
culture
you
by
continue
outsiders,
to be wrong. It's a waste of time.
That you feel doesn't really match.
Would you entertain a flat earther just because they have a different point of view?
No, you wouldn't. Or do you want me to just answer that?
You can do whichever you want. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I think as we've started doing this series, a lot of times, growing up, a lot of things that happen to you, you just think that's like an experience that only you will, and then we'll sit here and like say like, oh, like someone didn't want to like have me come home because I was Black, and everyone's like, oh my God, me too. And that's kind of like one of those things where though I am very anti the idea of like the monolithic thing, I think as some have said, like I think it's some of the shared oppression or like experiences that we have that make up Black culture. Same way that like when we were talking about something that Vietnam refugees or Cambodian refugees, or I think that starts to get into like the idea of a POC culture. So I think like the shared experiences that like 95% of us, no matter what your like class or background. Like, okay, even though your parents might be like upper middle class, uh, America don't care because to you, you're still a black guy in a car. And I think that's like one of the things that really makes up black culture. And for me, something I really don't like that gets attributed to black culture is like crime. That pisses me off when I hear people say that, um, well, like, why are black people like arrested more? Oh, because black people sometimes like they have higher crime stats. Well, why do they have higher crime stats? Well, a lot of people don't have the data in the house. Why don't people have data in the house? Black culture. I'm like, what? I don't know. No, no, it's not black culture to just not have our dads in the house. It's not like yeah, it's and there's like a lot of different things that start to like come into it that can be attributed to like actual just proper sociological breakdowns and thinking behind like beyond moon brain that can explain a lot of different things that we have within yeah, just within our community that's not just I don't know, they're just born like that. Um or like the idea of like sometimes like right wingers will say that like black people aren't good with money because we spend black community spends more of their money on luxury goods. I'm like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Like that. So yeah, things like that. I guess I'll leave it with those two because I'm sure I could probably pull out a whole laundry list of things I don't like. But yeah.
All right. Since Ashton raised his hand, I'll let him go, and then everyone can kind of just
About
respond
persuading
to how it
others.
goes.
Actions speak louder than words.
Okay, cool. Cool.
And
So, first of all, what she's talking
if you're
about and what
dedicated
is
to not
so
understanding
fucking
our movement,
sad
then
is that when, as a black person, I can hear part of a
why'd I
speech
bother?
and go, oh, 1350. Gotcha. Like, I already know the argument that you're making because it's made to me so often and talking about our culture and how it's about criminality. Nigga, our culture isn't about criminality. You didn't ever look into the 90s and see how many black people were actually against 90s gangster rap. Actually, the reason why 90s gangster rap made so much
I
money
represent black
is
people now, yeah.
because of white culture. It's because of white kids in the suburb buying our music. Further, when we talk about this, what we're all kind of hinting at is so one of the privileges white people don't understand that they have is the idea of being able to have a culture that's all encompassing, meaning that you get to be diverse, you get to be different. We get to talk about, country rednecks and hillbillies and Midwesterners and Cali folk and New York folk. But when we talk about it, no matter how much we try to explain the East Coast, West Coast breakdown, y'all just don't get it. You see us all the same because black people, and this is true of all ethnic minorities and all of us in this group, we don't get a movie, we don't get a documentary, we get a spotlight. And the only part of our culture that you see is that spot that the spotlight is on for that moment.
I think I get your
And
point
those are
perfectly,
usually the
Sweet.
parts
It's
that are
just a
being
really
appropriated
shitty
out of our culture, as I hinted to before, with jazz or rock and roll or rap or any of the myriad of all of our culture that gets exported throughout history. And there's a reason for this, by the way. And this is what I wanted to talk about when we talk about the different black cultures. There are multiple black cultures in the United States. I mean, you have the Southern culture, you have Northerners. This has to do with migration pattern. And you have the Western culture. The Western culture was actually seeded by freed slaves from Mexico. Because Mexico ended slavery, I think in 1831, somewhere around there. So you have three very distinct populations of black folk. But what happens is, over and over again, as one of these three areas becomes prosperous, whether it be because of jobs or new resources or what have you, you inevitably get a cultural movement that goes along with it that is inevitably wiped out through like a massacre. And you think I'm kidding or using hyperbole? I am not. If you look at the rich culture of the South that actually spawned jazz music that was famously appropriated, the reason why you saw us stop being involved so much with that is because of all the massacres that happened between 1910 and 1930. The Great Migration out of the South is actually a response to that.
Yep.
You see the crackdowns in West Coast culture in the 90s. That was a lot of the drug war that was fought there actually fundamentally like destroyed a lot of the roots of rap culture on the West Coast. And you see these patterns again and again and again. And oftentimes, like I was saying before, we don't get the luxury of getting to have a long history or an encyclopedia or a book that tells all of our stories from the beginning of the time. We only get a spotlight
just wants to be nosy.
that exists for
never
a moment.
Gonna know any
and
black
that's
people,
black culture in a
like
nutshell.
Black people just wants to be nosy.
It's all Mexico abolished slavery in 1837. If
1837.
any of you guys have a question like that or anything, I'm happy to look it up for you. It takes me like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I looked.
By the way,
just
fun
to
fact.
add on to it.
Fun fact about the whole Mexico abolishing slavery. That's why Texas became a state.
Yep.
Americans that were residing in Mexico who had slaves decided that they were going to rebel against the Mexican government because they wanted to keep their specific institution alive and well.
That gets into what Aston and Katarana are both saying with people put criminality into the category of black culture, but they do that addressing the symptom and not looking at the disease, right? Because if you want to get into some serious shit, having black skin in America is low-key against the law. You cannot be black in America. But outside of that, if you want to get into like super detailed about it, the things that black people do, they criminalized. Like Nixon talked about this. There was black codes, all this stuff. Like you can't say that normal shit that we do on a regular basis is against the law. Just declare it against the law, and then after the fact, be like, why do you guys like committing crimes so much? Why do you guys like making the shit that we like to do criminal? Like, there's that.
Fucking loitering.
Right, yeah, loitering. I actually have a story about a loitering charge that I beat one time, which is crazy. But I'll save that for later. But also the fact that like storytelling is like uniquely black, like uniquely African. You know what I mean? That's oral tradition, and that type of stuff was all we had because we weren't allowed to read or write. We weren't allowed to learn to read or write, and we weren't allowed to even speak to each other in the fields. We had to use cornrows and songs to communicate with one another, and we weren't even allowed to practice our own spiritual traditions. We had to be forced to have Catholicism run us over, and when we have like hip hop and rap and stuff, which is another thing that was commodified, which is definitely not even in black culture anymore. Sorry, not sorry. Blame the old heads for that one. But this is why you need to gatekeep things. But hip hop, where you have rappers who rap about like selling drugs and gang violence and stuff, it's not because they think that shit is awesome and so much fun and they wake up in the morning and can't wait to do that shit. They're just speaking on what they live and the experience that they have. What else are you going to speak on? I mean, you can make stuff up, but a lot of the people don't, like, you're talking about people who exist in those conditions. They don't have that level of imagination to be like, I'm gonna make a rap album about Harry Potter. You know what I mean? They need to put food on the table for themselves, their siblings, their kids, or whoever. And if the only options that you have by which to do that are criminal, then it's the way that things are set up. It's not that we fall through the cracks, it's that the cracks are made and we get swept into them, and then they blame us for it after the fact. How come you guys don't have fathers in the home? Well, it's because you guys made it so my father couldn't get a job and he had to sell weed to put food in my belly, and then you locked him up. So how about that?
Yep.
So what I'm gonna do is, other people that have been on the panel know that I do this often. But if I kind of feel like you're being shy and it's being a bit difficult for you to get in, I'm gonna kind of force you to talk. I'm gonna put the spotlight on you, just so we can kind of get things moving around.
This is my favorite thing that he does, honestly.
Also, because I know people like Ender and Endless, they're not going to have any trouble like getting
sorry.
their opinions across. They're very no, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a wonderful thing about both of you. So I'd like to hear from Gamma and then Honey.
Let's hear from the ladies.
Hi. Okay, so I I can't really. I feel like you guys know a lot more than I do. When I hear you
I
guys
felt the same
talk
way.
about, well, like the things that you talk about, I'm just like, damn, they are knowledge banks. So there's really
Exactly where
nothing
they
I
came.
could contribute. But I will say this, as
What's up, Cross Crescent Creed?
a Black person
Story something is
who
something
has been
all
working in
cultures use,
predominantly white
yes, but
spaces
they don't
like
all have the
all
same
my life,
experience with
when it
storytelling
comes
as
to culture,
Africanized
like it's
enslaved
something
people
that
do, my dude.
I feel like
Please do
as
not be
a Black person
disingenuous
you
in my
could start
chat.
to
I
feel really
will ban you.
disconnected from.
You are so close.
For
You are
example,
this
like
fucking close, my
for
guy.
the past
You
few
are this
years,
fucking close, my
I've
guy. Think
code
really long and
switched
hard about what you want your
nearly
next words to
every
be,
single
because they might
day
be your fucking last in
of
here.
my life. Just being around peers who are nothing like me, who don't get my slang, my lingo, the way I talk, my interest, it's very hard to find someone when like you're not in that like in a space where someone looks like you most of the time. It's very hard to find someone to have those commonalities with. And even when you find someone like, here's another Black person in a predominantly white school, you like, hey, what's up? They're not necessarily gonna be, because we're not a monolith, they're not
No, because
necessarily
you're
gonna
going out of
be
your way not
that
to
same like,
to
hey,
agree with
what's
me. You're going
good?
out of
Like
your
they
way to be
might be like,
contrarian.
hi, how are you?
You're literally going
And
out
then
of
I'm
your way
like,
not
wait,
to
I was trying
understand
to give
anything I'm
dap you
saying.
up. I was trying to like give
You're
you all
trying to
that.
argue
So
with me.
like
You're in here trying to
that
argue. You're not in here
it's
trying to
really
learn,
hard
even though I'm giving you the
in that
gems
sense. I feel
for
like
free on Black History Month. You
not that
should
I
be
lost
paying
my
me.
blackness,
You
that's
should be
the
tipping
wrong
me right
term,
now.
but like I'm pushing it down. Like it's not able to like I guess show itself for what it is. So like when I get on a panel like this and I see people talking so strongly about Black culture and how and just knows the facts, it's like it's a little intimidating. And I just love that. I guess I wanted this is a compliment and a comment at the same time, but like yeah, that's all I wanted to say. You guys are awesome.
Just as a heads up though, like I'm not sure if you're currently doing it or anything, but like especially within here,
The
like
thing,
you don't
it's all
need
good,
to code
Umpua.
switch at all. Unfortunately, I can't do any better than this. I really wish I could. This is just my voice.
Should I
I
kick
didn't
this
do it on
man,
purpose.
Umpua?
But like if you feel if you feel
Do I kick
like
Umpua?
speaking any other way,
Chat, should I
like
kick
yeah,
him?
that's 100%
Y'all had enough of him?
okay. And also like for me, Mac Aston, like Cemetery and Mad Latin, we do panels like all the time.
Oh,
And we
cool.
also we like politically stream. So like I think we just have no life. That's all you're seeing. So like feel free to like you do not need to,
Give
yeah,
him the
like
boot.
it's always like a learning
Sorry,
experience.
friend.
So if you have any like I guess something that you want to attribute that like you don't like
Hey,
know
Umpua,
I guess
say hi to
the
Candace for
long-term
me on your
background
way
of,
out.
that's like that's a-okay.
Candace
Definitely.
dick fit in
Yeah,
your
I'll add
lips,
on
you
to that.
fucking
Your
Swedish
anecdotes
Scandinavian
are
racist
facts.
piece of
Like
shit.
they're not like random fantasy stories. I do find value in them greatly.
Awesome.
Oh, I'd like to say that the power of our culture is not in statistics, but instead in stories. And you are a strong Black queen. You have lived your entire life as a Black queen in this country. You got stories to tell us, and those are far more valuable than the anecdotes, because they capture the, like, I can say numbers, but you capture the emotion. You know what I mean?
That's true. Oh, thanks,
What up,
guys.
Prog?
All right, honey.
So I just wanted to go back to the whole talk of the criminality, because over here in New York, I'm from New York. Our mayor,
Dead ass?
Eric, dead ass. Our mayor was literally, as a Black mayor, you think, well, I didn't, but a lot of people think like, oh, he's Black, he's gonna understand. But literally 2 days ago, he was talking about how drill music is the reason why crime is so up in New York.
I'm from
And I'm
Baltimore, trust
like,
me, I know. This shit is crazy.
and
It's
I
like
sit
somebody
here and I'm
reincarnated
like,
Giuliani. I agree with you.
yeah. And I sit here, I'm like, my little sister is listening to Pop Smoke every day, and she's not out here wanting to go out and want to rob something. So,
Right.
speaking, like seeing that, and it's like, my favorite thing to say is, so before
Yeah,
90s
Wither
rap and
King. I'm
before
not
drill
trying.
music,
We're trying to do this
all
panel.
this
It's Black
crime that was
History
happening
Month.
by
We're
white
not with the
people
fuckery.
done to us,
fuckery
what were
this
they
month.
listening to? They were listening I don't know, but they weren't listening to gangster rap or wasn't listening to drill music. And it just makes me, it's very interesting to see that, to attribute, once we made something that we found interesting, that we love to do, that we made for ourselves. And they were like, well, we're going to make this the reason, we're going to say this is the reason for why crime is up, instead of looking at, well, maybe the reason why crime is up is because our society freaking sucks and we need to attribute more of our money to healthcare and mental health and stuff. And we're going to blame it on a group of people that we hated since the beginning of time.
Yes.
There's
This is
that.
facts.
And in regards to your code switching, I went to a high school 4 years. I went to a majority Asian high school. It was a gifted school. And from the first year I was there, I absolutely hated it because I was the black girl from Brooklyn. And I wasn't even from like
I feel bad.
the bad part of it. I wasn't from Brownsville. If you know about Brownsville, you know about Brownsville. I wasn't from Brownsville, but they was like, black girl from Brooklyn. Her name's Aisha, so we're gonna call her Sharkeisha. It was little stuff like that.
Oh nah.
Having to learn.
I would have been like, I'm gonna show
move
you a
around.
Sharkeisha.
No, and it's also having to. Do I show them what I'm really about? Or do I have to keep up this image of I'm trying not to be that black girl from Brooklyn? I'm trying not to show like, yeah, I'm not like every other black
We
girl
talked
while
about that.
still being black. So I definitely do understand the code switching and having to
Ben
move
Shapiro
around
blaming black culture
to
for
who you
crime
are. I
rates.
mean, by the
Yeah,
end of my
that's
senior
been
year,
implied, but we'll
I didn't
definitely.
care
I'll bring
about
that up.
anything else.
Yeah, he's a dog
Like,
whistler like a
I
motherfucker.
found myself, unfortunately, I had to go through microaggressions and trauma, and still having to heal from that in order to find myself as a black woman, and ended up going to a majority black college. I was like, I'm not going through that ever again. So I definitely do get the code switching. And then that also goes back to criminality, because they already saw me as a criminal while listening to the music they were criminalizing me for, and then seeing them switch up when their parents were in the room. It was a very interesting. I'm gonna let y'all speak, but I
Don't you
get it. I have stories.
You're spitting.
Don't you
Go
guys
for
think
it.
it's
Really
interesting
ongoing.
that part of our culture is pretending to be white? Like that's a legitimate part of our culture.
Yeah.
It's like the
Oh
us.
yeah.
Hey guys, do your pretend to be white face real quick. Like
Frantz Fanon, if you guys are interested in this, Frantz Fanon wrote a book called Black Skin, White Masks. I don't have it on my shelf right now, so I can't show it to y'all, but it talks about colonized people personally. Yeah, so you know the book, yeah.
It was actually really interesting, this idea of like the code switching. Like for me, like the mask was like applied to my face and then just like stapled there, right? Like I don't have like, I almost feel weird like when Ender was talking about like, you're a black queen, right? Like that term, using that phrase, black queen. I can't feel authentic using phrasing like that because I've grown up in such a white culture that like I feel like I'm fronting my blackness. That's like what's so crazy about this. Like the thing is, like we are like the culture is being suppressed. And like every generation the culture gets suppressed, it's like going to make more of me's. Or like, we're like kind of confused about like what lingo we can get into. Like I'll hang out with my cousins and I'll feel fine. I can start like, using some vernacular and I feel, kind of normal.
That's colonization, right? Get out vibes.
But yeah, exactly. Like it's just like really
like you see how chocolate I am. I was uncomfortable saying the N-word for the first like 21 years of my life. Real talk. Like I started saying
I still have a hard time.
Yeah, coincidentally, I only started saying the N-word because the other white kids who like listened to Eminem and shit around me were saying it, and I didn't check them on it. I just like joined in, and now it's just a part of who I am, I guess.
The first time I ever tried it out, it was in front of my dad, because I just wanted to see like, like how was it? I was like 14, 15 years old, and I like, I tried the word out, and he had planned this. All right, he knew this was gonna happen. Like he had this planned out. Like I don't know, like he must have like figured this out like 1968 or something. He's just gonna say like,
I feel it drinking. I know you.
When my son uses this word, and like he didn't even like, he just like looked at me. He didn't even like flinch or anything. He just looked at me, and then he called me a. I can't say the whole thing the way. How can I censor this? N-word Ranian is what he called me back. He just like boom, like immediate delivery, and I was like, all right. He was ready for this, and it's really interesting because like he would tell me these stories about being called that. So he worked in security at a campus, right? Like a college campus. And he was used to, like, you know, the white kids on the campus being spoiled, you know, being kicked out of one building or another, you know, dropping that word on him, right? And like this one time he's like, you know, being threatened by these dudes. And my dad's like, one thing that is like kind of super stereotypical, by the way, is like, you know, civil rights era black man learning martial arts. Like everybody saw, like, you know, the guy in the Bruce Lee movie. I forgot his name. I can't remember. Sonny something.
The
look
dude
this
from The
up.
Last Dragon. I forget his name.
Yeah. But like that movie, you know, got my dad into the martial arts, and you know, he had
that movie changed dudes. Black men in the 70s. That was like Fight Club for niggas in the 70s. Like The Last Dragon changed lives for black men.
Absolutely. My dad was on the circuit. He was on the martial arts tournament circuit. He was just like kicking people's asses left and right, like throughout the 70s, right? So as a security guard, he's got all these like skills. And there is these two men, one white, one black, refusing to leave the building. And the white guy like walked up to him, and
your dad loved those movies. Everybody
said, "What if I call you the N-word?" Right?
That's what's crazy is like everybody loves black people.
My dad's response would always be to just take that language and just use it right back. So he was like, "Well, you know, there's a bunch of different types, right? You got the jungle N-words, you got the sand N-words, and there's people like you, the snow N-words." And that guy lost his shit. Like he freaked out. Like you know, he did exactly what my dad needed, right? Because like he's security, can't like, you know, raise, you know, fists or anything. Like, he can't like, you know, pummel the guy for using that word. But the guy lost his shit. You know, went at my dad. My dad was like, "All right, well, martial arts time," and then like, let's get him out of the building, right? And it's really interesting how powerful that word is when it's like used in that way. Like nobody expects it, nobody sees it, but like that word actually has like power that can go both ways.
I'll say this.
I always thought it was like fascinating how he used it.
This is part of black culture too, just the mental judo we can do, no matter what your level of education or experience. We play to dozens. All of us know how to play to dozens. Like we can flip an insult back on you ASAP.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna pull the make talk card, law of playbook. What are your thoughts?
Wait, can I ask them a question? Can I direct a question at them? Because I really want to ask the panel a question.
Sure.
So from both of you guys, we keep talking to ourselves in relation to black culture, like what does it mean to us? How do we fit in? Those sorts of things. But I think all of us kind of understand that the way the media portrays us and what we as black folk think of black culture are two different things. So what are the things you think of? Like what are the different black cultures you see? Because the media only sees one of us, but there's so many different groups of us. So what are the different black cultures you guys think of?
Law, go first.
Dang. Oh, man. You put me on the spot, but I really appreciate how you really be pulling me into the panels, because I've definitely sat on some panels where I'm just sitting there looking at the camera. I'm like, dang, my forehead looks huge the entire time. That's all I be doing. So I really appreciate it. As far as like the different types of like black cultures, I mean, there's obviously for us in like the Twitch sphere, you know, blurred culture. There's amongst like history people like myself and like history buffs, like, there's just infinite amounts of groups, honestly, with every kind of thing. I'm trying to find where my black D&D players at. I'm trying to get into Dungeons and Dragons, get into that.
Right here.
My cousin.
Yo, say less.
To take me under their wing. I don't know how to do it. I'm trying to learn. But I just feel like there's just infinite plurality when it comes to being black, and that's like just like a beautiful thing. But even like but still, even though there's like different like things that you can get into, it's still, when you're with black people, it kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. Because like if I'm if I'm watching like my favorite anime or something, if I'm watching it with a group of my black friends, it's gonna be completely different.
It's gonna be lit as fuck, is what it's gonna be.
Lit, man. Whoop that nigga ass! Whoop that nigga ass!
Facts.
Yo, my nigga go boxing.
Gave him the pause though.
Right. So it's crazy. But there was, I think it was either Cemetery. Cemetery, Honey said it, and I think Gamma was also saying it too, about being in white spaces. I really wanted to touch on it real quick because I definitely grew up in like a stupidly like completely white space. And what I had to do to just be able to keep on making it is I had to adapt just to survive, because if I was going to be just authentically myself, even bringing the food from my house, because like my rice
I
and
know you can
beans and my
relate to
spilled
that.
chicken, it
I know you relate
smells
to that
funny
one
to them.
drinking nerdy.
So then I had
You
to
can't bring your food because it
I was
smells
out
funny?
there eating Whataburger and McDonald's just to kind of blend in and fit in. And then I discovered later as I got into high school like my own real blackness, and was able to like get on that and move forward, because there was just points in life when I realized that I am definitely not like these people that live around me. That's like one of those moments is I was gonna go play tennis, and then like all my white friends would be like, "Oh, that's such a white thing to do. Okay, you're gonna go play tennis." I'm like, "All right." I mean, there's Arthur Ashe, Serena Williams, some of the best tennis players ever, black folks, but it's whatever. I'm going to go play tennis. I'm walking out my house, and there was a string of robberies in my neighborhood. So the police saw me walk out my house, and they pulled me over. I'm walking, and I've got a big old tennis bag on my back. I got like I remember I was wearing a bright like neon blue shirt with like orange collar, bright orange shoes. Like I'm looking like a tennis player, like for sure. Big old rackets in my hand, and they're like, "What are you doing in that house? Like, what are you doing in that house over there?" Because my neighborhood was predominantly white. They was questioning me. They sat me down on the concrete and asked me if I had anything to do with the robberies in the area, when I just walked out the house that my parents have owned and lived in for the past. At that point, I was 13 years old.
Oh,
so
yeah.
like almost like 20 years type thing.
The exact year I had a situation similar to where I grew up here in Baltimore County, where I grew up there for 13 years, left for a couple of years. There was a string of robberies. I was back in the hood visiting some homies that still live there with their parents who had also lived there for generations. And the neighbors were heated, and they were like, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Fam, I probably belong here more than you do," but continue.
Yo, real quick, show of hands for the audience, just so the audience can see. Raise your hand if you've been fucked with by the police.
Does that include like them hitting on you?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
especially that. Yes, especially that.
Hey,
Could
can I get a question?
if I can ask a question?
Oh, that's gross.
I'm sorry. I've never heard of somebody being hit on by the police.
It's not
If you're
fun.
comfortable, are you willing to share the story? If you're not comfortable sharing it, you don't have to.
No, I'll share it. It was really a quick, brief instance. I was walking down with my friend. I don't know if they were particularly trying to hit on me or if they were trying to hit on my friend who was an Asian girl. But like they pulled up next to us and they were acting like they weren't police, and they was just like, "Hey, what's up?" In a whole ass uniform with a gun under it, and I'm just like, "Hi, did we do something wrong?" And they're like, "No, where are you going?" And I'm like, "This way." I don't know what she wanted to say. There was just, I guess they like sense how uncomfortable we are, and that we weren't like, "Oh my god, you're a cop, like what's up?" And so they was just like, "Oh, okay, well, you have a nice day," and then drove off. And it was just it was fucking weird, like in the way they were looking at us too, like the whole time they're talking is like up and down and looking us up and down. It was gross. Yeah, that was my experience. It was a small short experience.
I tell people the reason why that's crazy to me is because I tell people all the time, and it's still true, knock on wood, the only time I've ever been robbed in Baltimore City, Baltimore County, the only time I've ever been robbed was by a BPD, Gun Trace Task Force, right? And in the aftermath of that, with the whole Freddie Gray shit, the DOJ report came out. I don't know if you guys read that report or heard about it, and the absolutely heinous shit that BPD were doing in it. Like they would pick up like sex workers and be like, "Yo, you suck on my dick a little bit, I won't take you to jail." Like that kind of shit. Common too. Like they have audio recordings of police officers doing this kind of shit. It's abolish the police.
They're passing laws in a variety of places, like banning sex between like police and who they've detained.
Right.
But they actually have to write laws to do that.
I was just about to say, the fact that they even have to write laws about that should tell you something.
Because the police union will commonly cite the fact that it's not illegal for them to have sex. This is actually super common. And like I've said it before, I'll say it again openly. I worked in the porn industry briefly when, on the managing side of things. And this is something I hear from girls all the time. You don't know how many times they shake down girls. Like, you want to talk about our problems, like with the police, like females have their own unfortunate problem. It's like they're carrying around diamonds in their backpack at all times. You know what I mean? Like,
men with power
it's
rape.
Disgusting.
It's a simple quote, but it's never not true. Men with power rape. That's just how it works.
So, forgive me if I don't word this tactfully enough. My brain's a little scrambled. How do you feel that
exactly, Frackle?
Let's say like the average white person culturally interact with the police and how that differs from how a black person culturally interacts with police, because I feel like a lot of people will say that implicitly black people just hate the cops when obviously there's earned animosity towards it. But so I'm curious if any of you have want to start. Go ahead, Kat, and then Honey after Kat.
Oh, I wanted to answer actually both of your questions at the same time. The one that Aston was talking about plus yours. So I think one part that doesn't get talked about a lot, which you guys brought up, is like black nerd culture. A lot of people are like, yeah, like black people just like to loiter and stuff. I'm like, nah, we like pretty fucking nerdy. Like, and black nerds are just really just generally pretty cool. Like every time like Caleb City's YouTube channel is just basically a YouTube channel dedicated to just being a black nerd, and it's amazing. And there's actually full Facebook groups that I'm a part of, where sometimes we just sit there and watch dorky stuff, and it's cool. It's not always just wanting to be in the music video when we rap music. Yeah. No, we do other things. I think another thing that's very often not spoken about, which obviously it's a little bit of a boohoo cry me a river, but I get kind of sad about it, is the lack of thinking about black middle class culture. A lot of there's very, very few things that I get to watch where I'm like, yeah, that's me. Most of the time I'm like, what are you talking about right now? And I don't want to go too much into media because we're going to be talking about it, but just shows like Blackish, I'm like, finally, dude, yes, what? Because that's just black middle class culture is just something that's so not spoken about.
I feel
yeah. And then in terms of the difference in interactions with police, I personally I'm not a big fan, just because I know about institutional issues, but I have never had a bad interaction with police myself, and I think that's one thing that's maybe part of the monolithic stereotype that comes in, is you just hate the police because they're always pulling you over. I'm like, no, I've actually had police help me before. When I was 14, I got I got my ass fucking whooped. I totally deserved it too. I was talking mad shit. I was like, yeah, I could beat your ass. Yeah, come around, dude. I got fucking creamed.
No, we have one rule in this house: talk shit, get hit. One rule.
No, I was people were on the bus. They're like, yo, that girl wants to fight you. I'm like, yo. Yeah, let her come around. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I came off the bus one day. I was like, ooh, okay. And I had to file a police report, and they asked if I wanted to press charges, and I was like, nah, whatever. I was talking shit, so it's fine. But that was just generally an okay experience. When I was 13. My brother, my brother's autistic, high functioning, and I woke up one day and he was gone, and and it was the second day of summer, and we had to get fucking helicopters, and he was gone for fucking 13 hours or some shit. So it was really serious. And all of it was fine. Nobody asked me any stupid questions.
Thanks,
are you sure he wasn't on the street? They just were like, yeah, what is he wearing? We sniffed the stuff that he wears so the dogs can help find him and stuff like that. So those are all experiences that were pretty okay. But I think also part of it is also some of what we talk about with the squashing a little bit of like cultural signifiers, but because if I'm like calling the cops, they come over. I'm wearing my Abercrombie and Finch shirt and a Fitch shirt, and I'm like I have like the freshly permed hair, and I'm like, "Hello, officer, can I get some help?" Like they'll be like, "Okay, like I guess you're like a discount version of us." Whereas I'm sure if I would have called the police and in a different neighborhood and like presented differently, I probably wouldn't have had as
Thank
much
you,
of a
Justin.
good experience. Like, I'm sure if I said I got jumped, they're like, "What do you expect? You live in Baltimore." And yeah, that would have been the way that would have gone. So
That
It's
actually happened to me
interesting.
once.
Oh,
Was talking some shit. Some kids came through, like 3-4 cars deep, and my mom was living with me at the time, so she freaked out even though I was ready for business. And she called the police, and then when the police showed up, they were just trying to search my apartment. Even though their people were still in the parking lot in the middle of like gathering themselves and leaving, they were way more concerned about the weed smell coming from my apartment.
I was gonna say, like, I've actually had like a pretty interesting mixed experience overall. Like, I've had oh
I want to make Honey go, and then I'm gonna let you go
oh
next.
sorry, so
And
sorry,
then
so
I want
sorry.
Alex to
You're
go. He's
fine.
been a bit quiet.
Yeah,
I I wouldn't say I've necessarily. I mean, I've had not bad experiences. I have experiences where they did not help at all, and then I've had experiences with siblings or family members that I've seen treat them like shit. I've grown up. The earliest memory I can remember is they falsely accusing my cousin of hurting or robbing. I can't necessarily remember, but all I remember is the only reason he got away was because my grandma acted like she fainted and they let him. Iconic, yes, but really bad. And then the second thing I can remember is seeing my cousin in handcuffs having to visit his mother, which was my aunt in a funeral home. And it was like there as a kid, I'm there like I hate the cops because they treat my family bad. And then now as an adult or growing up, it's I don't feel comfortable around cops because of what I've seen in the news and just
Right.
the energy you get. I can't really explain, but it's just I guess here in New York, you hear of the crooked cops, especially you hear the plainclothes cops. You hear of them the constant wanting to search your bag while walking through the MTA, like the train station, and they're just sitting there with a table waiting to pick out people, and it's almost always black people. So it's not. I wouldn't even say like I've necessarily had a bad experience with police myself. It's more so I'm always wary of
The
what they're doing,
institution.
and I've never felt comfortable with a cop. And although they're supposed to be like, yeah, they're supposed to protect you, but I've never felt necessarily protected
Right.
because
Because they
of
don't.
just what you see, what you hear, what you experience, what you feel. And it's just always, to say, and for lack of words, bad vibes. Just bad vibes that that they give off. And it's just having to deal with that. And I think the other question was like in regards to white people, how they feel with police. It's just the complete opposite. They feel very protected. I've never seen a time where a white person wasn't so quick to call 911 at any of the convenience because they know it's convenient for them to do. But there's been times where I don't even want to go to the police station with the experiences that I had that they will hear they don't do shit. I've literally almost got hit by a car. And it's not even like you think like, oh, I got robbed or something of that nature. It's like I almost got hit by a car. They're like, well, there's nothing we can do. And I'm like, there's literal cameras above where I got hit. They was like, well, they don't work. What are you here for? So it's like it's simple stuff like that, and people think it's
Yeah,
the complete
exactly where they came.
extreme, like, oh, I almost got killed, I almost have sexually assaulted, and it didn't help. It's simple stuff, and it makes you more and more, the more even
Exactly
how
where they
small
came.
it is, it's like,
I'm gonna
what are
write
you
something
here
down because I
for?
want to
And
come
if
back to
you're
this.
just done. So I wouldn't even say like because I don't get pulled over. I've never gotten pulled over, I never got stopped. It's just what the fuck are you here for? In the basic of
I
things.
won't do this often, but just to add, because I also live in New York City. I live in Harlem. And if you get pulled over, if you get ticketed by like for jumping a turnstile or like getting on the bus and not paying a ticket, the police will act like you've literally punched their grandma. And I remember the first time I got
They'll fuck you
a
up.
pure look. It was a white cop and a black cop, and both of them just looked at me with the
You're
most
speaking facts with
disgust
her, King.
any human being has ever looked at me because I didn't have $2.75 to get on a bus, and just the sheer contempt that they will treat you like you're this dangerous criminal. Like lunge at you at any time. It's
Exactly.
A song reference? It's going over my head.
No, I mean, it's
I'm not black enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like it's funny we were talking about New York because my first bad experience with cops was in New York City. Actually, I had this. So before I visited New York, I had like this sort of lackadaisical experience in Ann Arbor, where like police there were just kind of cool for the most part. They're not gonna like nothing was like that bad, whatever. Like everybody like it wasn't you didn't want the police to show up at your house like at a party or whatever, but it's not like I was never like afraid that I was gonna get in trouble or something, right? But I was in New York and I was hammered. I was hanging out with my friends actually from Ann Arbor.
As one is.
Like 3 white friends and me. Yeah. And I was drunk and I had like this interesting interaction with this guy getting off the subway where we're like really friendly, but our banter was just yelling at each other, right? Like the type of thing that only happens when you're drunk. So we're just going back and forth, like yelling, like, hey, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. We just like, had this back and forth. And these 2 cops come up and they asked me, sir, have you been drinking? Right. And like my answer, just, I was in a good mood at the time. I was like, yeah. How much did you drink? A lot, like real loud, right? Like I was like very proud of it. I drank a shit ton. And then they started asking me like some serious questions. And I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be real. And if I didn't have those friends with me, I was gonna have a lot of trouble. Like I was gonna be in big trouble. Like my friend Leslie came up and like just started talking to the officer, like just handling business. And I just kind of they told me, well, we want to make sure you're safe, so we don't want you to fall in the subway tracks or whatever. Like they're trying to like patronize me as if like I'm not going to be able to like function as a human, even though I'm like walking around clearly despite being drunk or whatever. So we were looking out for your safety, so make sure you sit on this bench and don't move, like just something like that, right? Like just being like real shit about it. And I remember like thinking to myself, like if I didn't have a friend who could cut in and say, hey, he's being taken care of, everything is fine, whatever else, like I was gonna get in big trouble that night. And it was just like really jarring for me to have that experience because like up until that point, I didn't really have this connection where like the police in my life had actually caused me trouble. And then after that, sometime later, so this would be like a few years later when I was like, driving down the road, got pulled over. The next interaction was
positive piece. Yes,
cop pulls me over.
I try to see it from the opposite side.
Some
Black
odd
man dead,
around
white cop is
over the
alive,
speed
black
limit.
woman dead, white cop is alive.
He looks at my passenger side.
But the body came.
Comes in from the passenger side and he sees like my bag at McDonald's because like I would drive around a lot. I didn't have time for to get lunch or dinner, so I usually take out fast food, and I just have the bags just chilling in the passenger seat, right?
Big Richie Lizzie lives.
And he like looks all the way across down the passenger side window and then asks me if I'm a drug dealer because I got like fucking fast food in like the side of the car. Like he just pulled me over for speeding, and then he's gonna start asking me if I had like a drug dealer or whatever. Like I even got on my car, and I kid you not, just in case, because I wasn't sure what it was gonna be like living here, I got educational plates. Like education starts at home. I think they're homeschool plates. I don't know because I teach at schools like as a after school provider. Or
they
whatever.
Don't care. You call it.
So I want to make sure. Right. Like exactly. Like literally I have these plates. So when I'm going to schools, like visiting schools, no one's thinking it's weird that I'm visiting a school to teach, right?
My fault.
And then even with those education plates, this motherfucker's like asking me if I'm a drug pusher, right? Like just I don't know. It was kind of shit. Just a little bit. But I mean it's so trivial though. Like my experience, like even as like negative as it is so trivial compared to all the other things that happen. Right? To like I don't know. I mean, just what happened to Amir Locke, right? Like,
right.
That could happen to anyone.
It's all part of the same system, though, bro. All part of the same system.
No,
let Alex go real quick. Let's let Alex go real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's let Alex go. Then I'm gonna blow this thing up because you guys shouldn't talk to me about the police.
Same. I got some stories. I got some fucking stories, bro. Let's do it. Let's get into it.
So, I mean, there's a couple of different things, and excuse me for moving my camera. I gotta put my shit in. So, unfortunately, I've had experiences with the police since, before I was born. I come from a very tattered family. Like I said earlier, I'm black, I'm Mexican, and I'm white. And you can also kind of infer some of the code switching stories around that because I go to the quinces and they immediately start speaking fluent Spanish to me, and I'm like, I never learned this, you know, they never taught me, you know, and then I go
Everyone's
to the
trouble's our
kickbacks
troubles,
and they're
facts.
like, who are you, light skin? Like, what's wrong with you? And I get from my own family, you know what I'm saying? So there's a whole lot of stuff in that. But with the police, like, I've never had, I won't say that. I've had a lot of negative experiences with the police, and unfortunately, I've been to jail before. And COs are the problem. Police are fucked up and they can gun your ass down, but the COs will torment you.
Talk about
I
it.
was
Talk
tormented
about it.
I was stuck I was put in the box for over 8 hours. And the warden pulled me out of the box and he asked me, what did I do? And I told him I laughed at a joke because that's what happened. We were making prison, we're talking about our jail pillows, which was the fucking horrible ham sandwiches they give you. They gave me 2 of them, stacked them bitches together. You sleep on those on a metal bench. They chilled the entire jail as well. The entire jail is like, and I live in Arizona, so the
Ice
entire
cold,
jail
bro. Ice
yeah,
cold.
ice cold, 100%. So I get so nervous around the police now. Like I've had just such bad experiences, and but luckily there are some good ones out there, you know, and they will tell you very candidly about things. And luckily, I've had those experiences where I talked to this retired
Prisons
cop
are
and
fucked.
really old guy, really cool, smokes weed. I was a delivery driver, and he started handing me his guns, like just to show me. And he was like, "Here, look at this one, look at this one." And I'm like, "Dude, I don't even know you, like, and you're handing me a fucking an AR, like someone that shoots 223. Like, what do you? Okay, like I fuck with you." But he even told me himself. He was like, "I have a really bad problem with what's the word where they're judging you." I'm shit, my brain
Discrimination.
Profiling.
Profiling, exactly. He said I have a really hard time with profiling, and he admitted it to me. He was like, anytime I see somebody that dresses like a gangbanger or looks like a gangbanger, especially because I'm in Arizona, so we have a lot of cartel shit going on, like paisas and all that type of shit. So it's really crazy. It's a really crazy experience to be out here. But and I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but I'm from the place where that guy in the wheelchair got obliterated by the police. That's my city. Like I'm from Tucson, born and raised my whole life.
That's
TPD,
crazy, dog.
They're crazy, man. They're crazy. There of course are some good cops. Like when I went to jail, the cops, they didn't kill me. I was under a psychosis that was extremely intense, and that's a whole different thing. But luckily I literally came through and I was like, I didn't die. Like, what the fuck? Like, and it was because they told me that I was so crazy when the cops came. They didn't even have to do shit. I was already in the driveway with my crisscross applesauce with my hands around my back. I was already ready. And fucking when they told me to roll over, I just went, okay. And I was like, it was some crazy shit. But I also have a lot of white friends. Being from here, I went to like schools that were majority white. When I was in elementary school, there was I think 5 black people, and me and my sister were 2 of them. You know, and so I've had to learn how they operate with the police. And there's a lot of programs here in the city to like introduce you to cops, but you don't ever know shit about them. You never follow up with them, or they're some kid's dad or something. But I've learned that if you like Kat was saying when she has her Abercrombie shirt on and she's very, oh hello, like I need help with this, you know. But the thing is that we're not all in those situations where when we call the police, we can have the time and the mental fortitude to not be freaking out. And when the cops come in and they automatically assume that you're doing something wrong, like with you, Cemetery, and you're not in that headspace to be able to communicate with them properly, that's where these things go incredibly wrong. And when it comes to de-escalation, like the things that cops are taught and trained on that I've seen personally, like in terms of like what I've researched,
it's inadequate.
It's fear. They operate on fear first, and they always try to save themselves first. And I mean,
yep.
They're supposed to be protecting and serving the people. And I'm not saying that they need to jump in front of every bullet, but at the same time, that is your job.
Right.
Your job is
That's
to
literally
protect
your
somebody
job.
before you beat the shit out of them. Like that's you try to arrest them peacefully, and if they're resisting, you take care of business. But if they're resisting, you don't need to beat the shit out of them. Like I've seen so many tapes of cops bouncing dudes' heads off the floor. I just saw a dude. He made $2 million off a lawsuit against some state because literally he was nothing. He wasn't doing anything, but they called the cops saying that somebody was banging on doors and it wasn't him. They bounced that old man's head off the curb, and the cop tried to lie about it. There was a black female cop that was peeping game, and she was the one that called him on his shit. And it took that one, the only one, that black female officer to stand up for what was right and risk herself, risk her job, risk her career.
That's crazy because that's Chris Dorner's exact story.
But that's the position that we are put in as black people when we join these positions of power. We are also constricted by that power because of the politics of the department.
That's what happened to Chris Dorner. Just really quick, I'm sorry, but that's what happened to Chris Dorner. He saw his partner kick somebody in the face while they were handcuffed and reported him and got fired for it.
Yeah, man. And the last thing I wanted to touch on my personal experience in jail. When I was put in the box, it was, excuse the sirens, I live by the station. When I was put in the box,
I'm in Baltimore, bro. I don't care about that.
Yeah, I had my release papers, and hour after hour was going by, and we're like, what the fuck, man? Like, we get it if you put us in a box for an hour for laughing at a prison pillow joke. Like, I guess, bro. But as the time went on, it just got crazier and crazier, and nobody gave us the respect of, hey, what the fuck? Why are we still in here? Except for one person. And guess what the race of that one person was? He was a black man, and he was the only person that gave us the respect because we weren't trying to beat the door down and do crazy shit until it drove us mad. They wouldn't tell us what time of day it was. They wouldn't give us any kind of medical aid. And my homie was in there. He was bleeding out of his face. We were sleeping on the floor. He's got an open gash wound. And y'all never seen the floor of prisons, I hope. But they're disgusting.
Oh, yeah.
And to have the medical woman, when she passed by, we said, hey, we need a bandage. And she looked at us like we were crazy. And she kept it pushing. You know what I'm saying? But with that one black CO, I was doing like I was trying to build this whole podcast thing at the time. And I was trying to tell this story. And I asked him, I was like, yo, man, I want to shout you out because there's a lot of fucked up shit that just happened to me. And I have the names of everybody. And I want to shout you out in the podcast and like really, let people know that there's some good people in there because I'm about to shit on all you. And he told me no, because he was about to quit and he didn't want any static on the way out. How crazy is that shit? How crazy is that shit?
They'll do crazy shit. They'll put dead rats in your mailbox and shit. Like, oh yeah.
100%. Kid was in jail for one day. Died a couple weeks ago here in Arizona, here in the jail that I was put in. He was in there for one day with pneumonia, and the medical nurse would not pay attention to him. They put him in that box and he died.
So I wanna jump in here because we don't get to talk about police without Aston getting to talk.
So after you go, Ashton, I'm gonna let you go, and then I'm gonna let Kat go, and then after that,
can I tell jail stories too?
I'll let you get one in, and then I want to move on to another. I don't want to say no jail stories for you or anything.
I feel you. I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do.
Another segue I want to make into.
No, because the reason why I'm doing this is because if you haven't noticed, I put on my serious face a little while ago. It's because when we're talking about criminality, I don't mind, talking the data, but when we're talking about the police, well,
that's
got
fluff.
one thing to say, and that's fuck 12.
One of Katarana's
All right, straight up, no
Baltimore vibes. Fuck 12.
Thing number 2, you want to talk about how police affects our culture? Well, we got a little saying in the activist group, and it's the cops and the Klan go hand in hand. And if you know, you fucking know. Okay? We traded one group of masters for another. We want to talk about me personally. You know what's crazy about this whole appearing, no code switching thing? I didn't get that shit when I was young because I grew up in white areas and I grew up in gifted. I was never around white people. They kept me in a bubble. So there's no way that Aston Mack was acting black on the street when they took me and a group of white kids in front of the movie theater pulled me out of a fucking group and threw me on a fucking squad car at 11 years old. Like, that's some shit that you need to do that's necessary for a he was going to give me a trespassing warrant. So don't give me that shit. Don't give me that shit when I'm walking down the park and I have a cop pull up next to me. Again, middle school fucking Aston says stop. Stop. Show me your pockets. Pull out my pockets. I'm scared as shit. He pull out my pockets. Let me see your wallet. Open my wallet. He goes, ha, I'm just fucking with you. Drives off. Like, fuck 12. Fuck the police. And this is before I've been searched. I've been searched when I look like I don't know, when I don't really do super urban clothing, so it's like I've been searched when I was wearing a suit downtown. So don't, like, it's not a passing fucking thing. Further, and this is the thing I want to get into. When I talk about the heinousness, there are levels to this shit. There are levels to this shit. Now, whether I come off aggressive or not will affect what level we hit.
Thank you, Sharon.
And boy, I hadn't seen a level because I personally have never been to prison. Biden took my dad to prison, but that's a story for another day. The story for a crime bill in another day, and what they do to black folk when they make a lot of money in an area. But what we can talk about is, as an activist, and now a lot of, especially the college whites, I'm going to call you what you are, you college whites that like to support us, love you guys. They're starting to see it too. I've never seen anything like what I saw last year. I saw a 12-year-old girl get pepper sprayed in the eye. I've been smoke bombed. I had the police look me in my eyes and say to my face, and I'm going to not dox myself here, but he said, 1, 2, 3, Mary Lane, Aston. 1, 2, 3, Mary Lane. If you can't figure out that means he knows where I live, it means they know where I fucking live. Okay? Just because I took an active role in activism in a city, Orlando, that saw 0 damage done in riots, not even a broken window. But the cops got to tell me, put me in my place. Cops got to make sure that talking the mayor's ear so that when Orlando goes in curfew, I kid you not, they drew a square over the neighborhood of Paramore. You can guess what the demographic of Paramore is. And they said, everybody else, curfew 9 o'clock. Paramore, curfew 7 o'clock. What do you think that's about?
Let me get into this.
So when we talk about police, when we talk about police and police culture, this is why all of our songs talk about them. This is why we can't stop talking about criminality and police and that, because it doesn't matter what I do. I could walk straight, talk right, eat right, be right, and it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, I can put on whatever. I can't change what I look like. I'm black. Okay. And that's all they're going to see. They don't care if I'm in a business suit. They don't care if I've got my pants down to my ass. It's the same fucking thing. And it don't ever change. And that's why you're going to hear it in all of our culture all the time. And it's not just here, by the way. You hear the same thing in the UK. Mm-hmm. You hear the same thing in Europe. You hear the same issue. It's a universal way that the state uses to maintain violence against its populace. And specifically, when you talk about crime itself, as my boy Endless was preaching about earlier, crime is a social construct. We decide what crime is. There's no moral or ethical weight that they really broadly suss out when they write what gets to be a crime and not gets to be a crime. If that were true, if we really cared about stealing as a crime, we'd go after $12 billion in wage theft over the $2 billion versus larceny. We're not even talking about
civil asset forfeiture.
Yeah, so we're not even talking about civil asset forfeiture. We're not talking about seized assets from corporations for eminent domain, all sorts of things, right? We're not even talking about those numbers. We're literally just talking in wage of civil asset forfeiture is more larceny done by the cops than by everybody else combined. So fuck off. Fuck off, 12. Fuck. All cops are bad. Abolish the police. Y'all niggas can get reset, restart. Y'all don't need to exist.
Let me get in.
I'm good.
Get in here. That was heat.
Fuck the police.
But I just wanted to answer because the culture question and in relation to the police, so I can tie them together and try to be quick, because I know you're trying to segue us into another point. Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, I feel like number one, all the things that are unique to Black culture, as in they come specifically from Black people, and it's stuff that like only Black people do, is all tools for survival. But on the other side of that is anything that we do because we occupy such a unique place in society. Anything that we do becomes Black, like one drop rule type shit, right? So like anime is an example, right? Everybody here fucked with Toonami. We all fuck with Gundam. There's a bunch of different types of Gundams. But if I say, what is the best Gundam? All of us are going to say G Gundam, right? Well, I'm hazarding a guess. I'm hazarding a guess. That's all right. Black people from Baltimore, at least. I don't know if it's a prime time type thing, but it's that type of stuff. That was a bad example, but stuff that we fuck with because we occupy that space and we create white flight and that type of stuff that we get into becomes Black culture, like blurred culture, right? Like it's literally just nerd culture, but because it's us doing it, it's blurred culture, right? So video games, D&D, model kits, whatever, because Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Because the cultural expectation for us is to be the gangster, thugged out, to quote Bing Princess, shout out to Bing Princess, because we're expected to be the Jezebel or the Sapphire or the angry black man or whatever. Whenever we do anything outside of that, it's noteworthy, even though we are literally just people existing and vibing in the world. And on that note, the police know that just as well as anybody else does. Just like a lot of people in here, I grew up around surrounded by white people, very white, very colonized. You can hear how I speak. I was very, very trying to be white. I actually would say out loud, I wish I was white and stuff. And I was as far from anything resembling criminality that you could possibly think of. I was in a upper class, middle class neighborhood. Kat earlier talked about how we didn't have a whole lot of representation in media for the longest. Just as an anecdote, that's why Jon Stewart is probably my favorite Green Lantern, because he was one of the characters that broke the mold. But also the fact that the police genuinely do not give a fuck. They see a black body, so they see a quick buck. They see a quota to fill, right? They see a bed to fill in jail. So
Bars?
The first time I ever got in, I got in some trouble. Like I said, the first time, only time, and last time I ever been robbed in Baltimore was by BPD. I was with some homies. They were all, you probably know what color they were. We were all in the whip, hotboxing the whip. In my neighborhood, mind you, at the bottom of my street. I had moved out of this neighborhood by then, but one of the neighbors, I guess, called the police. The police come, and the first thing the officer does is stick his head in the window and take a big. This is still prohibition times, right? So we all kind of looked at each other like, yo, what the fuck? And the police officer actually says out loud, like, damn, I'm getting a contact high. So we're just like, yo, what? So we're frozen. I've never had an interaction with the police like this before. So I'm like, we're all going to jail. This is going to be fucked. Only thing he says is, everybody give me your wallets, right? I don't think twice. Nobody else thinks twice. So he takes all of our whole ass wallets, right? Goes back to his car with his partner really quick or whatever. Makes us sit for like 15 minutes and is like, all right, you guys are going to get citations in the mail, and then leaves. And then that's when we realized, like, yo, he took all of our money and all of our weed, like beat us for like $500 total between all of us. And we never got cited, anything like that. And I thought it was a blessing. I was like, fuck yeah, my parents aren't going to know I smoke weed, all that. I could have used that 150, but it is what it is. So that was my first interaction with police in my own neighborhood, in the neighborhood that I spent 13 fucking years living in, right? And before that, of course, I had interactions with, I was riding my bike. I used to be a BMX nerd. I had a nice ass Haro F2. It was all shining and shit. I had the chromies on my wheels and shit, and the police would follow me. And it didn't register to me because I was always around other white people and doing my thing with them and shit. I thought that, oh, cool, they're following me. I got a nice little escort. I'm getting protected. Didn't even think about the fact that they were watching me to see if I was going to try to commit a crime or something. So in the aftermath of that, got caught up, still prohibition vibes, still prohibition time. Got caught up outside smoking weed again, because this is what you do as a kid. You fucking hotbox the whip, go on L rides, blunt rides, whatever. Police come and search us and cite us because all they found, we were done. The sesh was over, so all they found was my bowl. So at the time, if you got caught with a bowl, like if you got caught with paraphernalia, you automatically get charged with possession, which is the silliest shit ever, but that's how it worked. So there was a thing called diversion program, which was literally just to finesse kids who got caught up with drugs for $100 on their first offense before they took them to jail on the second offense. So it was like this drug rehab program. It was like 2 weeks. The friend who got caught with me did it. You can probably guess what color they were. So I'm doing it, but they keep fucking my paperwork up because I had moved. And so my case kept getting postponed until finally I thought my case was July 3rd, but it was June 3rd. So June 4th, these motherfuckers kick my door in. The door, I'm getting ready to go into Ocean City, Maryland. You guys might know about it. I'm getting ready to go to Ocean City with the homies. I'm the ride. So they're waiting for me. I'm packing up, getting ready to get my keys together and dip. And I'm supposed to go pick them up, but I hear loud ass banging on my door. So I'm like, oh, the fuck? Like, I was still kind of white, but we're still black. So when people do that kind of shit, show up to your shit unannounced, banging like that, like, nah, you don't do that. So I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I walk up to the door. I unclick the lock. I don't even fully turn the knob. I unclick the lock and turn the knob, and the door fucking flies open. Police come rushing in with Glocks straight in my face. Like, get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground. Plain clothes. They don't say shit. Like, the only reason I knew they were police was because they pull the handcuffs out. I didn't see no badges, nothing like that. So they're literally just robbing my apartment, going through, drinking beers, fucking pocketing shit. Dude asked me, you don't have any ounces in these couch cushions, do you? And I'm like, you'd be some kind of magician if you find one in there, my guy. And so they throw me in the car, and you see me. I'm into death metal and shit. At the time, I had a Slayer t-shirt on and some basketball shorts on. And I'm looking at my driver's license picture because I'm trying to be charitable. That was my downfall, right? And I'm like, I guess I look kind of like a hoodlum in that picture, but I don't know if the whole kicking my door in with guns in my face things was necessary. And the one officer is like, well, we didn't think you were a hoodlum, but we weren't expecting you to be in a Slayer shirt. And they looked at each other and geeked. So I was like, oh, that's cool, because I didn't expect you to get more than C's in high school. And that's when they got pissed off. And they processed me and shit. They were just upset because I clowned them, but I didn't put my hands on them, so they couldn't beat on me or nothing. So they just threw me in the box. They threw me in the drunk tank by myself, and I was in there for a minute, which is fucked up in and of itself. I got underneath the commissioner in the cell, and we were in a regular 8x10 cell, still with handcuffs and leg irons on, mind you. So we're cuffed in there, and the cell is overcrowded. There's like 5 of us in there. And the last person that they stuffed in there with us was a dude, Prohibition vibes. He was at a motel with his cousin or whatever. He didn't have his ID or anything on him. So police pulled up on him, as they do. They just stop and frisk you or whatever. So he ran, and they beat the fuck out of him and OC'd him so bad. When they put him in a cell, his drawers and shit they were orange. His tank top and his drawers even were all orange. He was going like this, trying to wash his face off in a sink. We were sticking our face out the bars trying to breathe and shit because we couldn't even fucking breathe in there. It shit was crazy, but I got let out on my own recog. But what really fucked me up was the second time I went to jail. I got caught in a poverty cycle. I had a bunch of unpaid tickets that ended up suspending my license, but my job at the time was a fucking pizza delivery driver, so I had to go to work. Got picked up on my way to work, a black police officer. We're talking, we're out in the street, and he's like, do you have anything in the car that I should know of? And you know my vibes. I'm like, first of all, that's your job. I'm not going to do your job for you. Second of all, you're about to search my shit anyway. Why the fuck would I tell you if anything's in there? So he's searching my shit, stomping on my CDs, throwing all my shit out on the street, whatever. I can't do shit. He's got control. He's got all the power. Cool. It's your world, doggy. We get to I'm trying to reason with him because he's a black man. So I'm trying to talk to him about it's fucked up, the system, this, that, and the third. He's like, nope, I'm from Boston. I've never experienced racism a day in my life. Black people just need to pull up their bootstraps. He's on some fucking Uncle Ruckus shit, right? Talking about it's our culture and we need to do this, that, and X, Y, and Z, this, that, and the third. So I'm like, all right, whatever. Throws me in a cell. They forget about me. I'm alone in this cell, this box that's covered wall to wall and window with shit. I mean, liquid human feces, right? And it's ice cold, just like our boy Alex was saying, right? Ice cold in there. And I'm literally just in my tank top and t shirt still because it's summertime and I just came from delivering fucking pizzas. So I'm in there for like 8 hours. I can't sit down. I can't put the blanket on, nothing because everything's covered with shit. I'm screaming, everything. And it was crazy. And then they pulled me in, act like they forgot about me to take me to the commissioner to talk to the commissioner. This time there was 8 people in the cell. So I didn't even have a place to sit. I'm leg ironed and arm ironed like this on the floor, sitting Indian style. And it was crazy because then they set my bail like $3,000 over some crazy shit. And they took us to Towson, which is like the main jail here that one of a former mayor owns because for-profit prisons exist because prison is slavery and cops are slave catchers. But the guy that I was getting processed with, same vibes. He missed a child support payment. They revoked his license. He was a fucking contractor, so he was driving the work van, had a tail light out. Somebody told him, hey, get that fixed. He was pulling into the AutoZone parking lot and fucking got pulled over.
Sorry, I want to let you finish up the story. So do you mind? I apologize, but I want to give everybody else a chance to like hit on the next subject because it's starting to get a little bit in there.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I think your story is valuable. I don't. Do you mind? Like, I'd like you to finish your story though.
Okay. Yeah. I'll finish. So yeah, we're in there. Yeah, the dude fucking also was in jail because of a suspended license, right? And we're sitting there getting processed. There's a dude that they have in solitary, just like Alex was saying. He's literally so nuts at this point. He's busting his head against the fucking. I don't know if you guys saw Doom, the movie, the part where Goat he realized he's turned to a zombie, he kills himself. This dude was doing that, busting his own shit against the fucking window in the cell, blood leaking all down his shit. I'm like, somebody help him. The COs are pointing at him, laughing at him and shit. They shoot me up with some shit that is supposed to be tuberculosis test or whatever, but you have no idea what it is. Read Medical Apartheid. They do experiments on prisoners. They continue to do it. I get to my cell. My cellie is a dude, a dope fiend, just in there illin'. He's shivering, sweating, throwing up and shit, moaning, groaning. And I'm like, yo, he needs help. This motherfucker doesn't need to be in jail. He needs help. And that's what really radicalized me and got me on the path that I'm on now, because that's when I really realized that all that shit is a fucking game. It's just they play with people's lives, play with people's health, play with people's mental, just so they can make a bag. Like they can make money off of our fucking pain and suffering. Whether that's black people, poor people, Latina people, whoever. If you are not white, then if you're not white and you don't got money, then your neck is on the table. So yeah, let's get into something else. And I'm gonna be quiet for a minute because I talked for a while.
Thank you for the story. I think it was very valuable. I think a lot of people were touched by it. All right, so I'm gonna let Kat say something real quick, and then we'll move on to the next question.
Thanks, Freckle.
Yeah, I guess so.
Thanks for the
I think that like easiest way to encompass the difference between the differences between prison interactions or sorry police interactions is just like the Boondocks episode with the neighborhood watch and grandpa won't speak to the police and everyone's like, why won't he speak to the police? I love speaking to the police. Like it's yeah. I also want to just say quickly that a lot of people think that some of these prison issues are an American specific thing. And I can't attest to Europe, but I know that at least within North America, you're going to get, might be kind of cuter just because we made it Canadian, but it's not going to be much better just because you're in a different country. I remember I was working for a non-for-profit where we were working on different types of helping people that were currently in prison. And I was writing up a report about the difference of systemic discrimination within the Canadian, specifically Quebec justice system. And in Quebec, if you are a black person, just black person and you're Caribbean, they automatically write down that you're part of a subgroup, which like a subcultural group, which means a gang. Just saying, and it was called Anglo Anti. It's not a real gang. What essentially means is that you're black and you're Caribbean and you speak English, and they just write it as a gang, and it makes it like that much harder for you to get out on parole because they're like, are you done with your cultural group? You mean You mean, am I done being Jamaican? No. What are you talking about? And that's like it. Every single prisoner I spoke to that was like, because a lot of them are there from Toronto, and they send them over to Quebec, and they write it down as Anglo NT. Everybody's Anglo NT. It's not a gang. It's just something that they do. And I know that one person that I'm currently writing up a parole letter of support
Thanks,
for
Kuma.
had the issue where he got transferred to maximum security after being in minimum for like 5 years because he kept on like asking his like PO for like, can you please give me documents? Can I see the report that you're writing? Like would continuously pester them, and they were just like, oh, we've gotten word that you're selling drugs. And he's like, what? Like I'm not
Fuck out of here.
I'm not selling anything. Like, checked his room, didn't find drugs, moved him to a different part of the jail, and they're like, "Oh, we hear that you're still like organizing crime on this other part of the jail, and you're still selling drugs. Guess we have to send you to maximum." And like in the middle of like COVID, they sent him to maximum. He couldn't even make phone calls for
That's
14
so
days because
fucking
we had to put you in a
crazy, dog.
quarantine. And yeah, now he's finally being transferred back to medium, but uh he was supposed to get out of jail in like 2020. Like he was trying to go through the parole process, and now it got like delayed by 2 extra years because you was asking too many questions. So yeah, it's not going to be much better if you're in Canada. And solitary confinement is illegal in Canada, but I have spoken to some people that said they were in solitary for 7 months, which is a civil rights violation according to the law, and they're not going to do fuck all for any of those people. But you know, at least it's illegal, so Canada's cute and better. So yeah.
So, hey, guys, I keep saying fuck 12 and fuck the police, which I think is a very good point that we need to get out there and repeat as much as possible. But also, I feel like because of what I was saying earlier about media spotlight, I don't want to be like that guy, because we all know that guy, that older elderly black person that's like, let's not be negative.
I was
But
gonna
that's what
say,
I'm
not
saying.
every black person is down with the abolition. A lot of black people, unfortunately, are into the reform idea.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm getting at is let's not spend this time like I don't want to focus on the police anymore. Let's talk. Can we like talk about
Oh
the
yeah.
good parts
I
of black
feel it. Yeah, yeah,
culture?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Like
feel it for
we
sure.
always talk about the negatives and
What we're about to do
criminality.
is move on.
Yeah.
So, one thing I noticed is that we've got a few teachers here,
You should hit up
and
Kat's
so
chat
I'm
and
kind of
ask her.
curious how you
Let me
all
drop
feel
Kat's link in chat for
about how intellectualization and like being an intellectual or a teacher or anything in that like academic sense, how being like black culture blends with that, and how what's like expected of you, and kind of just what's your experience with that, and if the two have like, you know, how they've interacted. I'd love to hear from Gamma and Law, and then anyone else that wants to chime in.
Can you ask the first part of the question again?
So, I'm curious how black culture like you feel black culture interacts with intellectualization, like being an academic and stuff like that.
So as far as I guess I could speak from my experience as a teacher, right? I teach science. I'm like the head of lower science at my school, so I teach like a bunch of grades across the board. And I guess as their teacher, something I that's important for me for them to know about me is that, like, you know, I'm down to earth. They could talk to me about things like that's something as important, like as a black woman with these majority white kids, that like I'm not any different from any other teacher or any other person that they meet, and they, you know, shouldn't see me in like any special light. But like also they gonna learn about black culture in my class. They're gonna learn about black sciences. They're gonna learn about, you know, like I have them right now for Black History Month. They are writing like an anecdotal about a black scientist or a black engineer. I assign them in groups, and they're having fun. They're learning a lot about, you know, black science that they never learn about, because the only scientists they know are Einstein and Newton.
No, when I think
And
of black
like literally
intellectuals,
it's those,
I
like
think
it's
of
about four people they know for sure. So
Huey
introducing them to
Newton.
other
I don't
scientists
think of
that
Thomas
aren't
Sowell, because
them
Thomas Sowell is
is
not an
really
intellectual.
important to me.
He's a rented
And
Negro.
I guess as far as culture,
Thomas Sowell is not an intellectual. He's a rented Negro. A black intellectual is a Huey Newton. A black intellectual is just pick your next words wisely because you're about to get banned.
Sometimes they put their full name as the nickname, and I'm like, you gonna put your whole government, bro? Like, I'll say that, and they and sometimes they don't understand what I'm saying. They're like, full government, and I'm like, yeah, that's like you when you put your full name, that's your government, and they're like, oh, and they get it really quickly. So like, I don't know. I guess like, I'm kind of assimilating them a little bit, But yeah, that's what I do. Teach it.
That's awesome.
Shot for a black scientist. Shout out to George Washington Carver one time. That's my boy.
That's who they writing about too.
So as far as like for me in the teaching sphere and like trying to like intersect that with black culture, I try to just be 100% me with my students. I really don't since my students I got some grown high schoolers. Like I'm only like 23 years old and some of my students are like 19, and I'm like we are very close in in like age demographic. So I just try to be real with them at all times. And then like as far as making sure they like know like what's up as far as intellectualism and as like far as black culture, I will just dress whatever way I please when I go to class. Like I came to school the other day in like a hoodie. I had my chains on. I was wearing my J's. Some of the other teachers like, "What are you wearing?"
Black
I said,
excellence.
"What I want." I was like, and I just sit down and I will still have this full intellectual conversation with you. I'm still going to teach the hell out of this class for you, and I'm still going to pull out the best scores because like my appearance doesn't affect anything that I do. Any kind of vernacular that I use doesn't affect the way that these students learn. So I make sure I just like always keep it real with them. But yeah,
shout out Jerry Lawson, the black inventor too. Jerry Lawson invented the cartridge for video games. Wouldn't be anywhere without that black excellence right there.
Yeah.
You said Jerry what's his last name?
Jerry Lawson, he basically in the 70s invented like the video game cartridge. So like a Nintendo or a ColecoVision and television, that as we know it, where you take the game and you put it into the thing and it reads the chip off of the cartridge. Yeah, that was invented by a black man. You guys are welcome for that. You're welcome.
Cool. That's actually another thing that I tried to help at some point because, yeah, a lot of times you'll find out afterwards something like really important will be invented, and I think a lot of will be invented by a black person. And I think
Anglo
we
and
have like
teal,
10 people that we talk about every Black
Anglo
History
and
Month.
T, I guess is how you
But there's
pronounce
so
it.
many people that are contributing in ways that we never really bring up.
Cross-Crescent Creed.
And at some point, I
Yes, sir.
was at a National Society of Black Engineers event, and we were trying to find a way to petition to McGill University to make their computer science building actually named after a black person because a computer science graduate from McGill was the one that invented the search engine, which is so fucking important.
That's fucking awesome.
That's so important. Like, if that's anybody that you should go ahead, like, William Shatner has a fucking building named after him, and all he does is act. Why don't you go ahead and name something after the person that made the search engine, the thing that every one of your students, like, this is something that you're proud of, or at least do something for the guy. And I think, yeah, that's a really, that's a thing I constantly think about, is just, like, there's always, like, it's like, I don't know, Arthur Ashe, Tubman,
Flow, Sojourner Truth, yep.
Yeah, and it's just like and of course these people are all great, but like, can we like add things? Because it always makes you feel like I guess the last time Black people have been able to do anything that anyone's going to talk about was '68. I mean, I'll just play with my fingers now.
It's really weird. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Just really quick before you guys go, just to mention, John Stewart was an engineer. That's why all of his constructs have bolts and gears, and he makes like planes and stuff because his creator didn't want him to be a criminal. He wanted him to have a master's degree in engineering, and that's why John Stewart is the best Green Lantern. Sorry, go ahead.
It's just interesting to me when you look at like history and like how it's taught in this country, or just like in this culture. There is like, it feels like Black cultural icons and inventors and folks are just shoehorned in for Black
Yep.
History Month or
Yep.
when the slavery topic comes up.
Yep.
But past that, there's no like natural nuance, like integration into the topic. So like you don't actually hear about like the impact of like anyone Black doing anything unless it's directly related to slavery
Yes.
and Black History Month. Like Alexander Dumas, for example, like, you know, French author, right? He's Black.
Fucking brilliant. Yeah. Nobody knows
from
he's
Haiti.
Black though. Yeah.
The Three Musketeers guy. Yeah, that guy. Black. Who would have thought? But nobody knows this, right? So it's just like this. It's really weird how we just have a society that just like, and it's systemic racism, right? Like folks are just cut out because they've always been cut out, and not a lot of people are like, you know, thinking about how to fix this. They're just saying, oh well, let's add these like, you know, characters to Black History Month. We'll do all these Black History Month stuff, but it's still like it's segregation. It's like intellectual segregation. As a chess instructor, I have like a really weird thing that goes on actually when it comes to Black issues, and it's just the color of the pieces, right? White always goes first to the chessboard, and I have to like explain to the like it's like this weird thing when I'm working with kids on this, right? Because like it's not just the fact that white goes first in chess; it's also like the positions. Every time there's like a position where kids are supposed to figure out, like, you know, what moves should be made by either side, it's always like, all right, white to win, white to. So like whenever I'm teaching chess, like one small thing I do, which I mean it's not really doing much of anything at all, I make it black to win. Just fuck it. I'm just gonna flip the colors. When I do this thing, and the kids don't know. Like it's not that they're gonna be able to tell the difference, or they don't know why I'm doing it. But like every time I'm doing like, you know, all right, how do we checkmate the king? I'm using the black pieces to checkmate the king because fuck this shit. Just
I think that this goes back to some of the stuff that I was talking about because part of the fact that it is that kind of white hegemony, what happens over and over again is this cyclical pattern of Black inventor does something, Black inventor will only gain notoriety within Black spaces. The whiteness will come along and kind of not spread that information. Therefore, the next generation never learns of Black icon.
They just commodify it.
Yeah, they come from their own generation. It has to do with them, and that reinforces the idea of the white supremacist notion that white Anglo-Saxon culture built the world, right? They're responsible for all the science and all the technology and all of this and that. Like that's why that narrative gets wrapped in. It's literally being taught through by the lack of teaching and the ignorance. And what this has to do with, the reason why we see this issue is because of a thing called contact theory. Contact theory is this idea that when two groups come in contact, the way that they come in contact can lower prejudices between the groups. And it can only happen, like literally step one of it happening means that the two groups have to meet on equal footing.
Yep.
Never, ever, ever is it a Black person on equal footing with a like actually, and when I say equal footing, I don't mean the same amount of money, I don't mean the same, but I mean the same amount of respect. Like this is a Black boss that has as much agency and autonomy as a white person in the same company that can dole out the instructions or can have some authority over some other white people. The fact that you never see that reinforces a sociological idea in your head that it doesn't exist and it's not possible. So when we talk about these things, one of the biggest issues is like it's not enough for Black inventors for there to be great Black inventors through history. That's great, but the real problem is that we've been smart since the beginning of time. The real problem is there's no Black, you know, directors of like say the director of economics, like the Chicago School. There's no Black director of the Chicago School of Economics, right? We don't exist in places of power. And that's where the issue is. And that's why one of the things that we talk about when we talk about tokenism, like all of us have felt it, right? All of us get tired of the same. You want to talk about middle class? Well, usually the middle class story is an excuse that they use to write some sort of like race-based story. Or like the only time we get a Black female lead is when she gets to cry about how all the white girls are mean to her and gets to overcome it at the end. And then, you know, Mandy or Amanda gets to go, you know what? You're different, but I love you just the same. Like that same sort of story, that same sort of trope gets told over and over again. It's the only time and the reason why those stories get told, and this kind of I know I'm rambling and going in circles, but it comes back to the same idea. It's because they're being told by white directors. They're basically black actors playing white people on TV in stories about black racism. It's like this kind of like ludicrous, almost like weird Erebos eating its tail. And that's the real issue when we talk about the things in the intellectual halls as well. We don't get examples of like any of these black inventors from the perspective of black people. We get it from the perspective of white people. And in that perspective, you're never going to get a different story out of us. And that is why we get represented as having the same story over and over and over again, because you don't let us tell our story. You don't want us to.
So,
how many books do you have? And why are they all good?
Two.
I mean, I'm the storyteller. You know me.
It wouldn't be the Black Encyclopedia if it wasn't the case. Encyclopedia of Blackness. I'm sorry, his blackness for short.
So I have a question. I would like to get you in on this, honey.
This is my favorite.
Sorry to interrupt you while you're done. I have a question for you. To get you in on this. Is there anything like that you want to ask anybody else, or you feel like that you kind of intellectually disagree with anybody and like on their take on about something, or you'd like them to expand on a little bit? Because I know Kat was hoping to get a little bit of like, what are the disagreements that you guys might have, and just of having a safe way to talk about them. So I'm curious.
I don't disagree with I
Thanks,
don't
Freckle.
really disagree with anyone. If anything, I'm finding like little bits and pieces of like stories like I have within myself, like I have it in my head when he's speaking. But it's just I wanna say I intellectually disagree. If anything, I agree with every little piece of everyone. Say it again?
I was telling Gamma that she can go next.
Oh yeah. You go.
Okay, so I do something that maybe like I was like, oh, that's interesting that you said is endless. You said something about hip hop not belonging to us anymore. What do you mean by that?
So, hip hop was commodified. Hip hop was hip hop started because of African American and Latino people in New York, partying, using stolen energy to, MC, master ceremonies, right? And then you had Sugar Hill Gang and so on and so forth. The rest is history. FD Signifier, shout out FD Signifier. I'm black. I'm gonna shout out everyone I'm like. FD Signifier did a fucking amazing video on Drake and how Drake single-handedly killed hip-hop, and in that he talks about how hip-hop got commodified. There were gatekeepers, people like Jay Prince, people like Diddy, all these people, to where if you wanted to be a part of hip-hop and be taken seriously, you had to either be representing black issues or giving black people money or making black people look good. Somewhere in that triangle. You could hit 2, you could maybe even hit 1, but you had to hit one of them, right? What they decided with Drake, because Drake became like, Drake is nothing about Drake's music and specificity refers directly to black struggle. Drake doesn't really talk a whole lot about black struggle, and Drake tries his hardest to make money and benefit from the fact that he's biracial, he is black, right? But he doesn't contribute. But he was still the gate was open for him because he was making people a shitload of money. And the consequence of that is now Drake is a representative of hip hop, and now you can have people come into the space, people like Lil Pump, 6ix9ine, whoever, all these people who would have gotten laughed out of the fucking room in the 90s are now chart-topping artists who are representatives of the genre. So what used to be something that was uniquely ours is now just pop music. It was commodified for white consumption. Eminem started that play, and then Drake took that basketball and fucking slam dunked it and shattered the backboard, and the lights cut off, and everybody in the audience's head exploded, scanner style. Like, that's pretty much how that works.
Is that so? I guess I understand a little bit of. I see hip hop classically as like, yeah, a way to kind of an artistic expression of different types of situations
Right.
of like, yeah, your experience. Like as a kid, my mom used to play like Queen Latifah all the time, and like I just like her songs are just like
Yeah,
her
that's
talking about like some
that used to
shit.
be what hip hop was. We had Dead Prez, we had Queen Latifah, we had Brand Nubian, for better or worse. We had Black Moon, we had Tribe Called Quest. We had all
Yeah.
of this stuff that was black as fuck. And now when you turn on the radio, there was the ratchet effect, right, of the white owners who wanted to mold black culture, quote unquote, air quotes, into that by putting forth your Cardi B's and your gangster rappers, your drillers and trappers, and so on and so forth, which is nothing wrong with that. It's not a condemnation of that, right? But this whole panel is about the fact that blackness is so much beyond the purview of that, right? And in conjunction with, now we're gonna let Drake's come into space. Now we're gonna let 6ix9ine come into space. Now we're gonna let Lil Pumps and Lil Dickies and Bad Babies and Woe Vickies and all these people coming to the space.
Endless.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
if
that's a bit
go
of
ahead.
yeah, I just had kind of like the question about like, so for example, like Eminem, yes, a non-POC rapper, but I I don't really listen to his music, but from what
Right.
I've heard, a lot of times it is talking about like struggles that aren't just like
Oh,
my
for
mom
sure. Right.
was reading a book one day, like nothing like, it's just
Right.
like actual like issues. Is that do you see that as being losing it if it's still being done in like in
Yeah.
a non super commodification way? I
Well,
understand like Drake, I don't like when I saw the like God's Plan just running around and giving people like money, and I was like, I hate this music video
right.
so much. But like, yeah, I guess for people that are still using it for just
Right.
vocalizing a struggle, is
Yeah.
that a problem?
Yeah.
Well,
For the
endless. Can I jump in? Can I say something and you can kind of tell me if it's correct? Because I think what I'm going to say is the
Really quick,
framing.
Aston.
Let me
want you
answer
to
that
hold on to
question really quick,
just
and then
because the conversation was initiated by Gamma, and I want to see if she has like a response to what the response was given.
Yeah, for sure.
Just allow, but please, you'll be next for sure. Gamma, did you have like a response you want to add to that?
No, I was saying I get what you're saying, and then I also think you're like mixing in hip hop and rap together. Did you mean to do that?
Yeah,
Like,
kinda. Like,
okay.
because hip hop encompasses like dancing and graffiti and all that stuff,
Okay.
So
which is
what I
also
want to say,
commodified to a certain degree, but not as.
what I want to say though is I want to make sure we get this framing right, because this framing leads to kind of, this is one of those situations, this is how like CRT gets in trouble, right? Because we start talking about something and we understand what we're talking about, but when we translate it to the general public,
Oh yeah, I gotta clarify.
all they hear is that we're saying that white people came along and stole our stuff, and that's not really what we're saying. What we're actually
it
saying,
is,
and
but
which more
we gotta say it
it
nicer.
is, yeah, it's not nicer. It's actually something that I think is more important. Is probably the most important thing that we can talk about, which is we're talking about capitalism. When anybody is successful in capitalism, they are going to make a lot of money. That money incentive creates an interest from the capital owners who by definition make profit off of the excess value of our labor.
Right.
So once you become successful, once any art becomes successful, we're seeing the same thing in video games right now. Why do you think that Activision just got bought out? And why do you think that there are only 4 video game companies when we started? If we look in the 90s, we used to have like literally hundreds.
Well,
the accumulation of capital is a function of capitalism. So as soon as somebody starts making is successful in anything, they're going to accrue capital, and then the people that are the biggest suckers of capital will then take notice and then take control of you as a source of capital. It is a it is a thing that involves whiteness because white people are the capital owners, but it is just a function of capitalism.
Right.
Real
I was
quick,
gonna say,
which is bad.
Real quick, I'm sorry, Alex. What are your thoughts?
yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of interesting things, and like Aston was saying, um, I would definitely like to be like pretty precise about it, and
Same.
so when it comes to like rap itself, there is different. I don't like to speak in definitive terms because there's so much out there. Like myself, like I've made a lot of music in my life. I started as a metalhead, and then I became a
Same.
rapper, and now I'm just an artist. I just make a whole bunch of stuff, and in that, I've met a lot of brilliant rappers and people who are very talented that
I'm
nobody's
glad you
heard
said
of.
that too, because I want to get into that. Because I
Yeah,
wanted to give
and
examples, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, and no, it's no problem. Like, and it's really hard for me to like really like pinpoint, but a lot of the issues that I have personally when it comes to rap music, and this is gonna be kind of hard, and I know you wanted something a little spicy, so I mean I'll get to it. Like, I'm not really with like let's talk about something recent. Snoop Dogg crip walking at the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I don't really fuck with that.
Okay.
I don't think that shit's cool because we all know what cripping is. Oh, I'm lagging.
No, you're fine.
You're
I can
good.
hear
You're
you
good
fine.
on us.
I'm lagging hard as
You're,
fuck.
you're about to start spitting. Come on, bro. I
Oh,
like.
so close.
Oh, I like what you were saying. Let me just go really quick before you go. Because and then I'm gonna try
We
to.
can hear you. Can you not hear us?
Am I back?
Yeah.
You were always
Okay.
here.
You were always here.
Sorry about that.
It's cool.
Where was I cutting out
You were
at?
talking about you didn't fuck with Snoop Dogg crip walking at the Super Bowl. Please get into that.
Yeah, and I mean, so I understand the pride in it,
Well,
but
actually, can I really quickly add? So this might be one of those times in which we have a bit of a disparity. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ah.
Do you know what Crips are?
It's a gang? I didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, the Crips are an American gang. It's there's a lot of history to it.
The
But
Bloods and the
basically,
Crips.
There's a specific walk for it?
oh,
Yes, it's a
gangster as
dance.
fuck.
It's a
That's
dance.
gangster as
Yeah.
fuck. The Crip walk is like one of my favorite. Like,
I'm not wearing the right
close to-
shoes right now, otherwise I get up and
I'm
do it
really-
for you.
Yeah. But so basically, when you crip walk, you're repping the set. You know what I'm saying? And you know, stop me if you don't. But when you're repping the set, you know, Snoop Dogg has done a lot of like wild shit, and there's a lot of violence in the gang community. And when you crip walk on a national platform like that, like it just kind of makes me sick because
There's
you're,
some
you're
shit that's supposed to be just for us. Put it that way.
I mean, it's not even. I wouldn't even say just for us. I just don't think that is the platform to do that type of shit
That's
on. Because
I'll say
because
that. I'll walk back
you know
what I
what I'm
just
saying.
said.
If
I'll agree with that.
if you're a blood in LA like that, if you're a blood and all you're like, you got a whole laundry list of homies that have been killed by Crips. You see Snoop Dogg Crip walking. He's disrespecting you. That's what's happening. So that shit it escalates and it goes wilder and wilder. And Snoop is an old man.
But to them,
And
it's just something to sell.
right, and I mean, no, to Snoop, it's also something to sell because if you remember, he tried to do that Snoop Lion shit where he tried to commodify
Rastafarianism.
Rastafarian
Yep.
culture, and he disrespected that shit, and
He got pulled up too.
excommunicated.
He got called
He
out.
got excommunicated by Bunny Wailer. You know what I'm saying? And now because that shit didn't sell, he's back to promoting the violence, back to promoting throwing up C's, disrespecting B's, all that bullshit. And it's like I thought that he would have grown out of that, but I guess the money is too good for him. And there's a lot of different people like, and I suffer from it because I love the music. I love listening to this type of stuff. But at the same time, like at this point in my life, when I hear people talking like, "Oh, I killed that nigga," I don't ever think that they're talking about a white guy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're not. They're always talking about killing their fellow black people. They're never talking about anybody other than black people when they say nigga in this music. And it's like to me, it's just been it just makes me sick at this point when they're talking about, oh, I slapped the bitch, or you listen to a song like You Didn't Even Know It by Rick Ross, who says I put Molly in her champagne, she didn't even know it.
Yep.
Like that shit's disgusting.
Oh.
And that was a club banger. That song, you could probably look it up. It probably went platinum.
Yeah, Lil Wayne
You know
got
what I'm
canceled
saying?
because one
It's
of his bars
gross.
was like "beat the pussy up like Emmett Till" or something like that. Like, come on, bro. But that's what I was getting into. Is I guess in the interest of clarifying my point, the reason we're doing these panels and we have to find each of us to come together to do this is because we're not saying, I mean, we have the gift of personal experience and anecdotes and stuff, but as far as the overarching talking points like police abolition, general leftism, stuff that is part of black culture, right? We could go to Vosh's channel and see him saying all this exact same shit for like 25,000 viewers or whatever. And that's not picking on Vosh, that's just saying, it's illustrating the point, right? That stuff that we produce and that we talk about and that we're the experts on will get ran with, and white people will benefit off of it. Just like you said, you were a metalhead. I'm a metalhead too. Rock and roll music was literally invented by black people, but if you ask people, they think it's a white genre. Why is that? It's because it was commodified and co-opted by white people. And the same thing happened with rap music, right?
Endless.
And just really quick, because hip hop as a whole, because I wanted to get into graffiti and TikTok too, or dancing too. Like all these TikTok dances that we fucking give people, right? Dances that come from us, but the most famous TikTok dancers are all white. Why is that, right? It's capitalism.
Just to confirm, Endless was not joking. I've looked up the song. The song verse goes, "About to put rims on my skateboard wheels. Yeah, beat that pussy up like Emmett Till. Yeah." Lil
Yeah.
Wayne actually put that in his song.
Oh yeah.
He apologized later, but holy shit.
And also,
Crazy,
if you
right?
remember when they
Fucking
asked
way.
Lil Wayne about the BLM movement, he said that he doesn't experience
Yeah.
racism in his life, and he doesn't co-opt
Exactly.
that shit. Man, fuck all them, bro.
Right.
Right.
Fuck all of them.
Man,
Exactly.
Drake is on
forget
that. Drake is on that same time. That's what I'm saying. Like Drake is the
Mm-mm.
hard. Tupac, not even top 10 in terms of album sales, right? But Drake is one of the number one rappers sales wise of all time. Eminem, probably the most sellingest, Grammyest, fucking awarded, gilded, moneyed rapper of all time. Even though that shit was definitely, and credit where credit is due, Eminem does pay his respects. You know what I'm saying? People like when they win, like you gotta respect how a Macklemore moves. You gotta respect how a Mac Miller moves. You know what I mean? They understand that they're guests in a house that we built, but at the same time, there's bad actors in the space that will take advantage.
Well, I was gonna say on that intersectionality, what you're hinting on, and I think what a lot of us are seeing when we're talking about the functions of
Exactly,
capitalism
Wither King.
is that race is definitely a category that experienced disproportionate oppression in this country, but there's another one that trumps even race, which is class. And I'd forget I was black too if I was a millionaire. You know, like if I made $50 million, maybe I'd forget maybe that's enough money to make me forget I was black. I don't know.
But
It seems to be a pattern, is what I'm noticing.
Yeah, but there's
Is
a
I
difference
notice
between a LeBron and a Lil Wayne, though. Like a LeBron is still, you know what I mean?
No, no, I agree. I'm saying as an excuse because it does seem to be a pattern. I do notice that as you're gonna do whatever you can to make the money however you can. And one of the biggest issues is, like I said, here in Orlando, we have an incredibly high murder rate. Why? Because the little kids want to, they want to do it up for the grams. They want to shoot each other for the grams because in their mind, that's how they're going to make it. That's their only option. They're like, I got to do this. I got to be part of the game. I got to do it up. I got to push the level so I can sell myself to these white folk, these capital owners that like to eat this shit up. And that's where this stuff comes from.
That's true, Wither King. You might forget.
Just like Jazz,
also
by the way.
Be quick
Jazz
reminded.
did this too.
Oh, yeah.
Kat, go ahead and say what you want to say, and then I'll go after you.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that you just posted the stat, and yeah, Eminem's the top best-selling rapper with Drake at number 2. So yeah, yeah.
To also add, Tupac is actually number 8.
Yeah.
He's top 10, but way the fuck down there.
Yeah.
One thing I want to say. Wait, okay, go ahead.
Oh, So I forgot to ask you guys. Usually, I try to like start saying like let's do ending statements by like 10:30, but I'm enjoying this particular set. So are you guys okay if we try doing ending statements like in the next half an hour instead? Just because there are still some things
It's Black
I
History
know
Month.
that
Let's do it.
yeah, I know there's
So
some
what
other
I
panels that go on until like midnight, but like I don't know, especially since we're not
what I want to
arguing, I try not to like make them go too long in case some people are like, this feels too much like we're just loving each other. I don't want to love anyone for 4 hours straight. So
What you mean? We all black.
so
Come on now.
So I do want to say that anyone that feels like they're tapped out, because social interaction is hard for some people. I totally get it, and everyone's got stuff to do. So if anyone like feels like they would rather leave now, that's perfectly fine. You can give like a closing statement, and then anyone that wants to stay still here, and like the people with the energy to just still have the energy left to do it, it's fine. So is there anybody that feels like
oh no, I'm not leaving. This is my panel, but I had
staying?
something to say.
So it sounds like we're all good.
Cool. Yeah, so I actually did want to talk about class a little bit because I think maybe that sometimes does affect for some of us
Mm-hmm.
like what our experience growing up in America is because some people will say like I don't code switch. This is my voice and it's our voice because we grew up in an area where
Yep.
this was where we're surrounded by.
Yep.
And like for example, a lot of things I see when people talk about Black culture are about like different types of boundaries to get access to different commodities or opportunities as a result of I just didn't have
No one's
money.
been
And
rich,
I think that
radical, and
always
famous at the
kind
same
of
time.
isolates me,
Facts.
which of
I'm
course
trying to be
like
the
cry me a
first.
fucking river, boo-hoo, you could afford university. But like it is something that I do think about quite a bit because I hear people say things like, oh, my great grandmother like picked cotton, and I'm like, my grandfather was a Supreme Court judge of our country, and that's like a very different like type of, I guess, thing because I was watching the Black Excellence in STEM conference, and one of the professors that was talking is like a specifically a person that studies diversity within STEM, and that's his like professorship. And he was talking about like I would like to acknowledge starting off that like I'm a third generation university graduate, and I realized like as the fact that he's American, that's crazy. Being a third generation Black American university graduate, that's like quite a while because that's not something that very many of us have got to do. And I also realize like if he's pointing that as like a point of privilege, that's something that I very much can also resonate with. So I guess like it is something that you were saying like I guess once you start making $50 million a year, sometimes you can forget that you are Black. But like even with someone with a household that like does 200K a year, sometimes I can forget I'm Black. So I guess I just wanted to kind of put that out and see if anybody else can partially understand that as well. Because I guess a lot of the things is like, oh, we were redlined. And I'm like, my family didn't get here until 1999. So a lot of the conversation that we have about the systemic issues and how that's been affecting us for the last 100 years is not something that my family has had to think about because we were in our home countries until we felt like leaving.
So it's for my family and the folks that I've interacted with, I think class has a lot to do with like not just understanding of what's happened, but like the politics that surround it. And I've also had like personal experience. Like I was actually arguing with an African American man about whether rap causes shootings. Like he was of the opinion that folks have their pants down too low. And Nicki Minaj, was it Nicki Minaj who did the no, it wasn't Nicki Minaj.
Respectability politics. Nice.
Yeah,
That old
that stuff.
chestnut.
It was like basically saying that the WAP song is why there's shootings, not gun rights. Right? Like it's just like, and we had like this
not
back
white
and forth. I'm like,
supremacy.
yo,
They don't hate us because white
right,
supremacy. It's our fault.
right. Well, and then you start talking about black on black violence, and I'm like, yo, we're I don't know what am I supposed to do here.
What's up, Nicki
Like,
Minaj?
I just like I can
Just
give you
sitting
the
here
statistics, I can give you
fantasizing.
the studies that I got, but you're not. Anyway, my point is though, like even looking at my family, right? So like my dad's got 11 brothers and sisters, and there are branches of the my family that like went Trump and are anti-vax now and are like all about bootstrap politics because they came from the same household, and like there wasn't a lot of money, there was a lot of hardship, right? But they made it, and because they made it, there's like this idea of like, well, now that I've made it, this is proof that this bootstrap politics works. But like, it's not necessarily the status quo. Like, only as far as I know, I'm going to look up these statistics again just to double check because I've been saying it a lot lately. 20% of anybody, like 20% of every quintile, is able to escape their quintile, right? So just because you're like one of the lucky few to make it, either up or, well, I mean, some rich folk end up going down, I guess.
Are you sure
That's a
about
common
that?
thing.
Because I know about stickiness at the ends, so I think that may be true maybe in the middle, but I think towards the bottom it's gonna lessen out because of stickiness at the end. Same thing at the top.
I've heard.
I've
that. Also
I just
read.
don't have the number.
I was gonna say I'm gonna look for it really quick, but I also remember reading something. It was an article entitled "Falling" that speaks specifically about Black men, about how even if you come into money or you're born into money, it's much easier for like the rate at which Black men have money and then lose it all and become poor or enter poverty is much higher than the rate for white people, and white people are much more likely to when they come into money stay middle class or stay upper middle class or whatever.
So I have a question when you say that. Is that like that's one of the things, like, which Black men are they talking about?
African American men. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, because that's ends up being a lot of the thing is like sometimes I'll end up seeing stats and stuff where it'll say like this will happen, like Black students have a higher chance of like dropping out than white students from university, but then when I obviously it's anecdotal, but like I know quite a few people I graduated with back in Haiti, and none of us are allowed to drop out. Like our parents, if we were to go back home to Haiti without a degree in the hand, it's like, oh my God, you're ruining our entire name. So like I couldn't drop out even if I wanted to. So that's why I kind of like. There's a lot of things that I hear about things that happen within Black America, and I'm like, can I get some specific? Like, can we zoom in?
I'll drop a link in your chat because I just found
there's actually a book I read. It's not actually directly about Black culture, but it kind of articulates the idea. It's In Search of Respect by Bourgois, is the guy, Philippe Bourgois. And In Search of Respect was this book where like this anthropologist like did something that was pretty unusual.
I think he meant bourgeois,
instead of going like overseas or whatever, he embedded himself in Harlem in the 1980s, and he was living in an apartment. There was like drug culture and all this other stuff, and he was like basically hanging out with everyone and learning what their stories were, right? And like why it's so hard to escape poverty. And a lot of it is just purely cultural. So like I completely believe the idea that a Black man's more likely to lose wealth, because if you put your name on a job application, or you show up to an interview and there's like some sort of like cultural misunderstanding or like linguistical differences, that sort of thing,
you show up with cornrows or something.
It impedes your capacity to actually get the job that you've got credentials for, even. There's statistics that like show
before we even talk about the fact that you need to work twice as hard to be considered half as good if you're Black. But I'm sorry, that was all I wanted to say.
I'm gonna save you. I want to save you, Medled, from like any misinterpretation, because I think when you say cultural, some people might take that a bit differently as like, especially like some people like turn that into like, I guess if the Blacks didn't act. If they just acted more white, they would just get richer. Like so, I don't. That's not at all what you're saying. I just want to let you like.
So it's not what I'm saying, but in a sense, it is what I'm saying, right? Because like there's like this thing, right? Like if you are a minority, yeah, exactly. Like if you act assimilated, you're more likely to succeed. Like the way we talk, the way we behave, the way like what names we use is key to actually getting further in life. Like my dad, like literally gave me like an emergency middle name just in case my name was going to make it hard to get a job, right? And like when I'm naming my kids, I gave them the assimilated first name, and then I gave them the exotic middle name. You know what I mean? Like I'm just like each generation there's like this like sort of, and I didn't even think about it at first. Like I didn't even actually think about that fact until this very moment, actually, that's what happened. And I think like as so like yeah, when I mean culture, when I'm referring to culture, it's like, you know, a person's understanding of the universe around them through time and space, right? That's what culture is. So if you, and like it could be a thing that exists on a national scale, being an American, but it could also be something that exists in a neighborhood scale or just a family scale. You can have a family culture or workplace culture, all that stuff. So that's what I mean by culture specifically.
If
And so
France
your culture has to line up. Oh, sorry. So if you need to have like a culture that like lines up with the place of employment that you're seeking, right? And a lot of the time, the family culture you were brought up in, or the neighborhood culture you're brought up in, the accents you have, all that stuff can actually impede your capacity to get that job. That'll keep you making money, or you know, push you out of that quintile.
Yeah, my name.
Can I push back on that?
My name is Kevin Perry.
So, because I definitely want to push back.
Ashton, after you go, Ashton, I'd like Lawbook to go and then Honey to go.
I hear a lot of what you're saying, because let's be clear, your distance to whiteness, we were talking about this in another panel, will actually very much is very much a great predictor of your success in your quote unquote success. I can say that, but let's be clear about what we mean by when we're clearing up like the culture thing, like if black people started all, like, for example, let me use the example that one of the best sociological studies that we've done, one of the most in-depth one, is the name study, right? The efficacy of how like black names don't get interviews, right? But that is what underlies that. Sometimes people see that and they say, okay, black culture, if black people acted more white, they would be okay. But the reality is it's a chicken and the egg situation, because what came first? People's biases towards these names, or black people choosing those names. And that's where it kind of comes from. If black people all started naming their kids Michael and Jordan, we actually see this in subsequent studies, that Jordans and Michaels are seen as more likely to be black, and those names over time, as they seem to become blacker, get discriminated against more.
Ashley.
So it's not Go ahead.
Ashley, Brittany. I was just throwing more names out there that were from the study you're talking about. Sorry.
So I don't think you're pushing back. Like I think you're actually like furthering the point that I would like to make. Actually,
low key. Low key.
So no. I know, but the thing is when we're saying things like accents, that's where it starts to be okay. Let's be careful about that, because it's not necessarily the accent that you have. It's that if they associate whatever blank characteristic with blackness, which they will change every single decade as we try to adjust to them. The reason why I use that language, it's because we have this issue in liberation. What do we name things? Like defund the police, Black Lives Matter. This is a problem that existed in the 60s. This is a problem that existed in the 50s.
Martin Luther King Jr. talked about it, where he was making a distinction between violence against people and property damage, and about how you should be careful about doing that. And normally when white people read that, they're like, oh, he's saying that you shouldn't riot. And it's like, no, dummy. He's saying that he's worried that you're going to do exactly what you're doing right now, which is focus on this and not the message. And that's kind of the point, is that anything we do is going to be tainted. It's going to be black.
Exactly. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, that actually when we do studies, when we look at the data, overwhelmingly what we find is that there is no justification. It is just racism. Much like, for example, if you have a policy, if I propose a policy, if it's perceived that policy benefits black people, even if it benefits you in your own interest as a white person, you are less likely to be for that policy. And it shows in the data. If they just don't think black people are benefiting, they'll double down on a policy if they don't understand the unintended benefits towards the black community. So that's where the issue is. The issue is the idea of what white people perceive as blackness and your distance to what their perception of blackness is.
So I want Law to go next, but I will add that as a data scientist and a psych grad, everything Aston said is exactly correct. There's really not a whole lot of data supporting like like for example the study like black names, for example. There's really no good reason that you could possibly come up with other than like racism.
Straight up white supremacy. Straight up
that like there's other legitimate reasons for institutional biases like that. Go ahead, Law.
Fluff, could I get you to like restate like the current topic that we're on right now? I think I'm
Yeah,
kind of
so
like I've been like really absorbed into what everyone's saying. I'm like,
no,
what
it's
are we
okay.
talking about?
So like
Black bad
yeah, well,
because
it's easier for
bad.
me because I'm outside of it, right?
Because
So
white has to be good, and the only way white can be good is black's
it's
bad.
about we're talking about actually unless you do it because this is you've been kind of steering this topic.
My
I'd
fault.
like
Yes. So, if I could just kind of synthesize with the two before me, if I'm gonna have my paradigm shift moment. Shout out to paradigm shift. Um, Basically, what Mad Lad had started off saying is that and you can correct me if I'm mischaracterizing your point, is that basically your distance, because it's also relates to what we were saying last panel, like Aston was saying, your distance from whiteness is what dictates your treatment.
Opportunity.
Right.
Opportunity.
It's your distance from whiteness is how white supremacy will affect you negatively, right? Which is a statement we understand, but I feel like Aston felt like he needed to push back because it's important to note, and this is why we said it's not really a disagreement. It's just kind of add more meat to the point, which is that anything that we touch becomes black. Just like I was saying earlier with blurred shit, with Gundams or whatever, there's a phenomenon where it doesn't matter what it is, names, art, whatever, it instantly becomes black, and therefore it becomes not white. And your proximity to that is what affects how white supremacy affects you negatively, which can be, like job opportunities, romantic opportunities, whatever, housing opportunities, all that.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I'm on the exact not saying I'm not on the same page, dog, because I definitely feel what you're saying. But like when I think of when I hear like distance from whiteness, I'm like thinking of uh differences when it comes to like class opportunity and whatnot, and how uh like it doesn't. Oh, well, it definitely changes. It just changes the form of violence that you face.
Yes.
But like
Yes.
as far as it
Talk
being
about it.
being like verbal aggressions, talking aggressions, like
Talk about it.
if you
Talk
live
about it.
like if
Talk about
like because I grew up middle class, so like upper middle class, so then I'm around all these white people that like okay, like you assume. Well, I
I
think
wish
I spent
Bink
a
was
lot of
here.
my
I know Bink would probably have a
youth
lot to say.
trying to forget I was black. Just I was like trying to assimilate in that space because they make it so tough. Um, but like, and that is definitely a form of like microaggressions and violence, but it's definitely a completely different type than someone who grows up in a lower income neighborhood who is going to face like uh an overt type of violence in that manner. Um, so
Bars.
yeah.
I do want to say that might actually be a coincidence of geography sometimes. Sometimes we get lucky, and because it's like an intersectional thing. So because you're middle class and you happen to be in the right geographical zip code, it creates more of a bubble. Whereas like my grandfather was a senator. Like I grew up middle class, and yet I still very much, my middle classness doesn't stop my fear in some of the streets that I can walk down in the areas around me, because the KKK are so active around here. You know what I mean?
I could see that
Yeah.
because I know Shark said that he never really thought about. He was a military brat, so he never really thought about his blackness in that way until a little bit later in life. So I could definitely see that.
Yeah, and to double down, by the way, I didn't even think the racist things that were happening to me when I was growing up were racist until I realized when I was older and did some study. I'm like, oh my God, all these people were racist my entire life. And that's where I think that some of that comes from too, right?
That's such a wild
Right.
moment when that happens.
That's what I really wanted to speak on. That's what I really wanted to speak on because, like I was gonna say, like I was like attempting to not recognize it until I became painfully aware of it at a
Right.
stupidly young age.
Mhm.
I think
It
my
always
first like
happens
true
that way.
experience was I told y'all earlier when I got like pulled over by an officer coming out my own house because they thought I robbed my own house because I didn't look like the part of the people that lived in the neighborhood that I was in. And then as I got older and older, I started to realize that, oh yes, this sort of thing has been happening to
We're talking
me
about race and
my
class now,
entire
Big
life.
Princess.
And then people are just like stupidly racist and you just won't realize it, or you're trying to like see the best in people. one like situation I think of at the top of my head. Like I think about this all the time. And I'm like, dang, I really should have raised some hell in high school. When I was a sophomore in high school, I was in a French class. I'm surrounded by white peers. Like I am like the only black kid in my class, which is I think is something that a lot of us can speak to when we're in a lot of these areas. And there's this girl. She said, "Oh, hey, I need a brush. Does anybody have a brush that I could borrow so I could brush my hair real quick?" Now, grossness aside, how people be having lice, and I like now I'm like, there's completely other reasons that I would not lend out my brush, but I'm like, hell yeah, I got a brush. I got a brush right here in my backpack. Simple stuff. I'm like, yo, here, I got you. Boom, brush. She takes my brush, looks at it, and she says, is this a brush for horses? Like some simple stuff like that. Just because we had the firm bristle brush
Yeah,
for the
hard.
4C hair as opposed to
The boar
one
brush, you got to
for
bust
loose
waves. You
hair.
feel
Like,
me?
yeah, she wasn't trying to spin on him. I think that was a failure on her part. But just like things like that, like they would just like say things and just like counteract your like your culture and your experience in like in a moment. And then literally at that moment, I stopped brushing my hair for like a year because I was so embarrassed from the situation. Like I felt like mortified that sort of thing could like happen to me in front of all of my peers. And then I look at pictures from when I was in that era of high school. Dog, I look dusty as hell because I wasn't brushing my hair. And I'm like, God. So like those sort of things, it just like the littlest like things just like affecting like large wave pools of your life is kind of crazy.
I had
And
something like that too. So my first
So real quick,
girlfriend.
I'm gonna let everyone get a chance. Like you guys are gonna get, you're gonna get, you and Endless are gonna get a chance. So what I want to do is, because we're getting towards 11, and I hate when people don't get to say what they want to say. So
I just had a question anyway, so
we'll go in a circle, and everyone's gonna get to say like their final thoughts on this particular topic, and then we're gonna do one more circle where everyone's gonna get to say like their closing thoughts and shout themselves at the last. So we're gonna finish up this topic, and then we'll do another circle of closing thoughts. Also, nice. Real quick thoughts. I really love that you said that was a failure on her part. I love when people externalize microaggressions and don't internalize them. I thought that was really, really cool. So we'll go Mad Lad, then Endless, and then I'll start calling people in the circle in a row.
Yeah. So I was gonna say my first girlfriend was white, right? And she had a racist grandfather.
Same.
And he would call the freckles on her face Edward kisses, right? Like real racist. And my response to that was to try to make like this is like I was 14, right? So like
what the fuck?
I'll hit an old man.
Like, not the most racist thing that came out of this man's mouth, right? And I kept the relationship going because I felt like this burden to because everybody in the family was pretty pissed off with him, right? So all of a sudden became a part, like my burden to maintain this shit relationship. And it was a shit relationship. It was by far one of the worst. I mean, yeah, like life scarring, traumatic, awful fucking relationship. And I was maintaining this relationship because I wanted to kick grandpa's ass. But I wanted the whole family to be pissed with him. And as long as this relationship was going, everybody's pissed with him. And like, there's like this movie moment, right, where like I was gonna meet the whole family that's like supporting this relationship and shit, like at the graduation party. But at that moment, I had enough because this relationship was that bad. Broke up with her right before the graduation party, and instead of having like this moment where like there's all this stuff that happens, like families like was really excited gung ho to like meet the exotic boyfriend that they've heard so much about, right? And I wasn't there, and I felt really guilty about that. But on the other hand, like I've been like trying to live up to these expectations that their family, like well-meaningly, like they're trying to be they had good meaning behind what they're trying to do, right? Like they're trying to say that like this racist shit isn't okay. But I can't tell you the number of times that I like adjusted my behaviors in relationships because some asshole in the family was racist, and it like impacted like whether I was going to stay in the relationship or whether I was going to walk away in the relationship. Nothing as bad as grandfather in the first one though, but it was all pretty. It was a lot of shit. It was a lot of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish you were on the last panel because we talked about that in specificity. Like that happens, and you're just like, "Fucking, I'm gonna smash every white joint. I'm gonna piss off every father." Like,
Yeah, that was true. I was just thinking, like,
yeah.
grandfather, I make you proud, right? Like, it's just like,
The
like
meme of
the
like Martin Luther
pastor.
King smiling with the black dude with the whip, or the white people picking cocking. Yeah, but I would have. My question was related to the topic, and this might be good for like closing statements and stuff. My question is, to what degree do you think class affects Black culture? Like a lot of blurred culture, specifically, like Gundams. That shit is an expensive hobby. It's like $20 a kit, and then the nippers and all that stuff run you like another 50. Video games, expensive hobby. What degree do you think, because a lot of this stuff is still, even though it's paywalled, so I guess so to say, it's still kind of universal across the Black experience for like blurs and stuff. So how much you guys think class affects Black culture? Because we got like food, like eating pig's feet and stuff like that too. So
Who's going first?
I think it does affect like culture quite a bit. I think just
Fluff is really out
I
here.
think a lot of my experience with things, for example, I guess right now, when Alex was talking about Crip Walk, I was like, what? And I think perhaps I think that's might just be a little bit of a class thing. Um, I think there's also a lot of times when I also and watch things like comedy shows. A lot of comedy shows are trying to appeal to, I guess, the broadest audience. So doing a comedy show made for the Black middle class is not going to be a very popular comedian. Sometimes people will sit there and talk about like experiences,
Bink.
and I don't know what they're talking about. So I think that has also caused me to maybe be able to sink in more into the idea of like what I'm doing must be Caribbean and not an African American thing. Whereas perhaps if I was less like if I was more like lower class and stuff, I think I would understand more of the African American culture because of the proximity. Whereas now I just get to be the one Black family in the neighborhood. So I'm like, I guess we're just built different. Um, so I think it affects it quite a bit.
I also want to speak on that, like how it's how you said like it might affect it just because like for like video games and stuff. Like when I think about like like the accessibility of video games as far as like when it's like that cost wall, the first video game that I know like a lot of my Black friends have and a lot of like Black people in general, if you can't really like have that many video games, you're gonna have the ones that are like multiplayer. You're gonna get the like the 2K or the Call of Duty. You're not gonna really explore playing like RPGs, stuff like that, just because like you want to be able to do what everyone else is doing, and so you're going to take that first opportunity to have the one that's the most accessible.
If you're only going to get one game a year, it's got to be the best one of the year.
It's got to be the best one that you can do and you get the most value out of. And then I do think that access to like more wealth and being able to like the more wealth you have, obviously you can like explore more artistic things and do like have that sort of freedom to be able to express yourself in ways that you didn't know were possible before, because there are plenty of people out there who are just like who just ain't got the opportunity to find their like artistic passion just because there's a paywall behind it. Everything's so expensive, and making sure those sort of situations are accessible for like all the communities is really super important.
I think a great
Based.
example of that is cosplaying. So I want to say during the pandemic, I got into cosplaying.
Talk about it.
As a Black cosplayer, I post on TikTok and it's like the top Black cosplayers that are there, the amount of money they have to spend to even look the part while
Thanks, Robbie.
dealing with racism in the comments saying you can't be this character because they're not Black, and then having to look as much as they can to that character. Cosplaying is a lot of fucking money. Like I started getting into it and I can't cosplay as much as I want to because it is simply just not in my pay grade. And people just think, oh, you're just buying regular costumes, which is what you start off. But you have to also think about those people who make it from hand, who hand sew it, who stitch it. And I
3D print.
never do that. But that's a lot of money. So yeah, like, and also the collections I started doing, oh my God, what do you call those? A top, Oh God, I can't believe I have like 4 of those. Like the little
Oh, Funko
figurines.
Pops, yeah.
Funko Pops. There you go. I wanted to start collecting those, and I realized I had to stop because it was simply too much money. And I would consider myself.
Cosplay
I would
definitely
say
is
it
dedication.
varies. Lower middle class. I was raised in a lower middle class home, so I wasn't. Those are just luxuries to me. And now that I'm getting now, you're becoming an adult living in a society that thrives off, like we were saying about capitalism. I'm making my own money. I'm seeing all this money that I'm making, so I'm thinking, okay, all these luxury things that I wasn't able to have as a kid, I'm going to now grab it now. Now I'm into cosplay. Now I'm into this and that, and then now you're seeing just how much it is, and a lot of that,
Seeing why your
like,
parents told you no.
exactly. And you're like, I have it now. And then when you have, like, now you're seeing that, okay, as a black kid, I wasn't able to explore my artistic expressions. I wasn't able to do all of this. And now that I have the ability, now you're seeing how much it is, and you have to limit yourself to
Yep.
that. So to doing 3 cosplays a year, but you want to do more. It's just that I recently like learned.
Gamma.
So, I just wanted
Or
to
go ahead,
touch on
Alex.
the
And Gamma.
the distance to whiteness thing earlier. So my mom, like my great grandmother, she was the one who had my last name hyphenated because
Expensive
she wanted to
hobbies,
join the
yes.
families together, and she also wanted my name to be my dad's name. She wanted me to be a junior. My mom was like, nah. I'm gonna name him something a little more applicable on applications, and she admitted that to me. And I also have the experience, unfortunately, of having somebody admit this shit to my face, where he literally told me, like, and this person he was a crazy, he was honestly, like, literally, well, I don't want to, I think people call it be ableist, but he was schizophrenic, and he was a fucking asshole. So, so he told me one day that he was surprised by my appearance because of how white my name is. He
Dog.
literally told me this to my face, and
I've had the same
I've also
experience.
experienced a bunch of jobs where I show up and they're like, "Oh, yeah. So what are you?" And it's also fun for me to fill out applications because I'm black, I'm Hispanic, I'm white. I don't know how recently any of you have gone through the application process because I'm doing it again right now, and it's your options are Hispanic, non-white, black, non-Hispanic, fucking, and it's either everything is non-Hispanic in just that race, or you're 2 or more races not Hispanic. So even when I'm trying to tell them I'm multiracial, I can't even include that I am a Mexican in that. And so it puts me in this weird position where you don't know what the hell I guess in your head when you're reading this, because everybody does this in terms of like hiring and stuff. You don't know what you're gonna get, and that's why when I show up, I get these surprise expressions and these weird interactions where they're like, "Oh, we were kind of expecting something a little different," and that it's just a wild experience. And I just lost my train of thought on that, so I mean, I'm gonna end on that. I definitely have.
Hey, what up, stock market
In the
plan?
relationship to whiteness and in that, but there was something that you guys were gearing up towards that class. That's what it was. Oh my god. So I come from, I would say I started from the trailer parks out here, and through my father's extremely hard work, my family moved into like lower middle class, and they're kind of verging because of the housing market into just middle class.
Racism, the
But me
bureaucracy,
as
and
an
the flesh.
adult, I don't have any access to any of that money, and so me personally, I'm lower class. Like I recently just came off of being homeless, so I've really experienced the lows of
poverty,
like racism, and it's in being distant to it, and being like the distance to whiteness, because people from the upper side of town, when they talk about people from my side of town, they'll speak negatively. They'll call you ratchet. They'll call you broke. You a bum. Like, and all this shit. And I really wanted to touch on this with you guys. Is I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts about the phrase "I'm not that black," because I've heard that shit a lot in my life from people who are plenty darker than me, and I'm like, you're so fucking beautiful. How do you talk like this? How do you speak like that? And I think that that is derived from classism because they will associate blackness with a lower class. And I was writing this shit down earlier, but that's
bars.
Let me read this shit real quick. I apologize, but I really wanted to get. I'm only gonna read this small line about this. The class's ideal can easily lead a person of blackness to denounce themselves in favor of not appearing lesser. To maintain the power they struggled so hard to obtain, this leads me to want to strive towards a different type of society. But that's I've heard that repeatedly over my life. Like, I'm not that black. I don't act black. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, that's bullshit. But that's classist bullshit. You're learning that because people in that class, I've heard people of upper class how they talk in my city about how they talk about where I'm from. And it's nothing but relation to, oh, you went to this high school? Oh shit, you probably a gang member. Oh shit, you probably sold drugs. Like, and it's like, no, it's like I met geniuses, artistic people who are so fucking talented that they could be the Van Gogh of this generation if somebody just looked at them, bro. But they won't because they're poor. And as an artist myself, I think it's crazy because you see all these artists getting huge, but they came from money.
A million Einsteins have died in the field, bro.
Yeah, and the only reason, like, she was talking about, or let me go back. Honey was talking about how cosplay is expensive.
Hell yeah,
you know?
stock
And
market plan. I feel you.
That's huge, you know, and that also relates to art as well. Like, I bought my iPad, which was expensive as fuck, but I bought it because the cost of buying supplies and good quality paints, markers, pens, all of that type of stuff is so fucking expensive. So it makes a huge barrier of entry. And same thing with you guys, like, you guys all like streaming and all of that stuff, and there's a huge barrier of entry to that. And I think the biggest barrier of entry to a lot of people is they got to have a stable home. You don't want your mama busting through your shit or whatever things going on in your family to embarrass you in your stream. So you got to have a stable environment to do it in. And it just goes deeper and deeper and deeper, you know?
All right, Gamma.
There was so many topics I wanted to touch upon because it was so many questions asked, but now I'm like lost where I should talk about. So I guess I'll just go with the last thing about people saying like they're not that black. And I've heard people say stuff like similar to that. Like even I'm ashamed, but like I'll look at something and be like, oh, that's ghetto. But like I don't mean it. I don't mean it in like a way like in a bad way. Yeah, I don't know.
Cookouts, all these meets, people hanging out and having a genuine time with each other in the ghetto, you know? Like,
right. Exactly. I totally don't even mean it in that way. Like when I think about it, I don't even think of like I'm talking specifically about Black people in impoverished area. Like I'm not thinking about it like that. But when you say those phrases around certain people who don't understand what you're saying, it could be a mixed message.
Definitely.
Like yeah, but like I honestly don't like when people like straight up say that like oh I'm not that black. Like I don't eat watermelon, I don't eat fried chicken, or like they'll say stuff like that specifically.
I'll eat the fuck out of some watermelon, boy. I'll fuck up a watermelon now. Don't even play with me.
Look, even if they genuinely don't like that stuff, which is fine. Like I feel like it's specifically brought up because those are stereotypes that are associated with Black people, and so they got to let you know that hey, I don't do any of these stereotypes. Like,
I feel you stock market plan. Cuban barbecue is good too, and sometimes white people like Southern barbecue is good,
or fried chicken or something like that. But like, is it because our cookouts are those stereotypes, and what up, to tell me is for you to let me know that like you're somehow like different in your head? I don't know. That's a weird thing. That's all.
It's more code switching shit where you're trying to appeal to white people to look at you differently, in my opinion.
Right. But they say to other Black people, it's like, where do I need to know that?
Hold up. Bink is in my chat and wants me to ask a question. Sorry. Go ahead, Aston. I'll read it when she's.
I was just going to say, on what you're saying, it goes both ways because it's also the
oh yeah, Lechon. Oh my
there's
god!
Always,
don't
like,
even
the idea
start
that,
with me, bro.
You know, when you escape the hood,
fuck out
like
here.
What is it? What is it? Childish Gambino said it in the song. It goes, "But when you leave the hood, they think that you look down on them." Like, it's this innate feeling that because race is so associated with class, the disproportionate amount of black people that are poor in this country, that creates its own stereotype. So the idea is that once you've moved beyond your class, you've moved out. Like, for white people, you know, they can just forget about the town they came from. They can just forget about the trailer park that they grew up in, and they can get away with it because by definition they're white passing.
Hell
But
yes,
for
that can
us, it's always going to be a question: where did you come from? Who are you? What did you associate with? In the
How many people live in the
bourgeois, when
predominantly
the
black
bourgeois
Latino
are
community
saying,
versus
seeing
white
if
mixed
you're
community?
worthy enough to be in their class, to be in their network, they're not ready to give, like for example, and this is exactly what I mean. They don't want to give you a bunch of like business connections if they think that you have hood friends in the hood that are going to try to get at their money. That's how they think of it. That's literally how they think of it. They think, oh, this guy is a liability because maybe he's going to start spending all his money supporting his families or whatever. Even though you can look at white cultures across the planet. I mean, obviously, Italian people only got to be white in the 1900s. So before then, they weren't white. But Italians have large families. Spanish people have large families. Irish people. But when it's us, it's, oh, your family's going to get in your pocket though. Matter of fact, we talk about this in the Premier League. I'm a huge soccer fan, if you can't tell. I rep Arsenal. You know,
Spurs,
Arsenal
bro.
till I die and
Spurs
all
all
that
day.
good shit. But we were talking, Raheem Sterling is a black soccer player in England, right? And he talks about this all the time. When he goes to buy his mother, or he actually did it right about another black player, but when the black
I
player
feel that
goes to
stock
buy
market.
his mother a house, in the papers is black kid gets a bunch of money,
Yes,
blows it
Wither King,
all on
exactly.
mansion or whatever, and lets family stay in mansion. But when a white person does it, same, it's like the same. It was two different teams, but it's like the same paper, and it was within like a month. Oh, he's giving back to his community.
You like
He's
to build
giving back to
scenery?
his mom.
Nice.
Look at how
I
well
like to build
raised he
scenery
is.
too.
Look at
I'm gonna
how
ask you a
well
question in a
trained he
segment
is. It's
when
because
Aston
our
finishes.
blackness is associated with a criminality, a low classness, a wrongness. That's also why we do things like, when we don't speak in AAV, we're speaking proper. We're speaking properly, even though country people sound way different than Irish people. They
Thanks,
sound way
Elysium.
different than people from England. Matter of fact, people from England, different villages sound completely alien to each other. But the only one that isn't proper is black folk. And you've got to notice these little patterns, these small microaggressions. And what it comes down to is the thing we were saying before, which is the proximity to whiteness, right? That's why black people will performatively denounce their blackness so that they can be accepted into different circles, so that they can be, because there's a perceived closer to whiteness. And it goes both ways. There's also animosity if you're seen to be closer to whiteness, right? Like if I go down to St. Croix, where my peoples is from, where my grandfather was a senator, they'll call me stateside right quick. Right? They will
Most
not
of the
let
black
me
hockey
forget
players
that
are
I'm from the
NHL
States.
All-Star
And this
status. That
happens
doesn't
in a
surprise
bunch
me.
of islands in the Caribbean. It's not just
Hey, what up,
my
Elysium?
personal group of West Indians. But that's so when we're talking about the intersectionality between class, it's blackness is not associated with high class. Therefore, we must distance ourselves from blackness if we're going to be perceived as higher class.
That's
Also
actually
on
what I'm sorry, I mean to cut you off, but that's what Bink wanted to ask. Actually, is she was just curious how many of us actually grew up in mixed like black and Latina neighborhoods versus like white, like general racial mixed neighborhoods.
So we can include that. And I know, Aston, I'm gonna let you finish.
I'm good. You guys can
your
go.
speeches. I swear to God, one day you're gonna lead an army, like an actual army in the fields.
Right.
I'd like to give everyone like their closing thoughts. You can add on to what Bink would ask, like how many of you are in. You can, I believe she said.
It's in my chat if you wanna.
Yeah, predominantly black Latino. How many of you live in predominantly black Latino communities versus a white mixed community? You can add that in, and I'd like to get. So we'll circle around again. So we'll start with Honey. That way, Kat will be last. That way, she can give closing words. So we'll start with Honey. Everyone, give your closing statement. Any which is basically any leftover thought. Don't feel that you need to rush this. Any leftover thoughts, plus who you are, what else you, and shout yourself out as well, please.
Okay. So, in regards to that question, I grew up in a very black, Latin, and also a little sprinkle of Asian and Indian. It was very diverse, but rarely any white in terms of, I want to say, American white, not white Hispanic, because there were a lot of those. So, just going off of that, and also adding on when I was listening to the I'm not that black. Me as an Afro Latina, a lot of people hear it as I hear it as Afro Latina, as me no Dominican. Oh, I'm not black. I'm not black. I'm Dominican. I'm Dominican. That's what I hear when I hear I'm
Yep.
not black, because I
Yep.
grew up
Mm-hmm.
having. I grew up essentially in a community where, while there were people darker
Thank you,
than me,
Katarana. Yeah.
they were considered Dominican, but me, I guess, because I wasn't, my family came from Puerto Rico, and my grandma came from Puerto Rico in the 1950s. Their family came in the early 2000s, so I was like more attached to I was just more Americanized. So it was less believable for me to be seen as a Hispanic, Afro Latina, rather than people who were out here just saying they're Dominican, they're Dominican. I'm not black, than your average Dominican over here. And just hearing that, it brings me back to brings us back to the when we were when we determined that when you determined that you were black, or you realized you were black, was when I was constantly told that I wasn't Puerto Rican. You can't be Puerto Rican. You can't be Puerto Rican. And that's when I decided, okay, I'm just black. So it was a very different experience for me. I stopped speaking Spanish at 7 years old, and I did not speak Spanish only for only for
That's
the
such a
Spanish
shame.
classes, but I literally shut out a whole language
Exactly, stock market.
because
The
I was
diversity is our
giving in. I was
strength.
believing. I guess you could say it's the opposite of what happens to black kids when they're in predominantly white
Everybody
neighborhoods.
brings
But
their own
I
flavor.
stopped speaking a whole language only because I was seen as just black and not as another identity. And although black culture and Afro Caribbean culture is very essential to black culture, being that a lot of our dances, I can speak for Puerto Rico, plena bomba, those were dances used during slavery times in order to communicate. So the drums, the move of salsa and bachata, all of that was used to communicate
Talk about
during
it.
slavery. And people forget, like, and it's like it's a normal it's a common thing. It was just another boat stop. So for me to be like, I'm a black Puerto Rican, I'm not black because my dad is black and my mother's a light skinned black, and you wouldn't be able to tell because of colonization and literally wanting to, the phrase of mejoró la raza, to better the race. Literally, that's why my mom is so light, but you can tell she's black. They think I'm just a mixed kid and not literally I'm black, because there was black people in Puerto Rico or in Dominican Republic
I
or in
fuck with
Haiti
Honey. I
and
want to
all
follow
that.
her. Could somebody
So
drop
when I
her
hear the
link in
phrase
chat for
I'm
me,
not that
please?
black,
I really want to follow her.
it brings me back to times where people would just fight with me and tell me they're
Yeah,
different than
black
me because
Mexicans
they
have
came
been
straight from the
out
island.
here
But I'm
for a
like,
minute, but only just got
but honey,
recognized.
you're my skin color. We're exactly, what are you talking about? So that brings me back to
I
that.
feel
And
it,
then
stock market.
that's an experience, I guess, of living in a community that's not predominantly white. When you're living in such a diverse ethnic community, that's when you experience the microaggressions, or the blatant anti-blackness. That's when you experience that. So you I think as black people, it's either we're literally experiencing racism from white people, or we're experiencing anti-blackness. We literally are always trying to fight some form of white supremacy, and it gets tiring and it's traumatizing, and it's a whole lot of healing that we have to do while still doing it. But yeah, that's my final thought. Oh, and you can follow me on TikTok. I used to stream on Twitch, but a girl got busy with work, so I post more on TikTok. I go by Flaquita, which means skinny girl in Spanish.
Okay, I'm gonna go and find your TikTok and I'll post it in my chat.
Okay.
So I don't normally do this. Like normally I kind of chime out, but it's just really funny, honey, that like you're so much of what you said was literally exactly how I lived, because I'm
Please
Dominican
speak on it.
and I've been gatekeeped so hard for not speaking. I spoke Spanish up until I was 3 fluently. My dad was like, "You used to speak it fluently," but I lived in a predominantly white area and I lived with my mom, so I lost it. and like I would get gate kept by Dominican, like my Dominican family or other Dominicans, like saying you're not, you don't speak Spanish, you're not Dominican, or like you have the last name Guzman, but you don't speak Spanish, and it's just like, well, like every time it would be like they just make me feel like shit for no reason just because I couldn't speak Spanish, and
Exactly.
but here I am, like when I live in a rural white community, and I get no problem being called spick and beaner every 2 days, like every 2 minutes. I get no problem like being called a dirty Mexican, which they love to do, even though I'm not
Hmm.
Mexican. I've never
This man
felt
is
being Mexican
based.
with an
The
insult.
puppy.
And then I moved to New York, and I once told a college class that I'm Dominican, and the entire class laughed at me because I
Like,
went to
why are you
Bronx Community
white?
College, which is like is a majority
Yeah.
not white college, and the entire class laughed at me, and I was like, cool, this is fun. Like
Mean
I'm not
Girls
allowed to be
moment. Why are
Dominican
you
here after.
white?
Yeah, it's like it's like I spent like I punched my card. I heard racial epithets enough like behind it with a fist behind it to know what it's like to deal with racism, and to have like to deal with that coming back here to get gate kept. I can totally relate to that, especially on being Dominican. My dad's was the first generation immigrant.
And if I just add one more thing, it's just funny how, like, how you had mentioned that they laughed at you because you appear as you're, you just say you're a white Hispanic, you're a white Dominican, and they'd be like, well, I expect a Dominican to look a certain way, but that way is not black, even though it's black, which is so interesting to me. I was gonna say something else, but I like totally forgot. But yeah, it's just very interesting being Hispanic. But I guess that could be for another time.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, stock
Do you
market.
want to go
I'm
next
glad you
on this?
enjoyed it. Oh yeah. Sorry, it's people in chat. So yeah. What was the topic? What was the main topic? The last topic?
No, it's just whatever you want to talk about. Are there
Oh,
any last thoughts that you have? And also, can you please let us know every place that we can follow you so we can follow you on everything that we own?
yeah, for sure. Um, oh, geez, we've all these panels are always so awesome. I can't really even say anything that's not already been said. Oh yeah, about Bink's question. So yeah, I grew up in Baltimore County. I grew up surrounded by the whitest of white people. I mean, the most vanilla of vanilla. It was like super upper middle class upbringing. Like there was mansions in the neighborhood and shit. The road that I lived on was called Rolling Road, and it was named that because that's where the slaves used to roll the barrels and hogsheads from the relay. Because the town was called Relay. They used to roll the barrels from the relay all the way to the harbor to Fells Point. And the town's called Relay because the train relay was there. The early trains were not steam powered or coal powered; they were drawn by horse, and you had to change the horses out there. That's why it was called Relay. Lots of French people. There's a place called Saint Denis there. Basically, lots of old white money there. So that influenced my very, very early upbringing. But by the time I hit middle school, high school, I was talking to the people from the trailer parks and shit because they were always way more interesting than the nerds from where I was from. So I was doing hood rat shit, going mudding, lighting shit on fire, all that shit by then. Um, so that's the interesting thing for me. Like I said earlier in the panel, like I didn't start saying the N word. I wasn't comfortable. You see how chocolate midnight my shit is, and I wasn't comfortable saying the N word until I was like 22, 23, just because I was colonized as fuck. My upbringing was so white. All my friends were white. And I had to really, I had one of those moments that we talked about where you realize, you wake up one morning, something happens, whether it's like a Facebook comment or an offhand comment at a bar or something, where you realize, holy shit, I'm fucking surrounded by white supremacists, and it changes how you move. But that's kind of where I'm coming from. Black culture is whatever black people want it the fuck to be, because really there's really no such thing as the black community at the end of the day. It's really just a bunch of smaller communities who come together to talk about this kind of shit occasionally and just kind of party and do us the rest of the time. And I guess that's the only thing I would really impart, is that's what black culture really encompasses. We just want to do the same shit everybody else does. Make dope art, make dope food, and fucking party and chill the fuck out and vibe. That's literally it. I'm Endless Cemetery. I'm a black anarchist. I play video games. I play fighting games. I play shooting games. I do whatever. I talk about leftist politics, black issues, black history, labor history, anarchist stuff, black anarchist stuff. Um, if you want to find all of my social media, my stream, I don't want to just like go through the whole list because I did that last panel. It's really fucking tiring. I don't feel like doing it again. But twitch.tv/endless cemetery. And you can go there and see my YouTube, my TikTok, my Twitch, my Instagram, and my Facebook. My Twitter is twitter.com/mfendless. I'm going kind of crazy on there. I've been going kind of crazy on there since Friday. I won't lie. I'm a little embarrassed about it, but also at the same time, I'm doing me. So yeah, that's all my time. Shout out Paradigm Shift. Shout out Bink Princess. Shout out Car YZ. Shout out Black Red Guard. And yeah, I'm black. I gotta shout out people I love.
Awesome. All right, Mad Lad, go next.
Yeah.
Thanks for the follow,
So-
Mad Lad. Let me follow you as well.
This moment where you realize that people are like actually racist around you, that seems so fucking universal, isn't it? Like we can all have like all sorts of things that like encompass black culture, but like that is everywhere. Yeah, I'll never forget that. For me, I grew up in a very white area, colonized, assimilated, etc. So I'm not that black. Doesn't have that ring to it because I just didn't know anyone who would say that, right? Like anyone of color where I was very specific. Like it was very obvious who's white and who's got a different skin tone. And like I was the only mixed kid in my school, so like I didn't fit in with anyone, right? Like I didn't have a home. I just didn't have a home, and that just kind of kept that white face on for me. I mean, there's a lot to explore here, and I guess we don't have much time, so I can't really get into it too deeply. So it's a shame. I actually really had a good time being here and talking with everyone.
Last time we did closing, Endless took the time to ask. No, not Endless. Independent. The thought took the time to ask 3 questions, so it took another 10 minutes. You're fine. Like,
Okay, cool.
if
Well, I
you
mean,
wanna
yeah, I
say-
know, but we're already running like an hour over, so I can't really. Like, I got stuff to do too. Oh, yeah, no, I'm starting a show. I didn't even plug this yet. Holy shit, there's a show that's starting. Okay, so I've got my stream. Like, what? Okay, like I've literally have to do this work. Okay, so I've got my stream, which is twitch.tv/badland. I'm gonna post this here, and then I gotta plug my show. So you guys are familiar with the Blizzard strikes, right? Like Activision Blizzard had the sexual harassment stuff happen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The person who led the strikes is Jessica Gonzalez. Me and Jessica Gonzalez are starting a fucking Twitch show. It's a big fucking deal.
Oh
And I
my
haven't talked
God.
about this shit at all. What the
Oh
fuck's
my
wrong?
God.
Okay.
How did you not tell
Yeah.
us this at the beginning?
I don't know what I'm doing. I was gonna do my thing, all right? All right, hold on. Let me stand up for this shit. Yeah, so she's Tech Chess on Twitter. And we've just been setting up the show. It's
That's gonna be
starting
so
on Sunday.
fucking
It's
lit.
called Weekly Stand Up. If you could shout that out, that would be amazing, Kat. I really appreciate it.
I also threw it inside of our chat, so the one that we all
Yeah.
have, so that everyone can
Yeah, I should
circulate it.
like send that. If we could get like as many follows as possible, like there's like 20 people here. I don't know how many people are watching the other streams, but like we literally just launched this channel. So if we can get all those follows, we'd really, really appreciate it. And we're gonna be talking about game development and workers' rights in game development. So we're gonna be doing interviews and like it's like a really nice setup. We've got tech rehearsals for the fucking stream. Like this is gonna be like a fucking big deal.
Yes.
And I didn't talk about it because I don't know what the fuck's wrong.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, check out Weekly Stand Up. It's all one word. Just
Take my
one
fucking
thing.
money.
Well, we'll be glad to do it. Absolutely. We've got like all sorts of content planned out. Like there's going to be a lot of
It's huge. Yes.
We're going to be interviewing real people who work in the game development industry and talking about how corporate is like,
I'm glad
shut
he
them
didn't
out.
forget to.
And like we've got heavy hitters. So there's Jessica Gonzalez, we've got Joshua Miller, the Mighty Mike, and myself. And we're just going to put this thing together. We've got a Discord server and all that other stuff. Yeah, check us out. It's going to be really fucking good.
I just
Holy
nutted.
shit. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. I don't
Thank
know
you
why
for
I'm
not
thinking
forgetting
about
that, because I just nutted.
this. Yeah, good. I know. I'm really glad to do this and talk about it. Like, yeah, it's gonna be great. Appreciate it, by the way. Thanks for having me again. I think
Always.
I'm done.
Yo, you paid for my brisket. You have unlimited access to panels.
Aw.
I thought she was going to say unlimited access to something else, and I was like, I am not old
Fire
enough.
brisket, let everybody know.
Yo,
Her
Madeline.
love for a brisket.
Madeline, real quick, I wanted to say that stuff that you were talking about not having a home, bro, link up with more of these panels if you can. This is where we get that shit out, for real. Like, this, what you're saying is shit that all of us are saying, and I think you're starting to feel the weight of getting to say it out loud. You know what I mean? So yeah, hit us up with panels, man. We love having you. You're fantastic.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll definitely do that for sure.
All facts, no printer.
Alex next.
I can get it in. Did you say I was next, or did you say who's next? Okay, I got you. So with Bink's question, I mean, the where I live is like crazy diverse. I grew up in a bit of a mixed neighborhood. Then we moved around. Right now, the neighborhood that my family lives in is predominantly white, but there's a lot of different cultures in there. And luckily, that's a great thing about where I live is that the school systems will segregate, but the communities are really diverse. Like it's pretty wild. But in terms of everything else, I really appreciate being a part of these panels. I know that I'm not a streamer. I don't have any like kind of crazy pathways to boost up right now, but I'm kind of thinking about it because this was something that I really wanted to be a part of with you guys because I think it's very therapeutic for me. I have a lot of nights where I'm pissed off about the shit that we're talking about. I have flashes to all the times that people have said some wild ass shit to me, and I've never really had the ability to openly talk about it with people that I hold in a really high regard. I fuck with all of you. I'm pretty sure I got almost all your Twitches and everything. You see me in the chats and shit. But I really fuck with you guys, and I really love what you guys are doing. I can't express like my gratitude enough. Like I think that if you guys could build this community up and like, you know, with Vosh supposed to be coming in today and getting a little bit of cloudy going on there, like I think that would be amazing for everybody because you guys are so fucking talented and you guys have so many different
us, bro. It's us. We all have experience and wisdom to share, bro. It's all of us.
I appreciate it. Like you guys, like there's teachers in here. Fucking cats are scientists. Like, all you guys are so fucking smart. And I think that being able to speak to you guys, being from where I'm from, like a lot of you guys express like the middle class or like a little bit of lower middle class, but like the gutters around here are fucking crazy. And I don't discriminate in my friendships. So I still got homies that are fucking down bad. And I listen to them because what they experience is 10 times worse because I've been able to dig myself out a little bit. But these people like us need to be heard and spread this word and be as welcoming as we are because I think that you guys show people like me, and I consider myself a fucking nobody. I don't got no Twitch. I don't got my Instagram has like fucking 50 people. You know what I'm saying? And I got mad art up there. Like I'm a talented motherfucker. I'm about to show you guys my shit. But I
want to follow him
too. I'm not very clout hungry, but I really love what you guys are doing, and I think that you guys deserve the fucking clout. You guys deserve the platforms to be as big as they should be for your message to get out there. So conservatives can't openly be like, oh, black people don't talk about this in black culture. Black people don't talk about this. And you can show them, not only do they talk about this, but they got a massive audiences watching and participating in that kind of dialogue as well. And I really hope that all of your futures pan out that way because you guys are fucking awesome.
You too, man, for real. I'm gonna plug your art. I might buy some art off you.
Yeah, let me show you some shit real quick because I also in like my little plug section, I'm gonna show you. What is it? This recruit.
That's fucking sick, bro.
Dude, what?
That's
That
sick
looks
as
really cool,
fuck,
Yeah, yeah.
bro.
Would you like?
Yo.
Do you want
With
my
the
money now or
Pokemon art,
later?
bro. Okay, all right.
Bro.
Somebody
Go
give
ahead,
this man
run me
money.
that
It's
book.
Black History Month. Give
Go
this
ahead,
man
run me
some
that
money.
book.
I got one of these
Yo,
whole page.
real,
You know what I'm saying?
hey, no, seriously, Alex, do me a favor. Anything that you have that's digital, send it my way. I'm tweeting it
Can
like
I hit
every
you
single
up?
day.
Can I hit you
I
up to
got
draw
you.
me?
Say
Hey.
Because
what?
this is
Say
my
whatever.
33rd birthday, yo, and I wanna brand a sacrifice tattoo. So I might hit you up for some custom berserk shit,
Oh,
bro.
I've been designing tattoos. Rest in peace, Keely Tackett. Whoever knows, fucking knows. Great woman, wonderful woman. Look her up. Keely Tackett. Look her up. I've worked with her. I've done tattoos for people before. So if y'all want some shit, but also I wanted to come into this space and I wanted to do art for a lot of you guys. Whoever wants to have some kind of profile picture for whatever. Whoever wanted to have some kind of I don't really dabble in animation too much, but if you just want some kind of thumbnail for something and you're reasonable in terms of your expectations, but I'll show you how talented I am. I'd love to be your artist. You know what I'm saying? I'd love that shit. It should be amazing.
I thought you were gonna
And
come in with like one of those S's, you know, the ones that we all drew as a kid, and then he hit us with like real art. I was like, oh shit.
oh yeah, I got you, fam. Let me show you some of my this blackness right there. There's a better picture of this on my Instagram. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, bro,
Yeah.
I ain't even trying to front. That's fucking amazing.
Please give this man some money. If you're
Check it out
watching,
on my
please
Instagram.
send this man some money.
Check it out. I do crazy shit every day. Y'all like fucking Naruto?
Oh,
Y'all fucking
Yo.
Naruto?
Hey.
One take Timmy over here.
Awesome.
But I wanted to end on this last note, and you guys have kind of touched on this type of thing. Let me click this to get everybody's names right. So Mad Lad, and Kat, and a little bit of what Honey was talking about. What I love to see is people embrace blackness, and I'm like borderline black nationalist. Not really though, but like in terms of how like the Black Panther Party represented blackness and the strength of blackness, I think that is the most important thing. And I
You
get
just said the magic
teary-eyed
words.
when I see black people being able to actualize themselves to their full potential, being artists, being
I want to
speakers,
have
being
conversations with
songwriters,
him. I want to have
scientists.
conversations
I
with this
fucking
man.
love it. And what brings a tear to my eye is people who are not able to do those types of things due to their where they were born, you know. And we touched on a lot about that, but I want to remind everybody: embrace yourself. Embrace yourself. No matter if you're fucking white, whatever. And that's what I was saying in terms of my blackness is that I'm so fucking proud to be black. I'm so fucking proud to be Mexican. I'm so fucking proud to be white. Like I love all of it. And I really want people to embrace themselves. And that's why I brought up the I'm not that black thing, because that shit kills me. And I get how people have different understandings of that. But my main thing is embrace blackness in everything. Thank you. And thank you all for having me.
Thank you.
We should really just get like more chatters to come in, because man, chatters are also pretty cool. You don't need to have a fucking what do you call it, RTX 2060 graphics card to be a good person, okay? It does help.
Facts.
But otherwise, you know, like, it's nice to have chatters on. Thank
I
you
would
for
like to
coming.
talk to you about art and Black Panther some other time too, because I'm trying to. Yeah, you're cool as fuck, bro.
Anytime you want me on the stream, bro, I'll come talk to you. I'll come fuck with you. I'm always like,
Thank you for having me
one of
on
you
this,
guys.
cat. You always fam. This is always, these shits are always so fucking lit. I look forward to these shits every week. No joke. Thank you so much for this.
I literally only stream to do this now. Like I on the weekends, I'm like, I don't want to do anything. But then Tuesday, I'm like, what's up?
I'm sorry. Thank you guys for the fucking follows. My shit's fucking it's kind of, thank you.
Fuck yes.
All right.
Fuck yes.
We'll go.
Fuck yes.
Ashton.
Yo, so I never know what the fuck to say at these ending things. Obviously, I do want to get kind of the solemnness out of the way initially, which is, don't forget, guys, I'm Aston Mac. You can find me at Aston Mac TV. This Thursday will be the funeral of Amir Locke. I do want to make sure that we stand in solidarity. The protesters, the activists in Minneapolis that are in direct contact with the family that I'm speaking with, they also, just so you know, Thursday, not only will the eulogy will be at 11, but all the way through the weekend they're looking at, I think, Saturday, if people can, like for Thursday to be like vigil stuff, but if Saturday, if you can make the trip to your state capital, make it, because we're going to gather, and that's going to be important. And always, remember Black Lives Matter, and his name was Amir Locke. That being said, on this panel, I want to say something, which is, all of us talk, and this is so interesting because all of us talk about, when we talk about blackness, we talk about the expectation of blackness and what does that mean in proximity to whiteness and stuff. And it's more like all the stuff that we can't say, all the things that we all feel, but we know that white people won't come out and say they think about us or say they feel about us or talk about how they associate this and this. And all of us are trying to create distance and diversity from those monolithic black ideals. One of the things that I said earlier that I really want to just kind of nail is, I'm tired of talking about negative shit, man. I love us, and I think we all need to out it, and I'm always here for it. But I want to talk about what the fuck I love about Black culture, okay? And I'm going to talk to you guys about what I think is fucking beautiful about the people that look like me. And the part of about our culture, and I hope everyone here takes a second just to say, what is something in our culture that you love? I love the fact that you can take everything away from us. You can we can have nothing but our hands and feet and our naked bodies. And if left alone, if left to our own devices, we will come up with a drum beat.
That's black anarchism, baby. Black anarchism.
We'll come up with art. When you think you've taken every single thing away from us, we'll figure out how to take nothing and turn it into something that you want. And I think that's something that is indicative, something that is ingrained in Black culture, that isn't somewhat that I can't find in other places. Every time you try to wipe us out, we come back with something cooler. You think you can take jazz? You think you can take? Matter of fact, you threw a banjo at us because you thought that banjos were the instruments of minstrels. So you gave us a banjo, and we invented rock and roll. Okay, that's what I love about Black culture, and what I love is the fact that we could have taken this culture, we could have taken the oppression, we could have taken the hate, and we could have become spiteful. We could have an angry culture. We could have a culture that is just bereft with, you shouldn't trust anyone around you. But that's not what our culture is. Our culture is about lifting up people. Our culture is fundamentally about taking those around you and uplifting the voices, because we don't know when we're going to get the spotlight again. So while I got that spotlight, I'm going to take everybody I know and bring it with me. And that's what Kat's doing in this panel. That's what this whole panel is Kat's participating in the Black culture of uplifting voices. And that's what I love about us. And that's what I'm going to continue to love. That's what brings me a smile to my face. And that's what I want to leave on. Black culture is about uplifting voices. Thanks, guys.
Every time you finish talking, I just want to salute you. Be like, all right, where are we going?
I'm ready to march into battle behind this man, Aston Mac. Real talk.
I'm already at the state's capital. Hello.
All right, Gamma.
07, big facts.
So
Cross Crescent Creed.
I really do appreciate spaces like this. Because I've had in the past a really hard time accepting my Blackness because I believed all the stereotypes and things that came with it. And I experienced racism really young, like in kindergarten, where my teacher, whenever I would walk in, I was absent the day before, and when I came in the next day, she would be like, it was better when you weren't here, right? She would say that to all the Black students, right? And I always wondered why that stuck with me. Why do I remember that memory from kindergarten, right? And then I realized that I had trauma, and there were these things that I internalized and never really knew what it was until I started speaking in spaces like this and talking to people that really, understood, the experience. So that all that to say is that I appreciate you guys, and this was amazing. I am my chat's being a hell of annoying, but I am I am on the Twitch. I'm the Wiz Gamma on Twitch. I'm also the Wiz Game on YouTube. If you guys want to follow me, I'm not political at all. I do talk about it sometimes, but really, I'm just a goofy ass individual. That's all. That's all I am. So if you don't mind the goofiness and all the shit talking and GTA and calling people out and cursing them out, then you are welcome. That's it.
Really, really quick. You said that you reduced the science stuff for your school. What science did you go to school for?
I did biology in my undergrad, but for my master's I did STEM education.
Okay.
And so it really is centered around education to kids, but that's just to get them to love science. And so that, they don't grow up hating it or thinking it's hard and, not appreciating it for what it is.
I would like
Yeah.
to hang out more because when I was 20, I started a nonprofit for that as well. So I'm very, very serious about making sure that Black kids go to school for STEM.
Oh my God,
Because
yes.
yeah, this is like my shit. Like I ran a fundraiser for like New Year's, and it was just for Black scholarships for STEM. Like this is my stuff.
Show them John Stewart
Let's
Green
talk.
Lantern.
Yes,
Show
let's
them
talk.
John
Let's
Stewart
hang out
Green
more.
Lantern. He has a master's degree in engineering. John Stewart Green Lantern is the best Green Lantern.
But I wanted to say
God,
that
if you have docs in
black
this-
people in STEM and representation matters. You have no idea how many children look at you, look at us, and say, "Hey, that's a person
He
that's
has
the Black
charisma for
scientist. I
days.
didn't know I was allowed to be one of those." So keep doing what you're doing in STEM education. It's literally so important that we have Black queens like yourself involved.
Thank you for it. Thank you guys. You guys are all amazing. That's all I got to say.
All right, Law.
All right.
I
First
like
off,
her.
I'd like to thank Kat for inviting me out. Really appreciate it. I just really love being a part of these spaces. Y'all had some really great takes. I really love listening in. Just like so there was just some moments in here I was just like in awe. I'm like, yeah, like it's just like crazy. Even amongst like this entire like blurred group, it's super duper varied. Like it's really like 8 different wildly different experiences, and that's crazy. Also, I'd want to give one quick shout out to Fluff. He was a great moderator. I've definitely seen some panels where the whole group hasn't been getting involved just because people go off on tangents, and like that's just how it is. You get passionate about a topic that you want to speak on, and you just keep on speaking on it. And it like, but Fluff really tried to keep us all in the game. I really appreciate that. Like, take me off the bench, coach. I appreciate that big time. As far as just like final thoughts, as far I gotta plug myself real quick. My name is Law Playbook. I'm on Twitch, twitch.tv/Law Playbook. YouTube is Law Playbook, and TikTok is Law Playbook. But on Twitter and Instagram, I'm Santa __ Claude. So mess with me on there. I'll be making a lot of jokes. I'm a very goofy individual, but my degree is in political science. So if you want to talk that talk, we can talk that talk. But as far as like going with like the whole not that black
What
talk
up,
that we've
Zero?
just been kind of like touching on all night, really.
We just did a
basically.
panel, or we're in
I just
the
want to
panel.
say, if maybe
John
I don't
Stewart
know who's
Green
this
Lantern
gonna
was
reach
lit.
this
I'm
eventually.
sorry.
Maybe some black kid will come watch this one day. They'll like, oh, they'll come out, it'll pop up on their screen. No matter what you do, don't matter what your interest is, don't matter what your like you could be in your school's orchestra. You
We're having
could
a
be
Black History
listening
Month
straight
panel.
up to gangster rap, hip hop. Doesn't matter, to all varying degrees. No matter what you do, and what matter what space you in, no matter how light or dark your skin is, you are still black. Like it, like no one can
It's cool. The VOD's
give that
good.
or
The
take
VOD
that
will be
away
good,
from you.
Zero.
Not another black person can't give or take that away from you, especially not anybody from any other group. So no matter what you do, just follow your passions. I think that's something I definitely struggle with growing up. Didn't have the opportunity to follow my passions and not be criticized for it, as for like fear of being ostracized for not being black enough. There was a time in high school when I stopped watching anime because they're like, "Oh man, you're more Asian than you are black," and I'm like, "Damn, I want to be black." I'm like,
Talk about it. Talk about it.
so it took until not recently, because I've been watching my anime shit for too many years now, but really just follow your shit, love all the shit that you do, keep going and going, and so just we have more people to brag about, more spaces that we can enter, because every space that we touch becomes a black space. That's just the facts of the matter. So like if you got to be the first, be the first. Touch it, open it up, bring your friends in, and fuck that shit up. Uh, I'm really goofy on Twitch. When I'm streaming, all I do is stream like horror games and like story games and stuff. So I just be talking. Uh, but if you want to fuck with me, and love y'all. So, be black. Peace.
So real quick before Kat goes, I don't know why Honey thought she could get away with not mentioning that she's running for Miss New York, and I think I'm gonna plug that in Dylan's chat
I was
because nobody
thinking
should know.
about that while you guys were talking. So I'm cleaning, but yes, I am competing to go for Miss New York to bring the crown to Brooklyn. So I do have a GoFundMe in
BK all day.
you already know it. I do have my Instagram
Queens
is
some days.
Discord server name Honey, and I do have the GoFundMe link in there. So I would appreciate a lot of the
Yo,
help.
the next panel is going to be how we stand for you. Okay.
Well, thank you, Fluff, for doing that because yeah, that's when people are doing cool things, it's socially, contractually, and morally obligated that we shout them out. I just want to make sure, Fluff, you're good, or do you have anything else that you want to say before I talk? Because I wrote a little list, but don't worry, I'll like Busta Rhymes it out, so it's not gonna take 10 minutes.
You're all very awesome people.
Taking away my time. Anyways, okay, cool. So, first, I want to answer the question about the schooling area. Since I grew up in South Florida, I had like a lot of mixture, but within my classes, because of the second that you make the classes not regular and you start doing the gatekeeping thing, your classes will have 2 black kids and everybody else. So my classes consisted of quite a few Latina people, white kids, Asian kids, Middle Eastern kids, etc. But I had never seen anybody. I had never seen someone with a hijab until I moved to Maryland because I don't think they really let people do that too much in Florida. And, it was post 9/11. Don't wear a hijab in the same county where I grew up in the same county where the founder of Stormfront lives. So don't wear a hijab around here. Okay, thanks. Never met him, but I didn't realize this until I got older. I was like, oh, the founder of Stormfront lives here. How great. Okay, so class is something that really allows you to kind of forget, but don't worry, America will bring you back in. For a second, you're like, I think I'm, like starting to blend in. Maybe I'm one of them, and then no one lets you see their mom. I think I'm one of them. I think I'm one of them, and someone calls you the N-word on the street. So you're only able to obfuscate the fact that you're black for so long. You can only try to pretend for so long. And yeah, like even I as a kid, I grew up in a pretty like middle class area, upper middle class area. But I remember in kindergarten, the only memory I have from kindergarten was me trying to play dolls with some girls, and some girls said, "I don't want to play with you because you're brown." And that's what it means to be black in America. It doesn't matter that my parents probably made more money than her. I'm brown. So yeah, cool. Um, and also, I just think it's really important that, like, I think Black culture is very often like, it's cute when it's commodified, and it's not cute when it's just something that you're participating in. And I think, quite often, like, different types of um, urban culture are very, very like stigmatized. But don't let anybody like tell you that you have to dress a certain way. When I was in university right before COVID, I was gonna have a networking day event where it was encouraged that people from different places actually get to wear their clothes rather
I
than
thought that
Western
was
clothes.
you. I
So part of
followed you
our
back.
advertisement
Thank
for it
you.
was like friends of mine were wearing like their
I saw a
saris. I had a
stranger, but
friend
then
that
I
was like
saw
Thai
you were
and she was
fucking
wearing her
base, so I
traditional
immediately
clothing.
followed you back.
And I think like this is something that we should just generally do more. Is like it look, you only think it's ghetto because there's nothing wrong with my clothing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my clothing. You're seeing it through the eyes of like media telling you all the time it's bad. But just because I'm wearing ripped jeans doesn't mean I can't fucking run like circles around you in a math class. So like stay mad
Do
and
rags.
like Yeah, do-rag. I might wear a do-rag, but you best believe I know how to work this machine better than you. Like that's and there's nothing about the way that you dress that's ever gonna take away the fact that you could probably still do better. Like just because you might speak in AAVE doesn't mean that you can't wax off fucking crazy in an essay. So like it's stupid. You should be allowed to name your kids whatever the hell you want. You should be able to wear whatever the hell you want. And all of us, like, just if there's ever a time that you want to wear something else and you're worried about how people are going to perceive you, that's their problem. Stay mad. Now,
Die
real
mad.
quick, sorry, as I said, I did have a list, but don't worry, I'm going through. I think one thing that always gets me very irritated is the whole thing about people generally speaking bad about AAVE. Because last year there was like a strain of TikToks coming out of like Southern girls saying what university they're going to go to, and some people are like, "This is cute, like it's a little drawl." I'm like, "Nah, like honestly, I have a easier time understanding like what's the fucking guy with that looked like he had like peanut butter in his hair, Young Thug." Yeah, I had a better time understanding Young Thug's music than I had understanding these girls. They'd be like, "Hi, my name's Madison, and I'm going to North Carolina University." Yeehaw! I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And people are like, "This is cute." No, it's all just different accents, and don't let like yeehaw be better than like anything that you're gonna speak, because honestly, accents are accents are accents are accents are accents. Let people do their thing. And I also with the clothing stuff, I've hung out with people before, and I was hanging out with one of my
Wait, you hung out with people?
I've gone outside. I touched grass, a lot of it, honestly. And I was out with someone who was like with their brother, and their brother was not like my friend. And we were waiting for the bus, and the little brother was like, "Look at these gangbangers over here," and I was like, "But literally, what were the kids doing? They were being a bunch of 15-year-olds speaking loud." Just a bunch of black 15-year-olds speaking loud. And like and I think there's like this weird thing that we always have to do, and even I participate in sometimes, where I'll be out in public and I feel like I need to carry myself a certain way because I don't want to make sure I'm representing my people properly, and that's something that only happens as a result of being black or being a minority, because like what do you call, a trailer park person does not represent the upper middle class, but for some reason every single person on the street is a representative for being black, and that's not a burden that we should have to carry. So like if you're like 20 years old, you're out with your friends, you're being loud, like whatever, you don't need to dial it back because you're like, "Oh fuck, people are going to think black people are bad." That's their problem as well. Now, what's my favorite thing I like about black culture? I think the one thing in every black culture is they know how to cook. The end. White culture is not knowing how to cook. Black culture is knowing how to cook. Like as long as you know how to cook, I'm pretty sure you're black. One drop rule definitely kicked in. Um, um, and yeah, I think the biggest problem in America is that it tries to box us too much, and that when Alex was talking about like how you can't put this thing because, or even like Honey was saying, you can't put this thing, you can't put this thing. As a kid, I used to try to explain to people all the different mixes I have, and obviously looking back it's kind of funny, but I was also pretty mad at the same time. I was like, yeah, so like I'm Israeli Jew, like I'm Ashkenazi Jewish, and I'm also like Chinese, and I'm also Indian, but also like I'm a bunch of other types of European. And these kids I was around were like, "Damn, your mom fucked everyone." I was like, "That's not the way that works," and it was also hilarious. But, but, uh, it's just like everybody, they just want to know like one thing. So when I like go places and I say like,
Real quick, Kat, hold on one second. For the record, all of the panelists that need to go can go. Like you guys, I don't want you guys to feel like you're being held hostage or anything like that. It's perfectly fine. What Kat's doing right now is more like a thing, like getting all the rest of her stuff out. But
yeah,
I know some
I'm
of you
about to
also
like
have stuff to
solid
do.
close right after this line.
Wait, are we not? So are you officially calling extra time? Like call panel now, then extra time if people want to chat? Is that what you're
Oh,
doing?
there's always the open thing I do. So like as soon
All
as
right.
like I'm done, we can just move into the room where like people that sub and like people that my mods make sure aren't going to come in here and start calling us all ends can come in. So you can, yeah, you're all good. Don't worry, because I literally made the lock channel because me and Mad Latin were in a call together talking
Yikes.
about like Palestinian solidarity, and someone come in and they're like, "You fucking ins," and I was like, "Oh, great, love it here." So not this Black History Month, no.
Also, if Frantz Fanon's too thick, if Frantz Fanon's books are too dummy thick for you, just watch Get Out, and you'll get it perfectly.
Perfect.
But yeah, I guess it's just a lot of times we all get like super boxed in and like, no, you're just black. And like I think that's the thing is like I like just within this room here, I think all of us are a different flavor of black. Yet everyone's going to say that we're doing the same thing. Some of us are talking about our experience with being lower class. Some of us are talking about being upper middle class. But for everybody, like you're just black. And unfortunately, like I guess you can even see it at the end of the day. I think a lot of people, even when you become the most powerful person in the country, just see you as like another animal on the street, and that fucking sucks. But just know that like we're not all the same, and just we shouldn't have to always represent each other, and it's okay to be a mixed person. I like my mom did not teach us Creole because she never saw why it would be useful. Because how's that going to help us? How are we going to go ahead and like sell ourselves on the American market being Creole
And that
speakers?
shit
No
is
one
so
wants to
sad.
be a Creole speaker. How's that going to help you? But at the end of
Filipino
the day, it's
grandpa
like
talks about how her mom
it's
didn't
really
teach her
important, like
Cebuano.
being able to know different parts of your culture. Like ever since I lived in Haiti, now I have actual like sounds I can make for different feelings, which I don't have in my language because there's not things for that. So sometimes like someone will say something stupid and I'll just say, "Uh oh," and like that doesn't mean anything in English. But all Haitians are like, "She's mad." And, and it's just I get to do the sounds, and these are things that like all of us have, and I I regret not knowing Creole, like, and I regret not being taught French when I was younger. But I know it was better I learned Parisian French than Haitian French because like, how's the Haitian French gonna help me? So yeah. So, just for everybody's knowledge, we're going to be hosting one last panel next week. It's going to be hosted by Vosh. For any of the panelists that don't know, Vosh is a larger socialist YouTuber, and he was on Twitch, but he tried to see whether or not Twitch would ban him for saying the bread slur, and they did. Haha. But if you come on, it'll be really great because yeah, basically reached out to Vosh saying you don't have enough black people on, and he's like, "You right, so I'll host your thing for you."
Hey,
And yeah,
that's lit.
he's like an almost 400K subscriber YouTuber. So if anyone would like to come on, I'm sure he would love to see you. And outside of that, I'm going to be yeah, I guess yeah, just feel free to come back. And if you
Topic
don't
for
know,
next week.
come in for okay, first of all, there's even if you didn't, if you told me you were busy, I would not care. The two people that always have to be here are Endless Cemetery and Mac Aston. I don't give a fuck if you what you have to go to school, you have to go to work. No, you don't.
I will literally drive my forklift and crash it through the wall of my laboratory to get here in time to be.
Yeah, like yeah, you're already invited. But yeah, and then for anyone that's watching on other channels, I would like you to try checking out my channel because on Saturday I'm gonna be debating this like super duper Catholic ex-professor that's anti-porn, and because he thinks porn is the devil's work. So I'm gonna basically tell him that he needs to just nut because clearly he's mad. Clearly he's mad.
He's a little backed up. He seems a little backed
He's a little
up.
bit backed up.
Oh fuck.
He hasn't had post nut clarity in like 50 years.
Yeah, it's just
sometimes you just gotta get the poison out. You feel me? Sometimes you just gotta get the poison out.
So if you would like to watch me debate somebody that's probably gonna accuse me of being compromised by the Jews at some point, come through. And and then yeah, I'm also like a socialist, but I'm pretty like not woke scoldy, so like we can chat. I'm pretty chill. I just complain about taxes all day. And also I would like everyone to know if you ever apply for a job in Europe, the thing that's been getting me jobs is when they ask you why do you want to move, just tell them I love paying taxes. They get so confused that they're like, clearly you need to work here. It's worked every time. I kid you not. Literally every places I've interviewed with, they've offered me a job and I'm like, yeah, why do you want to move here? I'm like, what's your tax rate? They're like 45%. I'm like, I love it. I want to pay taxes. I'll pay more taxes if you want me. So, yeah. Oh, really quick sidebar too. I remember somebody was saying that there is a barrier of entry to streaming, and that's very, very true. Even not even the computer thing, but like for example, when I was gone for a while, I was using Wi-Fi or like data the entire time, and you will not believe how hard it is for anyone to watch you, if you're choppy, and like that's 100%. And I have access to like a stable internet connection is already a privilege because just having like using 4G, dude, your stream's gonna be all different types of fucked up. No one's gonna be able to watch it. I cut like 9 times in one day when I was streaming. Like this is a barrier. So yeah, important that we brought that up. And also I thank you everybody for being here. And I think everybody that was here was like
Thank
really,
you.
really cool.
Thanks for having us. It was awesome. I gotta get going,
Thank
but
you.
I'll see y'all in the flippy.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. I'm
Thank
gonna head
you.
out
And
too.
for anyone that wants to stick around, I'm just gonna be in the room right down below.
Okay.
Cool.
Bye, guys.
Which
Thank
one?
you so much.
Later, y'all.
All right, let me we're going to move ourselves to the next room.
Cemetery.
Wow, she's definitely. Oh my god. Dude,
Hey.
I DM'd her. So
Hey,
many
you know
times
the
today.
vibes.
I was
You
actually
know the
like, my
vibes.
ADD was kicking in, and like the fact that she wasn't ending it. Like once I get to the point like where I need something to end, I get like really angry when it continues. I don't know if you guys saw my face, but there was pure like unadulterated like rage.
I feel it. Is it cool if I'm still
It's
alive?
like
Because I'm still
me doing
alive.
this. Yeah, she's deafened,
it's
so that's why I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna chastise her later for it anyway.
For
Like, you can't-
continuation of her
I know
closing
you guys
statements.
are fine, but like the other panelists, like were clearly like had shit to do, and like I was like,
Yeah.
you can't be doing this.
Oh, that was like a
I messaged her.
40-minute
I was like, I'm
closing
gonna
set.
actually hate
And
you.
I wanted to jump in, but then I remembered. I saw a look on her face. I was like, nah, because she was talking about, how her mom didn't teach her Creole, and my best friend is half Pinay, and her mom didn't teach her Cebuano for the same reason. Like, what do you need that for? You're in America.
The real reason is every time, every week, we always have problems like kind of narrowing down and coming up with a topic and then thinking about, okay, what should we talk about in this topic? And then immediately we talk and we create 800 topics within this. Well, like it's like zero problem. Like the whole week we can't think of things, but then like
Thanks
we
for
have
the
80
like.
different topics and all these different strands to run down. So
It's all connected, low key. I mean,
low key. Speaking of, are we gonna talk nerd shit or what?
Yeah,
Like,
please.
like we've been teasing it.
Yes,
Like,
let's go.
Please.
Oh.
So
That's what I'm here for.
what fighting game is everybody's favorite fighting game?
Guilty Gear.
Oh my fucking
Gear's
god.
very nice.
Guilty Gear's a good call though.
It used to be Mortal Kombat until 11. I didn't like 11 at all.
Really? 11's the only one I'm good at, so it's okay though. I understand why.
Which is
A lot
funny.
of people
You're gonna
didn't
have to teach me how to play 11 sometime because it's so different from 10. I hate it. I don't like some of the additions.
It's just the hit stopping is what makes it weird. But Guilty Gear was my favorite before Mortal Kombat 11. Guilty Gear Xrd Sign was my favorite one before MK11.
Yo, I mean, Midnight Carnival was like what I got into. That's like what got me into the like fighting games. I never really got as into BlazBlue. MK11's really, really good. King of Fighters is great. But I'm not like the only one that I'm good at, and I'm not even good at it anymore is Guilty Gear. So
Word.
I can't. I feel like you know that feeling where you're like, I can't name other games that I like because I'm not good enough to name them.
Soul Calibur was the game I originally started
Soul
completing.
Calibur.
Soul Calibur.
Soul Calibur is
Aren't you
lit.
glad to be here, Kat?
Pardon?
Aren't you glad to be here now?
Being where in my own
Well,
server?
I guess undeafened.
Oh, I was just telling people to give me money.
It's Black History Month.
I mean, now that we're talking about nerd stuff.
It's Black History Month. No. I was just saying that I'm cutting my hair to get all the fucking straight stuff out of my head tomorrow. But I started a thing where basically whoever gives the most money gets to choose what color the tips of my hair are.
Nice.
Yeah.
You gotta love capitalism, baby.
Yeah. Woo. Yeah.
Time out. Can everybody do me a favor? Take one look at Kat. People should be paying her bills, okay? She shouldn't have to pay for a damn thing in her life, okay? So if you guys are lucky that you guys get to be graced by her presence, okay? She shouldn't be doing this for free. All right.
Speaking of brisket, I was gonna say, speaking of brisket, are you down with Mission Barbecue? Is Mission Barbecue cool?
Mission Barbecue. Perhaps all my mods know this, and this is why my mods sometimes don't want to be my mod. I'm very anti sauce.
No, I don't mind being your mod. Make me not want to be your friend.
Okay.
I eat everything plain too. I only like barbecue sauce.
The issue is
barbecue sauce is the only condiment I like.
Sauce, but she says it and so pretend like you would be like, okay, like, oh, you just don't like sauce. But she goes, sauce. Like,
why would I want my food wet?
Wait, time out. Why are you cutting yourself out of like all the foods on the planet? Like all the best cultures have the best fucking sauces. I'm talking about Asian cultures with them got that sauce. I'm talking about
sauce.
African cultures got them sauce. West Indian cultures motherfucking got that sauce.
The mumbo sauce. If you have it, you got to try mumbo sauce at least from DC before you buck out of these things.
Because you should just learn how to season your food.
That's seasoning. That counts.
I blame you.
That counts.
Wait. Excuse me. Are you saying like learn to season your food when I like a nice Indian chicken marsala? Like what the fuck?
No. Hold on.
That's a sauce.
Now, Ashton actually knows what he's talking about.
Wait, hold on.
This is the pile dying for.
This is the black on black violence we don't want to see during Black History Month.
Actually, so Indian food is special, and let me explain why. It's not added on top, it's cooked in it, so that's fine. Things that are cooked in it are fine, but let's say you go and like you barbecue with chicken, and then afterwards you just put barbecue sauce on top. No. So if it's
everything's like ketchup.
So you like rubs? You're into rubs, then you're not really into the sauce. You're just into rubs.
Can we take one step back? Can I ask you a straight up question? Because we always talk about. We were just talking about the different cultures, like. Do you buy your barbecue sauce from a store, and that's why you don't like barbecue sauce? Because my grandma makes barbecue sauce, and I'm pretty sure, bruh. Yeah,
I straight up buy barbecue sauce. I'm not gonna lie. Sweet Baby Ray's. I don't care if Zuck stole it. I will pour Sweet Baby Ray's directly into my fucking eyeballs. I love Sweet Baby Ray's.
No, okay. So my whole thing is like. It's for everything. So I've never had vinaigrette before. I've never had a condiment before. I've never had like any condiments. Like I don't know what ketchup tastes like. I just know it looks like period blood, and that's enough for me. And I'll just pass.
Oh yeah, so you're an island. Yeah, so you know about the spaghetti. So yeah, you're not fucking with.
You're an isolationist.
Yeah, that's just weird.
No, I just think that you should be able. Well, one, I don't like stores making my stuff. So. For example, the one thing I'll do sometimes is if I make like my own shrimp dumplings, and I'll go ahead and I'll make something to dip it in, but that's because I know everything that's in there.
Soy sauce.
I don't eat soy sauce.
Are you like a conspiracy theorist?
Wait, what about
I don't want that GMO.
I don't know what they're putting in me. I don't want that shit.
I can't fucks with you because, like, for 10,000 years, cultures have been putting sauces on foods. Okay, this is not like unique to like one culture.
This ain't a game. This is dead ass serious.
No, for example,
sauce.
This ain't no after school special. If you don't hit this barbecue sauce, we will have a problem.
No, like okay, my dad made wings for the Super Bowl, and like it looked fine. It was fine by itself, and then he's like, "Would you like the sauce for it?" And I look at the ingredients, and it has vinegar, and I don't like vinegar, so I'm gonna pass. And that's what a lot of things have vinegar.
Wait,
I hear. Wait. How many of you guys have partners? Because I hear it. She's just a picky eater. That's all this is. Like I got a partner just like you.
One thing is she was picky, but she like shames you for like.
No. That's what they do. They think that they're like, oh no, I'm not a picky eater. I just don't like this degenerate food. No, you're just a fucking picky eater. It's okay.
No, she'll like also be like, I'm too good for sauce.
So like pork ribs, like barbecue. So like barbecue, you just like the dry rub. You're not into the sauce, like ribs. You just do dry rub.
So what I usually do with my, like, let's say if I'm making ribs, I marinate it in like
Okay.
a liquid thing for a while.
Okay.
Like it's okay if it marinates in something that's liquidy. And then I'm also okay with basting it during to make sure it stays like moisturized,
Okay.
but don't
It's
put
the
it on
same
after.
fucking thing.
No,
Okay.
because then it's wet.
Nah, you can definitely
yeah.
burn
you
sauce too,
talking
and then
about?
yeah.
I saw all of this coming, by the way. This is exactly what I meant, by the way. Like, you have to have a partner that's like this. I knew that it had nothing to do with the taste from the way that she was describing it. It has to do with texture. It's this weird thing.
The texture, yep. I hate this shit too.
But you can put sauce. Like I said this one time before. Like I worked at a salad place for over a year and a half, and 90% of what makes salads good is like the texture. Like all the ingredients in it, like really have to do with texture.
I'll fuck up some arugula.
Sauce, and so like the taste comes from sauce, and so like this idea that like you can't put sauce on something and it not be like sopping wet. Like I've never like put sauce on a salad and like been like, oh man, this shit's really wet. Like I've never once like thought wet.
Were you the Ben Shapiro of food?
Definitely a weirdo.
The Ben Shapiro of food. Food Ben Shapiro. Can't be wet. Nah, I don't like the wet. It's gotta be dry. Gotta be bone dry.
Can we all just like take 5 minutes and just watch him read that again? Because that's like the funniest thing he's ever done. And
Wet
I
ass
don't know.
P word.
My God, I love that video so much.
The only thing funnier than that was listening to him describe Snoop talk about how he was encouraging people to stop shooting each other and like shoot police. Like he was saying that'll impress an N-word like me. Dog, his voice is just there's.
Dude, I've made videos on Ben Shapiro. Like I made a video essay on Ben Shapiro, like debunking one of his videos. I have a huge hate boner for him.
If we're talking about conservatives at some point, because I was going to talk about it anyways, I really wanted to talk about how mad people are about the Super Bowl.
Yes.
God.
With some of the like white conservatives on Twitter just being like, I've never seen so much degeneracy.
How dare you trash Eminem like that? When
everybody's gonna be really mad at me.
Oh no, I have a feeling we're gonna have the same take, but go ahead.
I didn't watch the Super Bowl.
Oh, never mind.
I watched the halftime show.
Like, that's fine. Okay, let me tell you
I
what
need
the
to be
Super Bowl was.
educated. Educate me, y'all.
Okay, they basically brought out all of your dads, and just said, play the songs from before you were a dad. So Snoop was like, da 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 da, and I was like, that came out before I was born. California Love, yeah, sure. Mary J. Blige came out. Haven't heard her made a song since before I even started engaging in coitus. Like they just basically.
Can I also?
Eminem came out, performed Spaghetti. Okay, like it was just everybody was doing
Mom Spaghetti.
Yeah.
Can I ask you this? You know, every day you wake up and you could choose anything, and yet you choose violence. Why?
Speaking, hold up.
Did you need to personally attack me with that age, all those age discriminatory comments? Like,
first, I wanted to
listening to those songs growing up, and I don't.
I'm 32. That shit made me feel old as fuck.
You're literally a dad.
They brought
I
out
am literally a dad.
You're literally a dad. Yeah. Songs from before your dad was a dad.
Can we also hold up? Can we also point out before I get into more Super Bowl shit, just really quick? Can we point out how fucking drippy this man Alex's Gengar fucking piece is now? Come on now, flex on us real quick.
He's
got the bust down.
God damn! Look at dog.
You know what I'm saying?
Cool.
Yo, for a hot second, I thought that was a Witcher medallion. I was about to. I was like,
that shit is drippy, dog. That shit is wavy.
Medallion?
There's even
I see why that chick had a crush on you.
Oh, that's drip.
I see why she had a crush on you. This nigga's out of control.
Yeah, everybody was like,
Did you
like your baby daddy.
You give me the word, and I could send her to your DMs right now.
But,
yeah, dude, Alex, during the entire panel, she was like, "Can you please let Alex know that I'm sending kisses at him?"
Thirst.
Yo,
Thirst is real.
I fucking appreciate it. I need that kind of confidence boost.
I think all men every day need to text them and just literally say "ara ara." I think that's probably what would reduce like a lot of issues within society. If every man got texted every day just saying "nice testes," I think everyone would be a lot happier.
I think you're absolutely right, and I hate talking about this because I always go like, you know, it's always lame talking about how the patriarchy hurts men too because it disproportionately hurts women way more. But like, bro, the reason why dudes catcall at girls all the time is because they want to be catcalled themselves.
It's to impress other men, yeah.
Yo,
No, how much would a guy love it if like a chick will like while he was walking by, some chicks just went, "Hey, nice nut sacks." He would fucking love
That would
it.
make his whole week. For real.
I once had someone yell "nice butt" while I was biking, and it fucking made my year. I was like, "Shit, I'll never forget that."
All my homies
White.
Look at my ass.
Yeah, I was gonna
Damn,
say
thank you.
the Super Bowl. I thought it was kind of mid because the whole T, like I'm watching it, like in the moment, I'm like, wow, this is kind of mid for something that's supposed to make us forget about Colin Kaepernick, Brian Flores, and the Washington cheerleaders. And then I looked at Facebook and social media and saw all the conservatives molding, and I was like, best halftime show ever, best of all time.
Real quick. I got to talk about real quick. Brian Flores. Just real note. I might be getting him on a panel soon. Look out!
Please do. Nice. That would be fucking amazing.
Cool. Wait, who?
Brian Flores.
Brian Flores, the coach.
Sure.
Okay, so Brian Flores is part of this thing that they're noticing that if you look at like all the coaches in the NFL, they disproportionately fire black coaches like very, very quickly. They also they do the joke interview thing with them where they interview black people because they're required to, even though they already have given the place to somebody else. But as part of a Rooney Rule, to show that they're not racist, they'll call up black people that they have no intention of giving them jobs to just say that they interview black people.
Oh,
yeah.
Is this someone that has had that experience or used to be?
Yeah, he what was it? Bill Belichick. It was like the coach for the Patriots. Because the coach that ended up getting the job was also named Brian. So he texted Brian Flores like, "Hey, congratulations!" When he hadn't even interviewed yet. His interview was the next day. And they was like, "Hey, you got the job. Congratulations. I heard you got the job, blah, 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 blah." And then throughout the conversation, Brian Flores realized what was happening and was like, "Do you have the right Brian?" And then that's when Bill like went quiet. And he said it was just the most sick shit ever. The most soul-crushing, fucking just worthless anti-black feeling ever.
When we say it's bad, like, let me be clear. The things that they're alleging, they're talking about people showing up to interviews, like their interviewer showing up drunk, showing up like 6 hours late, because that's how little respect or care that they get. They know there's zero chance of the. And then the situation with Brian himself, like he was sacked after like bringing like the team to a winning record. Like it's like ridiculous different standards. But
and then the Washington cheerleaders were literally getting fucking pimped out overseas. That shit was fucking crazy.
I did a video on that. I actually made a video about like how racist, like how fucked up. Who was it? Shit, let me look it up.
I forget the.
What happened during the halftime show that people are freaking out about?
Eminem kneeled.
Yeah, he took a knee.
No, not just that. Sorry, all the ones I saw were basically just. There's black women on my screen. That's essentially like what I saw. Like let me just. There's I'll just read it. Charlie Kirk was like, "I cannot believe."
The thuggery. They're talking about. They brought out all the dog whistles, thugs.
Okay, the NFL is now the League of Sexual Anarchy. This halftime show should not be allowed on television. And I just like quote tweeted saying, "Just say I prefer my blacks in the field next time, Charlie."
Right.
Like that's.
I saw that.
No, it's like it's literally just.
You were spitting. You cooked him with that. You cooked his shit.
Like,
Shout out to my fellow sexual anarchists.
And it happens every time there's like any type of halftime show in which like there's POC women on the screen. Like conservative people start fucking molding. Like when Shakira and J-Lo did it, there were like people actually like called in to like NBC and were like,
"You all just lost a fan."
Like people were like, "My children had to see." Like, dude, like Katy Perry wore the same fucking clothes. Like, so
Katy Perry was on Sesame Street with the thitties all out, dog.
They were
all out. That was crazy as hell. You went on a children's show looking like that.
Dude, I like what you were saying, because growing up is thinking that lady in The Simpsons that says "think of the children" is a crazy cartoon character, and then getting older is realizing that she's actually
that's a real person.
A person. For every time they don't like a group of people, they say "think of the children." Like, "Oh no, we don't like gay people. Think of the children. Oh no, blacks are on TV. Think of the children." Like, come on.
Yeah, like I guess.
What if they turn black?
Cemetery, did you just say
Thitties, dog. Thitties, my nigga. Thitties. The thitties. She had the thitties out.
Upside down or whatever. I haven't seen it, but somebody like mentioned like 50 Cent became a whole ass dollar.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Inflation. You know what I'm saying? Inflation.
Yo, so one of the things I wanted to say that we've never got to hit on a panel that I really wanted to ask about at like casually on that dating panel. Yo, so real talk. When I was like in college, no joke, when I went to bars and stuff, like guys would hit on me to fuck their girlfriends. Like,
dog, okay. Oh my fucking
thing.
god.
Like is that you guys too?
Yes.
Too?
I think that's a unique
Oh my god, Alex came back in. Oh my.
White people are fucking weird, bro.
Like to be like, hey, will you fuck my girlfriend?
Please tell me the story of somebody coming up to you and asking you to be a bull.
So,
yo,
holy shit.
Go ahead, Inland.
For me, it was like, you go first, because this shit's crazy. I don't even know how I'm gonna get into this.
So it comes up. So they come up like multiple ways. There are two types of ways that they come up. But the dead tell all the time, by the way, it's usually like a girl come up and start hitting on you. And as a black person, you usually have to decode like what kind of like white person is hitting on me today. Is like, are you mad at your dad? Like, or is there something else? Or like, am I an actual person in your head? Like, because it's true. There are certain girls, like the ones that are mad at their dad, they just want to smash. And sometimes that's what you're about. So you just take it. But like, you know, you got to evaluate those things. So, but the dead tell is when it's a little white girl and she starts paying for your drinks, she's got a boyfriend and she wants you to fuck her in front of him. And it'll be so I'll never forget. So one time when the guy was like encouraged or whatever, and like, so I'm talking to this chick and I'm like, okay, this is happening. This is the thing. She's buying me drinks. And then he comes over, right? I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to fight. Like, I'm gonna have to fight. Because do you guys remember college? Like, do you guys remember testosterone and like going through like
just trading hands every weekend?
I could have been mad at my professor, or my mom could have said something rude to me like that week, and it was like, that's it. I'm going to the clubs. I'm gonna smash and fight people. Like, that's what you do. Right? Like a little fucking delinquent. Anyway, so I'm sitting here ready to fight. I'm like ready to throw hands. I'm like, all right, bro, I literally can't get the words. I wasn't like, I hadn't done anything. I didn't know she had a boyfriend out of my mouth before he goes, what, you think she's hot? And I'm like, trap. He goes, you want to fuck her? I'm like, this is weird. He goes, oh, I don't know how to say this, but and then I promise you, every type of like white person trying to be cool comes out. Like, he makes the eyes with you. He's like, yo dog, I'm just saying, like, this is kind of like my thing, you know? Like, I was like, every type of like, I'm trying to be cool to a black person comes the fuck out. Like, suddenly he names all the Tupac albums and he's like, I'm like,
I got this. Check this out. I got this. Like I said, I used to have a full head of long locks. My house burned down in 2017. And I cut the sides of my hair off, and then Black Panther dropped. Michael B. Jordan had the tight ass do, so I got my locks cut short so I could have the Killmonger haircut. That's kind of why my hair is the way it is now. But I used to have a full head of just long, thick locks, like probably about to here. And I was approached on that wave, but the man, he was like, "So are you Jamaican?" And I'm like, "Yo, what?" He's like, "So yeah, she's really got a thing for Jamaicans. Are you Jamaican?" I'm like, "Nah." Well, he's like, "Well, can you use like a fake Jamaican accent?" And I'm like, "If you don't get the fuck away from me, bro."
I thought it was gonna be a really corny pickup line, like Jamaican me crazy.
Now the weirdest one. So those are the ones where, you know, I've actually been in a situation where I've been with a girl and like found out in the middle of it that there was a dude
oh, that'll happen too. Yeah, he just walks in the room like it's chill, like it's cool and shit.
Yeah,
like
it was like college dorm, and he like walks out of the bathroom, and I'm like, okay, I'm not into threesomes. He goes, neither am I, and starts beating off, and I was like, what the fuck?
Neither am I. Masturbate furiously. What an experience.
Yo, the fetishization of my people, man. Hey, listen, as bad as I get it, like, you know, lesbians and Asians get it way worse. So
I was gonna say we're like the low tier unicorns. You feel me? We're the low tier unicorns.
I remember I was in Portugal, and Portugal's still pretty like Catholic, so people I guess are trying to keep it a little bit more down low there. And I was like at a bar after a certain time, and there was like a couple next to me, and there was like the two girls I guess had a nice date, so they were kissing, and the guy that I was with that was Portuguese was just like, and we're like, I'm just like, wait, what are you doing? He's like, it's just hot. I'm like,
My man
can
was
you
stuck.
not? Like, and he's like, no, but like, look at them. They're so hot. And I'm like, that they're not doing it for you.
He's about to
Stop.
break his belt button.
Yeah.
It is true.
Oh,
It's
stop.
got to be frustrating because it's like literally they'll do the thing, or I'm sure you've experienced this as a girl in like guy spaces, the thing where you're like the one girl in the chat, so everybody's talking to you instead of with everybody else. That's how they are with like lesbian couples. Like if there are two lesbian girls like in a room, no dude is talking to each other. They're all just like asking questions to these girls, like they're like hosting a panel on lesbianism.
You guys kiss?
You guys, when you scissor, is it good though?
Is scissoring like a
Which
real
one?
thing?
Which
Is that-
one's the
I've
man?
Put some data on that.
Oh, I hate those type of questions. Like,
Which one's the man?
Who's the guy?
Yeah, but have you ever tried a dick though? Are you willing to try a dick?
Yeah.
I bet
How do
my
you know
dick
you're
could
gay?
change your
You look
mind.
up the dick.
I can change
used
your
to
mind
feel that
is the
way.
funniest shit ever. I think it's hilarious. It's like when I speak to guys and sometimes and like I say like, "Oh, like I don't really do certain stuff because I just like I don't know. I just can't do that stuff by myself." He's like, "Because you haven't been with me though." I'm like, "Dude, no. Like what are you going to do? Like hang around for 2 minutes and go home? Like are you like just in a rush to not please anyone?" Like men like no,
Whoa!
like,
Shots
no.
fired
Okay,
at
no,
men.
no, because guys do it so much. Like when you tell, if you tell a guy, like if you tell a guy that's like kind of like cute and you're on a date and they're like, I don't know, you're talking about sex and then you're like, oh, I've like never finished before. He's like, it's because you haven't been with me though. I'm like, I promise you, you're not gonna do anything special. The fact that you need to brag at a dinner table, it means that you don't know like even you don't know the difference between like a
Trying
vag
to
and a
save you
butthole.
from
Like
your
chill
life with
out.
no orgasm.
No, I guarantee
He's
you,
a
if I
hero.
ever anyone that's that confident, or at least needs me to think that they're that confident, is not that confident.
I
Okay,
feel like that's something you like if you want to like flex, maybe like wait until you're actually like having sex and being like, yes, it worked. Like don't
no,
like
you
Well,
like
it's
yo, you feel
Think
that? That
about
was
it
like
after
that was
you
like a
do it.
special move right there. Like you could just be like, did you see that? I just hit you with my my
Was it
spam.
super
Did you see? Did you see my combo? And I'll be like, yeah, I did.
finisher.
But don't say it at the dinner table. You're not that good. Don't worry.
Yo, it's that toxic masculinity thing though, because it's like I feel like so much of our identities is wrapped up in how well we perceive ourselves as performing.
Facts.
Like I know this for a fact because I was like, I was young and laying pipe like any true Chad was, right? But it wasn't until like I met my first like serious girlfriend, like I was a senior in high school, she was a junior. We ended up dating for the next 5 years. And when I tell you, like, I had this class where this sociology class, and they talked about that episode of Seinfeld where it was like, the faking the orgasm thing. I did everything that every guy said. I'm like, not me though, right? When I tell you I came home and she hit me with the harsh reality, bro, I snapped. Like I literally, I went crazy. I went crazy. I was like, oh my! I remember I was like puffing my chest. You what? Man, I remember, I don't know what it was, something in me, and this is the only true Chad response that there is. Like, this is the one thing I'm proud of in my life is like breaking my misogyny, which is I went, all right, I can do one of two things. I can lie, but her friends are my friends, and she probably will talk, or I can go to boot camp. I went to boot camp and things ended up because I was with that person for a while, but dude, it breaks your brain. You're like, wait, what?
I honestly like I could say definitively. I think anything that you're really doing before the age of like 22, you're just
You have
boring
no
somebody
clue.
for a couple of
Yeah.
hours.
No fucking
Yeah.
idea what you're doing.
Like
Yeah.
No idea.
like I am not fucking kidding. There have been times where I've mentally checked out and started doing logarithmic math in my head. Like I'm like
Oh,
sitting there,
no.
like I've
Oh,
stopped to write down like the
that
pH
hurts
of
us
something
all.
that I created in my head. I was like, hold on.
Hey,
I
hey,
was
Just
thinking
think
numbers.
about Diablo.
Yeah,
if we could snap back real quick, snap back against all girlhood, because listen, it don't just go one way. Two things girls all think they can do and can't: write it and suck it. And I'm honestly doing math in my head sometimes. Like,
like just let this be. There's been girls like where they're just really bad at blowjobs and like they're really confident, and I'm like,
they're so overconfident.
I don't want to break.
Oh, y'all nasty. Y'all nasty.
You know what? It's not bad that it wasn't bad because they're not ever bad. But like, let's tone down here.
There's never a bad grilled cheese, but there's a good grilled cheese.
You're not bad, but you're certainly not good.
You're not great.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
I'm gonna start taking polls now. Okay.
Taking polls.
I've had an idea for a while, and I was telling Dylan about it, and he says he thinks it's awful, but I think he's stupid. I think that we need to have an app, where you can give someone a code, and you're like, here, like, this is our first time. You can go ahead and like rate, but you can also not see it. So you, as the person that like
rate my sex.
No, you don't know, do you? You were maybe too young for this. Do you not remember Lucy?
I'm 23.
I wasn't hip.
Yeah.
He doesn't remember anything.
So back when I was in college, so I'm 32, so this is like a long time
careful
ago.
How you in here talking,
2008 through 2012-ish.
That's a little
so
wild.
Back then, we literally found out. All guys didn't know this, and then some girl burst our bubble. When I say all guys, I mean my group of friends. But my group of friends, like how guys work, do represent all. Trust me, we're all the same. Anyways, one day, like my friend Eric goes, "What the fuck? They've been rating us." And I kid you not, there is this app that you had to have a female Facebook to log into. And once you're in, they were rating us, bro.
Oh yeah, I did hear about this. Yeah,
I remember this. It wasn't. I don't think it was super common around here, but we've definitely had people that were on it.
UCF, everybody was on it. And let me tell you, so my response, which now in retrospect, we can all say that I was a little misogynist back then. In retrospect, I've grown up. But my response was to my boy Andre, I was like, yo, we're going to make whatitlooklike.com. Okay, so you have to have a male Facebook to log in, and it's going to be a website about the only thing we care about.
What that thing smell like
underneath them clothes. You got big old pizza nipples? Like, what's going on? Obviously, very bad.
What that smell like?
Very bad.
Really good name.
What it look like.com.
Concept.
That's extremely funny, to be fair.
That is hilarious. But
you know what else is funny? I got this guy Genghis Khan in my chat, and I just wanted to let him know to say hi to Candace for me after I ban you. Candace dick fit in your lips. Get that ass banned.
Oh shit!
I'd log off.
Real quick for the audience, just so you know the difference in why my response back then was bad. Just so you know, that's actually me saying that was directly because I was insecure about being rated. Let's not get it twisted, okay? Just audience out there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
insecurity.
You have to be told it's not okay to like rate somebody based on like what their vagina looks like. You're not
probably a
gonna
piece
get
of
help
shit.
from that anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
if you care what a vagina looks like, you're really weird.
Yeah,
well, my whole thing for my app, the reason why mine's amazing, no kidding, is mine is good because you can't see other people's ratings. The person needs to give you their code. So the whole thing is like, if you're like on a, like, I don't know, if you're gonna hook up because you met the person on Grindr, you could just be like, here's my code. Like, just see if you're okay with it.
Check
like,
the Carfax.
Check the Carfax, but no one that has it that you haven't given
the fuck
your,
facts.
like,
you can't see any of your own.
Check the fuck facts.
Yeah, exactly.
What's funny about this is like this already exists, but it's inside of women's heads. There's something that I learned back when I wasn't super confident in myself, and then I became confident. And you like get to one of them, they start all looking at you weird. You're like, wait, what's going on? And I'm like, oh my god. It's because I laid that pipe the other night. You told all of your friends. That's what's happening. Yo, and then you'll just be walking around, and I'm like getting looks I had never gotten before. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna call her Lucy. Lucy talked. Awesome.
This conversation became so wild.
They talk. They definitely talk. It's
girls know.
For the record, for people wondering, like, you can be confident that you're good at sex, but it's it's why you feel confident you're good at sex. For example, me, I feel confident I'm good at sex because I just fucking ask like what they're into, and like I'm receptive to what they want.
You just be open about it.
You actually ask the
like,
person
I'm
what
just
they
gonna go
like.
in
What a
there with
concept.
a game plan. Like, if you
So
just
just
go in there with
diving
like,
in,
I'm just
hoping
gonna
the
go in
best.
with this game plan and not adapt at all, and you're confident, that's probably because you're an asshole. But like, that's because you're insecure.
You want to get yours.
Facts.
Exactly.
That's why it's like it was such a wild self-report when Yo was like, "I don't care if women orgasm when we have sex. I'm gonna get mine, and that's good luck."
Who?
That's like sexual assault.
That was Haas from
Okay.
Infrared.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that was Haas.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember. That's where I stole the eat the box thing from. I've been using that ever since. I'm
He
just
don't eat
like,
the box. He don't eat the pum pum.
Eat the box. I almost want to make it like a
Dude,
subs goal now to like change my subs goal for like if I get to 10 subs, I'll call one person out random that I haven't seen in like 5 years. Be like, wait, am I good though? And they'll sit there, and I'll sit there and be like, nah, you could do better on this, and I'll be like, great, thanks, chat. Well,
Yo, that's a stream. That's a stream.
Wild.
I'd watch that.
I'd watch it. That sounds incredible.
Yeah.
This guy's so raunchy so quick.
No, I don't care. Look,
I fuck with it though. I fuck with it though.
I'll explain a little bit. I'm trying to do this thing because as a science girl, I've always had to wear very like baggy clothes just because like I don't know, people aren't used to women being in the classroom. So if I wear like tight pants, everyone's like, "Who?" So I basically have to sit there and pretend like I'm like a nun all the time.
Wait, I'm in college.
I'm
the dumpy.
College, and 90% of the girls wear like leggings. Like,
yeah, see, you're in in like your classrooms, there's more women. In my classrooms, I'm the only black woman. No one is used to seeing asses.
I'm a grad school psychology. I'm one of,
and
like,
also, you went to a
class.
historically black college, so like people, I think they've got assimilated. In my classrooms, there's no black woman. So if I pick up anything off the floor, if I'm wearing decent leggings, everyone just like,
looks.
They've never been gifted the booty. Crazy.
Yeah. So and also
it
just
turned into apes.
Yeah, it turns into that South Park episode.
Yeah, exactly.
But that like in a combination of like I think there's probably like a weird fetishization thing that was going on between like the guys in my class because or like in my uni because just like a lot of guys would like try to hit on me and like I'd be like that's weird, like I've never had a conversation with you before, or like guys they'd like ask me like several times like over the course of us hanging out, like will I please sleep with them, and I'll be like nah, I'm
It's
good.
more misogyny, like toxic masculinity shit. It doesn't. You didn't matter at all. It's literally so they could go back to the homies and be like, "Yo, I smashed the Caribbean joint."
But the thing is, it's like other girls. But other girls would say like, "Oh, that guy, like he's so nice." I think it's just because I was the only black girl, so I think that was the thing. Because all the other girls were like, "Yeah, no, like I invite him to all my parties and I let him sleep over," whereas I wouldn't let him like even come to my house because I feel like he would like be really weird. So as a result, like I've had to basically be like, "I love Jesus," and every time like a guy asks me, "Do I want to sleep with him?" I'd be like, "I'm sorry, I have to go to work tomorrow." Yeah, essentially. So as a result, I have to like just be like. But now that I'm done with university and I realize like I finally have paid for my first porn subscription, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it.
It hits different.
I'll tell people.
The production and everything is way different than just the clips.
Yeah.
It is true. We do save the good stuff for the paywall.
Yeah. So
yeah, lucky SOB.
So I don't mind. And
plus,
I'm also trying.
We support sex
workers.
Really
sex
workers work.
Never know how. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
I said you really never know who somebody is until like you can say like until you get them alone, but it's really like how they act when they're horny. Like, are they capable of controlling themselves? Like when they're going full coup mode.
True.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's like the what is it, the main protagonist syndrome, where I feel like a lot of toxic masculinity and bad sexual behavior from men comes from like we think that we're like the protagonist of a video game and that like other people don't exist. I was actually talking about this with psychosocialism about that about how actually what's interesting and what I think that Kat feels a lot. Maybe I'm just presuming, but this is how I feel. This is how I felt going in and out of the porn industry, which was just like there's just like there's a liberation around the idea of race, like when all of us can go, yo, I'm black and I'm proud. That same thing actually exists within sex as well. The way that like Americans fundamentally demonize and punish sex like comes from our puritanical backgrounds. Yeah, we hate sex, and we don't want to admit that that has to do with the fact that we were founded by a bunch of cults like Quakers, Shakers, Puritans. They were all cults that were kicked out of Europe, and that's why Europe has generally a better attitude around sex. And then, but it has a lot to do with identity, right? And that's why I find a lot of girls find a lot of liberation in like their sexual identity, and I think it has to do with these things are interconnected somehow. Somebody else talk about it.
I think it's true.
I tell people like,
that from my experiences, and who I've met in my life and who I'm sort of envious towards is gay men in their sexual liberation. Because my roommate is, and I love this man to death, my roommate is super gay, and he's the most liberated man sexually that I've ever met in my life. And it's not that and also that his liberation has also helped me, because this man walks around in the house in a fucking jockstrap with his ass out. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not out here like, oh, fuck that. Like, whoa, pause. Like, no, that's not my MO. You know what I'm saying? Like, we both pay bills, and this motherfucker, if he wants to walk around in the jockstrap, he could do that. I'm not distracted by that ass. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter to me. And I think that if men could, like, I guess cis men could really find that liberation, because it also has to do with so many things, like how you were taught coming up about sex, and who's been influencing you sexually in your life, and also your dick size and things of the sort. And that's a conversation we need to have about the dick size thing that I know everybody kind of skips around, but we really need to have that talk someday.
Yeah, no one wants to argue like, oh, we shouldn't be so critical about dick size, because as soon as you do, people are like, well, that's got small dick.
Right, that's low dick energy.
Like, honestly, I cannot tell you I don't think I've ever given like an inkling of a fuck my entire life.
Like, if you understand what women actually enjoy during sex too, you wouldn't be talking about dick size.
I literally worked with porn stars. I can tell you all day, like dick size is really smallest thing that they care about.
Right.
But the problem is it's so ingrained in culture. I mean, like, I can't call a girl, a big old heifer at her wedding, but like, two people in the background can go like, I wonder if, I bet she's not happy at home because of his dick. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are things that are normalized.
Then again, you're not even allowed to. But the thing is, like, so on the opposite end is, you're not allowed, like, if you have a large penis, you're not allowed to talk about that. Like, you're an asshole if you like mention that. It's like, oh, you're just being brag, or people assume you have a small dick, so you can't.
Right.
It's like you're not. There's an opposite end to it, like where
talking about having a big dick is low dick energy.
Yeah.
I guess
exactly. Like, you can't you can't talk about. That also means you're not allowed to talk about issues that come from having a big dick. You're not allowed to talk about this because people are like, oh, you're just bragging. It's like, no, I have actual concerns I'd like to talk about, please. I remember I
blacked out every time I get an erection,
and there was issues I was having in bed. And
I touch the water every time I use a public restroom.
About it, and they would like give me shit. They'd be like, "Oh, you're just bragging." It's like, no, I have actual relationship concerns I'd like to talk with another human being about, please.
It's also weird that like that's not something that anyone is able to do at all for women. Because like, let's say if a guy is like a guy that has like one of those cars that are loud as fuck, all the girls are like, I'm sure he has. Because it's like he's trying to prove something, but I don't think anyone will ever like. There's nothing I could do that someone's like, I'm sure her flaps are loose. Like,
I'm not gonna lie. When you come in wearing some hoochie shorts, I might say it might be a hot dog down the hallway.
Yikes! I was gonna say I'm not gonna lie. I definitely told CTV he has small dick for constantly waving his gun around on camera.
Yeah. Well, I think it's excusable.
That's definitely small dick
like
energy.
Conservatives. It's fine, then.
I mean, I also went on a CTV panel once, and I said, I think all of you guys have been huffing gasoline. So I think that, like, I was like, conservatives drink gasoline, right? Like, that was. like the way it started the panel. So yeah, it's
Nice.
fine. I think you can say whatever you want
To add on to that, if I can, like what I was talking about before, like I've actually found like it's really real. Like, so a cat can probably attest to like when you have above average breasts, like people love to point
Jungle
it out,
juice.
right? And like they
Oh,
think it's like
I've had
funny.
people follow me places just to let
That
me
shit
know
is
that
crazy.
yeah, like I
And
walked
so
out of a
like
metro once and a guy walked and was like, yeah, essentially, like I was going to like dance class and he was supposed to be getting on the metro. He
The
decided
lure of the
not to get
thitties is
onto
just
the
too strong.
metro, and then he followed me and he's like, "Hey, do you know the time?" I'm
so
like,
it
"You
was
would
like,
have
I'll
known
be
the
late for
time if you
these.
didn't leave, bro." And he was like, "Oh, I just wanted to let you know you have some bomb ass
What's up,
titties." And I
Kevin?
was like,
Yo,
That's
Alex,
cool.
what were you
Yo, they
saying
don't
before?
care.
Because I feel like I derailed what you were saying.
what about dicks?
If it's okay if I can finish
Yes.
what I was saying real quick.
I mean, no,
Oh, sure.
I got you. So with men, like really the best thing that you can do for yourself is communicate with your partner. Like
Facts.
me personally, and this is a lot of information, but like for me personally, I don't really get off per se if I'm not really pleasing my partner. Like
Yes.
and to please somebody else, to please your partner, I don't know. For me,
That's
personally,
literally the point, yo. If you're just going to get off, get a fucking fleshlight. Like sex involves two people. You know what I'm saying? It's for two people.
Exactly. And like how Kat was saying how she was doing fucking calculus in her head and shit. Like it's easy for me personally to tell if a person's like kind of framing out. But honestly, the way that I operate, I already know how to
I feel
keep
it,
somebody
Kev.
engaged.
I've been there.
You know what I'm saying?
I've definitely
and
been there.
when you're doing it wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like if that's you can have it in a minute, but like if you're just slapping the shit and you're not really paying attention to your partner's body, like I think that you're completely handicapping your entire experience because if you don't see the beauty in your partner or like the person that you're having intercourse with, like Cemetery said, just get a flashlight, fucking watch some and beat it off, like because sex is such a beautiful thing to look at. Like and I know like because I'm an artist, I look at things a little bit differently, but every woman's body is so fucking beautiful. And when like you kind of referenced this in jest earlier, like the pizza nipples, right? I fucking love every single type of nipple. Like I don't think that
I don't care what it looked like. Just show it to me.
Like honestly, like have spiky titties. I love the spiky titties. You can have small titties, big titties.
The 70s ramp titties, you feel me?
Lara Croft titties.
I'm a fan, you know what I'm saying? But it's not even just that. There's so many beautiful things to having your partner, and if you can find those things add so deeply to your sex life. Like
same thing with a man, low key, no homo, all homo,
like
all homo. Like the smell of a man. You know what I'm saying, the chest hair and shit.
100%. Yeah, they'll find loving you. They'll tell you what they find sexy in you if you ask them. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a reason why they're attracted to you, and that confidence is gonna help you as well. And but like one of the most like honestly like beautiful experiences I've had, and motherfuckers can call cap all they want, but this was a partner that we were very honest with each other. If I wasn't feeling it, there was no problem with me communicating that to her, and we could just drop the shit. You know what I'm saying? Or you know, and vice versa. And you can make
the Lara Croft
get
titties,
off
triangle titties,
without like really fucking them. The body reacts to touch and sound.
Yep.
In dope ways. So check it out. Check it out.
Yo, I'm gonna be real though. I'm gonna self-report a little bit here. Like I'll be the one that comes out and says it. Like the best sex I've had obviously is intimate. Both people are engaged. It opens up whole new worlds for you. But nah, girl, put on like a little schoolgirl uniform. You don't need to do much, okay? Like I don't really care what you.
I'm sorry. Like even I don't know. I as a person, I put on high socks and I already feel bad as fuck. Like I don't know. It's just like a thing. Like I think
my napkin.
dude, this is the thing. Like, there's sometimes where like it's just because I am wearing something that's short and like I'll wear high socks, but not because like I meant to. But I'm outside. I'm like, I don't know if everyone's looking at me, but I'm sure they are. I look amazing today, anyways. It's just socks. Socks, like I don't know anything that's like kind of jovial, like youthful. I'm already like, I'm amazing.
You know what's interesting too is once you become more liberated in that aspect, you start to see it's like spicy flavors, right? Like people that don't like spicy things are missing out on a whole suite of flavors that
Facts.
exist, right? Because there's all these different types of spicy. And that's how I feel about the sexual liberation stuff because I'm a cis man. I'm not into other men, but because I've become more comfortable with it, my God, there's something sexy about a confident gay man. It just is.
Okay.
And I'm not into it. I'm not sexually attracted to it, but it's a flavor that flavor of it that I didn't know existed before. You know what I mean?
You can appreciate that flavor for what it is.
When Alex was talking about liberation, though, I get like that. I am so jealous of like the normalcy of like I guess just sexual liberation amongst like gay men because I see like I when I was in Europe I tried to go to saunas and then there's saunas and then there's gay saunas and regular
The
saunas
bathhouses.
Yeah, but it's like the regular saunas are just like go there, sweat, get the fuck out. The gay ones are like, we have a bowl full of condoms at the front, and I'm like, dude, why do you guys
Got the
get
poppers.
to? That's not fair.
Poppers on deck. Poppers all day. I'm from Baltimore. I love poppers.
I'm like, well, and then I actually tried looking. I'm like, I wonder, do they have some for like straight people? And it's like, yeah, it's called your mom's house. Like, it's just like essentially all the places are literally just spas. Like, you know, you can get like a regular massage and a regular sauna and then go home and like yeah, but like at the gay ones, it's like we got the lube, we got cherry, we got chocolate. What you want? And I'm like,
can't forget the poppers.
It sounds like the adult. Like you want to know where the straight one is? It's called the Adult Video Awards, and that's what's actually interesting about like being in those spaces is like, yeah, you can totally like you can like I know that's what everybody's thinking. Like did you sleep with them? Did you do? But it's like yeah, you can. But the more cool thing is like the openness of it. Yeah. Like you can. It's on the table. But there's no more. The biggest thing is when you realize that you don't have to do the fucking dance anymore. That's what's amazing.
Yeah.
Also, can I just throw out there that sex work is work? Just
real talk.
2000.
It's hard as work.
Okay. It's gotta be some of the hardest work. There
Facts.
is.
I couldn't imagine having to go every day. Fuck that.
Yeah. With people that you don't even like. Ugly ass motherfuckers.
Yeah, like, people that you don't want to sleep with.
You got to pretend. Not only you got to go through with it, you got to pretend that you love it too. That it's the best you ever had every time. But
fortunately, how supply and demand works, you can usually get away with like only doing a few scenes a year and be okay. Like a lot of girls will only go in and like instead of working every day in a month, they'll do like shoot one scene and be good.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Fair.
This is like why I guess lately I've been trying to spend a lot more time like. And I guess supporting like the woman-run stuff, just because that stuff is
you
like,
have to.
and we let them choose who they want to, and
right.
like, that's so much cooler.
The predatory, the swerf vibes are removed from it. You know what I mean? All the shit, the negative shit that swerfs try to fucking say about sex work is absent in that area. I feel like.
Yeah, well, I think it's because I always feel bad, I suppose, like, but it's always the stuff when you first start looking at these things, you always run across like the hubs, like just like the stuff made for like the most
30-second clip.
But yeah, the most vanilla like guy stuff where it's just like, yeah, I can't pay for my pizza. Okay.
Big sausage pizza, yo.
I guess I'm gonna have to work for my pizza, and the guy's like the most like I would prefer to just put a paper bag over the guy's face, but like when I'm like transitioning to watch like the stuff that's more made for women, like I can actually like look at the guy's face without wanting to like crop out the scene. Like it's great. Like I'm like, oh, you also are working here, and you.
And that comes into a difference too, where you're like you start watching lesbian porn not because you're like, oh my god, 2 chicks, this is so hot, but also because like, hey, they're probably actually enjoying the sex. This is probably real sex I'm watching and not just acting. So
Yeah, there's a series. So I'm waiting until I like leave because I need to put a permanent address, but I'm basically trying to become an affiliate on this site where I'm trying to encourage people to use more of the websites made like by women so that it's less like exploitative feeling.
Mhm.
But there's this one show that's hosted on the site that I'm paying for where it's like we put them on a blind date and like they talk to each other and then afterwards like we like take away the curtain and they're like, oh my god, it's you, oh my god, no, I'm happy, and like I don't know, they just like there's no like scripting and it's just like whatever happens and I'm like, yay, this feels like normal people. Whereas everything else like I remember as a teenager you feel like you have to be like, I don't know, just like an overly eyeliner eyeshadowed bimbo because of like the like kind of just the no, you don't need to like even touch me at all because I've seen videos where I'm just supposed to basically sit here and turn into a vacuum cleaner, so is that what I should do? That's what I should do, right? And like it wasn't until like I guess now like hitting mid-20s that I'm like, I can be touched. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought I was just supposed to sit there and do the oh no, I got my luggage stuck underneath the bed. Can you help me up thing?
Can I also
vice
say the
versa
step sibling shit is mad weird? Like the step family shit. Like I don't know where it
Hmm.
came from, but it popped up in like 2013, and I really need for it to go away because it's fucking
Well, it
weird.
was a few years
Oh,
ago. It wasn't step sibling; it was just sibling, and then
Yeah.
it started getting people started cracking down on it a little bit. Be like, this is fucking weird, and so now they just edited the names to step sibling.
I can tell you. I mean, I can honestly just tell you what that's about. Initially, it's just because like the sibling thing, the incest thing happened to be. It's like two coincidences that kind of reinforced each other. Basically, incest porn was a thing. People were interested in that,
figured.
and new girls, amateur girls, had to take whatever scene that they could get because they couldn't get top paying jobs. So amateur girls started being in incest porn, which turned into the hottest porn, but she has to pretend that she's his sister, which actually, if you find it, like if they do all this polling, they find that like 50% of the people don't even like the incest part of it. But it's because the younger like the younger, newer, fresher faced models. And when I say fresher face, I know that that's a lot of euphemisms for youth. That's not necessarily what I mean. I mean literally different, like newer, not necessarily like
Not young, but
younger
like
as
new
in
in the industry. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I wanted to say an anecdote. It's funny because how porn creates those expectations. It's interesting to hear them come from Kat from a woman's perspective, because that whole thing
Right.
where like girls are expected to be a vacuum cleaner and we all just said no, you guys really suck at it, kind of like mirrors how guys think they're like studs and they're supposed to like do 80 positions, and that's not what happens. One of my
Supposed to,
favorite
like run the wheelbarrow as if you have any arm strength. Yeah.
Right. You're supposed to
one
just
of
like
my
jackhammer that shit. Like you're not just gonna tuck her out and nut in like 3 pumps.
One of my favorite moments in my life was when my disgusting friend, I'm going to call him Roger, right? And we were at this LAN center, right, where you can bring your computers. And he's like, dude, I got to show you something. And, you know, I've watched porn bloopers with him and some people before. So I'm like, dude, don't do this
I
here.
know
This
what
is
e-fucked
weird.
is.
And he's like, no, dude. He goes, no, dude, you've got to watch it. I'm like, I'm not going to watch this in the middle of a LAN center. He goes, don't worry, you don't have to watch a thing. And he does this, like literally minimizes it, and then all you hear is, my name is Ashley, and I've come to suck dick for like 20 minutes.
Jesus.
He just minimized it. And I'm like, what are they doing to that poor girl? What could possibly be happening?
I guess
glut
that's
glut.
always, yeah. But the thing is, it's like I guess I don't think it was until once again like near the end of uni that I'm like, oh, things can be cute. I thought it was always just jackhammer because that's the only thing I've ever seen. So I remember I was at a party when I was 20 and like there was a guy that was like 29 and we were like my friend I don't know. I have like my old college roommate who had never slept with anyone. She always goes to parties like cuz she's like I need to lose it. I'm like, "No, you don't. No, not to strangers you don't." But she was trying to like flirt with this guy and like they were talking, and I was like talking to him too, and like I was like, oh, he was like saying he's like, oh, like like it's all about the process. Like you're supposed to like make love, not just fuck. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure it's just supposed to be like. And he was like, no, like it was like, no, that's not the way. I'm like, no, I've been told that it's just supposed to be like.
Slam into one another for a while.
Like, yeah, he's like, no, like you're supposed no. But I was like, he's just mad because he doesn't have adrenaline, or like he's just mad because he doesn't have stamina. But
You
now
got
I'm like,
no stroke.
yeah, I'm like, you're just mad because you don't know, like you get tired easy. But now I'm like, no, I was just had watched too much of the wrong stuff for all my life.
How can a country be so obsessed with sex and so oblivious at the same time?
That's the thing that's really interesting is because like everything that we have like like all advertisements, popular ones are using sexuality to advertise it. Like music uses sexuality, yet our sex ed system and like the way we talk to like
Non-existent.
teenagers about like sex is like basically it's like if you're in the South, it's like don't do it. Okay, have a nice day. Or basically like I guess if you're in another place, they'll be like, this is how you put it on. Okay.
I
Have a
had
nice
this
day, guys.
cringe ass. I went to Lansdowne High School, and we had this cringe ass dude come in and like talk to the girls about how their virginity was like a garden, and like as a man, you don't want a garden that's been all trampled in and harvested,
Oh,
and
yeah.
yeah, that shit's crazy, dog. I remember sitting
They
there
was
like,
about pieces of chewing gum and shit.
yeah,
Like, you know, everybody's already chewed the gum.
my virgin ass, even my virgin ass was sitting there like, this sounds fucking wrong. And I was looking out around the room with all the girls giggling and shit, and I was like, yeah, this dude is fucking, this is goofy. I know this is goofy, but I'm gonna let him cook.
That stuff is actually really harmful because I'm not sure if you saw the John Oliver segment, but like there
Oh,
was like
yeah.
a girl that was like full ass like fucking kidnapped and like assaulted for years, and then basically they're like, if you've been used, no one wants you anymore. And like,
Right.
you know, you're sitting there now trying to reintegrate as a 17-year-old, and everyone's like, if you've had sex, good luck. Like you've lost your value as a woman, and like, what do you do? Just
Yeah.
cry?
That shit's crazy.
And
man.
so, you brought up something that's really important, and I hope that there are some people that this is relevant to. Having experiences with people who have been
Yeah, that's
traumatized
crazy.
sexually.
Cross Crescent Creek.
When we talk about communicating with your partner, that's why it's so important, because
Boundaries.
you don't know. You don't know if just grabbing their arm is gonna set them off. You have no fucking idea unless you have these deep conversations, because and unless you're able to, you know, really respect the person and like be understanding, that halts the entire process. And if you start pushing because you don't understand it's just fucking horrible. So it's always important to talk to and not, I wouldn't say like question them about that type of shit, but you know, there are leading questions like, oh, do you like maybe being held down? That's the easy one. Do you like being held down? Do you like your hair being grabbed? Do you like your ass being smacked? So on and so forth. Because any one of those fucking things could be a trigger.
Right.
And
facts.
I've been in a situation before where I accidentally hit the trigger, and I wasn't trying to, you know, I wasn't trying to do anything wild. It was like, oh yeah, let me grab your arm, and you know what I'm saying? And then she was like, whoa, and like really like started breaking down and crying. And I was like, holy fuck, I had no idea. And we sat down and we talked about it. And then through that, our sexual relationship was fucking fire after that. Like I knew exactly what not to do, and I knew exactly what to do.
That's the best.
And yeah, and that's literally the best right there. So definitely talk to your partner, talk to whoever the fuck you fucking.
Also normalize that when you talk with your partner, and this goes for both guys, girls, whatever sort of relationship you're in, when they tell you the weird thing, like there are a lot of females that I know that are afraid to admit that they like those things, not because of the pressures that go along with it, because of what they think that means about who they are. Normalize not kink shaming. Like people are who they are. Like their sexual identity is still part of their identity. I've seen fetishes of guys that like to watch balloons get popped. Okay, I've seen guys dress up as suspenders and do oink noises and spin around for their neck. Like it's weird. It's weird.
Adult
It's out
babies.
there, but yeah, exactly. But the thing is like you gotta be, and there's limits. Obviously, if a guy wants to be an adult baby and live as an adult baby his whole life, maybe that's not conducive for living for long periods of time. Maybe you won't be able to interact with society in that way. But there are a lot of like very normal kinks that Americans will not talk about, that are things that they want, and suppressing those kinks causes aberrant sexual behavior. That's like a huge source of it.
Bars.
I remember,
True.
man, I think I heard my mom, so that's why I got distracted for a second, because I'm always like afraid, like my parents would be like, "You did what now?" I love
Why are you
living with
talking
parents.
to strangers?
I feel
When I
it.
was
I feel
16 and you saw me come in, I was putting it in the bud.
I just got
no, I was
done.
just gonna I
Never mind.
remember there was the whole thing that was happening on Twitter like a couple weeks ago about the that guy Caleb, and everyone was like, we should really like try to get people against like hookup culture. Like there's some guy specifically on Tinder that would like be like super like like super I guess romantic with women, and then like stick around for maybe 2 months and then move on. Is basically like a serial dater, essentially, like nothing interesting, just typical shit. But some people are like, oh, like hookup culture
I'm
sucks,
tired.
like
I'm
that's
getting
why I
ready to
don't use
raid
these
Cat
apps. I'm
and
like,
buck
you're
out of
stupid.
here.
That's okay. Okay, that's not the problem with apps, but sure. But I think for me, a lot of times when I hear people like complain about hookups, I think more the problem with hookup culture is the lack of conversation that you can
Yep.
have.
It's not
Like it's
100% consensual. It's always a finesse somehow.
No, but no, even if it is consensual, it's more like I don't think anything from like hanging out with somebody one time has ever been better than like having a conversation with someone for like a while, and then
Yeah,
like
I
by the
feel
time
it,
you
Frackle.
get
I'm
there,
getting
you're
there.
like,
It's
I
almost
know
1:30
exactly what
a.m.
you're like. You like we had like a
Likewise,
long
Frackle. Thanks for
conversation,
always coming and
everything's
hanging out.
good. Whereas like if you like are at a club and like, oh, you're cute, yeah, you're cute, like want to go back, wow, how great, we were kind whatever. So yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes I find that like I hear what you're saying, but part of that also comes with like a confidence thing, and maybe the conversation is necessary to kind of do some groundwork for confidence. But a lot of people that are like what we call like the non-vanillas, the sexually liberated types of people, like those one night stands are fucking bomb. I don't need a
Really?
conversation because they know what they're because what it is, it's a confidence. They're not insecure about what they want sexually, so there is no like the conversation is
Right.
put it in there's some girls that might be afraid to put it in their butt, but maybe they want it in there. No, like these girls will just be like, yo, throw it in there right now. What the fuck are you doing? Like those people, you have the funnest times with them, and it all has to do, again, when I come back to like liberation, you have to be secure in what you are and what you're looking for, and that insecurity breeds all these communication issues that we're talking about, breeds all of these little weird behaviors, these little dances that we do around sex. It's all insecurity.
Real quick, I've been
On
told that apparently one of the fans that was like being like, "Yo, Alex," apparently they have now officially gone into your Instagram DM. So if you check your Instagram,
uh-oh.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
On
got
that
a
note,
message.
on that note, I gotta get out of here. I love y'all. Thanks for everything. This has been a
Oh,
blast.
my pleasure.
It's nice
And
to meet you,
also,
Alex. It's nice to meet you
I've
as
already met you.
well. Oh, it's Fet. For some reason, I
Yeah,
had never
I'm
placed
Fet.
a name to a face. So hell yeah, good to finally.
Sorry, yeah.
That's
I
all good.
fucks with
I'm
Fed.
always in all of your
Fet is
chats.
lit. I fucking love
Fet,
Fet. Hell yeah.
Fet's
Thank
my
you. I try.
fa-
I do my
Fet's like
best.
my best mod. He does all the mod stuff. So
Hell yeah.
I
He's
try.
also,
the
if you,
I was gonna say
he's
he's the universal black ally. Like seriously,
Low
I love
key.
this guy.
I was gonna say I put that title on Frackle. Frackle has been a
Yeah,
fucking
Frackle.
dope.
Yeah,
Frackle
Frackle's
and
awesome.
there's
I
just
love
so
just like
many.
seeing Frackle in chats now, though.
We're
I just
just
like run into him somewhere. It's
we're
great.
just that Rainbow Coalition. We're on Rainbow Coalition time, and I fuck with it
Exactly.
heavy. I fuck with it super heavy. But
well,
thanks,
you guys
y'all.
are. Some of you are like heading off for tonight. I still have like a couple of little things I just want to
Yeah, I
run
was gonna
through
raid
with
you.
that. Oh, you're gonna raid me? Cool. So I'll be here
Yeah.
for a little bit. I
Yeah.
have some stuff I want to talk about. More of the different sex related stuff, but more like meets open letter to men thing. So
Oh,
yeah.
necessary.
Hey, Cemetery, if you ever want to fucking talk about all that good shit, just let me know.
Yes, bro. We will chop it up soon. We will do that soon.
Okay, I rock with you. I rock with you hard. Same thing with
Likewise.
Aston Mac. Both y'all fucking get.
Oh, you had it out, Alex?
No, he's headed out. I just wanted to let him know.
Yeah, I guess once there's only one more of you plus I like KP. He sees me all the time, so I don't need to have a whole thing where it's just me and KP talking. But yeah, if you guys are still here, then I'll still be here.
All right.
Bet.
Peace, y'all.
I guess I can even theoretically do the